Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou would be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk. Oh, Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that General Business Order of the Day number 5, Housing Investment Probity Bill 2024, be considered at the time for private senators' bills today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills Order of the Day number 5, Housing Investment Probity Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Deputy President. I might just start by thinking what was happening this morning when Senator Bragg woke up. He probably woke up in a warm, quiet environment with a multiple thread count sheet, reached out his hand and grabbed... Oh, just hold your horses and you'll find out.
Order. Order.
I think that says more about you than it does about me. Reaches out his hand to his fully charged, state-of-the-art iPhone. Thinks about what he's going to have for his breakfast. Maybe the fresh eggs in his fridge. Maybe that nice bacon he got from the deli. And if he's a vegan, he won't be eating that bacon, will he? And then goes to the laundry, gets his crisply ironed white shirt and starts to prepare for his day in a calm and ordered fashion, knowing that everything's in order and the only thing he has to worry about is why he put this bill forward in this House. Down the road in a car park, Josie wakes up in her car. It's cold, it's damp. She's pretty stressed. She wriggles out of her sleeping bag and looks at the only thing that's left on the seat of the car for her to eat. It's some dry crackers. She shakes out her wrinkled clothes and looks across at her flat phone and wonders what on earth she is going to do today. She is stressed. And Josie doesn't care who's going to build the housing of the future. Josie just wants it built so that she can find somewhere to live. She doesn't hate unions. She doesn't hate the CFMEU. She doesn't hate CBUS. But she does hate not being able to find a home. What we're seeing here is just another attempt in another year to do nothing to address the housing crisis that we have in this country. While we on this side the Labor government are focused on building more homes and tackling the housing crisis, the opposition are coming into this, the second week of the Parliament for the 48th Parliament, second week, with more and more of this ideological rubbish. Senator Bragg and his party are the same people who stood in this chamber blocking every single housing solution that we have brought in here. They blocked Labor's Help to Buy program, and that's stopping 40,000 Australians from owning their own home. They blocked our build to rent laws, stopping another 80,000 renters. And they blocked the Housing Australia Future Fund, a $10 billion program that is directly supporting the delivery of tens of thousands of social and affordable homes, the kind of homes that Josie needs so that she doesn't have to sleep in her car. So you've got to ask the question, is this bill really about housing, or is it about the opposition's ideological stand against unions? Or is it the opposition's pathological hatred of the CFMEU? Or is it about the opposition's distaste for working people having a say in their own future? All the above. Or, as rightly pointed out by my colleague, Senator Sheldon, is it all of the above? So let's just be clear about some of the situation here. Superannuation funds, including CBUS, are actually strongly regulated. They are required to comply with strict governance standards, and they are required to act in the best financial interest of their members. APRA engages with superannuation funds on their governance arrangements and ensures that their boards meet the necessary standards. A long-standing feature of the superannuation system is the equal representation. So you have equal numbers of employers and employees. Not one or the other, but both. So both interests can be served. All superannuation fund trustee boards have to assure themselves that their directors meet the necessary standards. And this is regulated. This is monitored. What's being put forward here is just an attack. It's not real. It's not helpful. What we are seeing when we look at the Housing Australia Future Fund is a fund that is administered by Housing Australia. It's an independent body, an independent body. So this notion of capture between the superannuation funds, the unions, is, as I say, it's just this ideological hatred that we see from the opposition. And it clouds their vision. It clouds their view. It clouds their understanding of the situation, and it clouds their ability to actually do anything about it. So they continue to sit there and block any progress on housing in this country. And that's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. Now, we know that there are solutions. We know that there is a long-term fix. We've been working on it frantically for the last 3 years, looking at the situation in front of us, actually taking the time. Where do we not have enough housing? Why is that? What are the changes in the demographics? What are the changes in our population? What's the demand? Where's this going? How are we looking at this into the future to find ourselves the right answer, the right balance between what housing we have now and what housing we need into the future? The pipeline of houses to build, the pipeline of houses to rent, the pipeline for people who are doing it tough, for people who require more support in our social housing. And we've been doing this. We've been looking at this, and this is how we came up with the plan. This is how we came up with Labor's plan for housing for the future, knowing that we were in a crisis. But I have to ask the question, what exactly is it that the opposition did for 10 years when they were in government, when this crisis was brewing, when all the indicators were there, when all the signs were there, that housing was turning into a crisis situation, that our people who are homeless was increasing, that people struggling to find rental accommodation was increasing. Now, we hear often the excuse, oh, it was all COVID. No, it wasn't. It really wasn't. You ask any of the housing peak bodies or interest groups and look at their modelling, look at their structures, what they've looked at, and that's not true. Yes, it had an impact, alongside a bunch of other things. But what we need now is action on the ground to actually look at where our housing situation is going, how much housing do we need into the future, and how swiftly can we get it on the ground. There's some fantastic solutions being put forward. Some of our states, particularly my own home state of South Australia, are doing a spectacular job, an absolutely spectacular job of moving hurdles out of the way, finding innovative solutions and moving as quickly as possible to put in place the housing that we need into the future. And just to touch on the pathological hatred of the CFMEU from across the chamber here, I support our construction workers. I fully support our construction workers. They deserve a strong union that can represent them, that can stand up for them. And that's exactly the path that we're on. But yes, an intervention was made because there was some untoward activity going on that cannot be accepted. Cannot be accepted. But the pathway is there for the future, for that union to stand up strong and support the workers with no bad behaviour, no untoward activities, but a union doing what unions do, representing their members. And that is what we wish to see into the future. And that is what we will see into the future. Because while ever we're on these government benches, we will be pushing to deal with this housing crisis and to deal with anything associated with it that comes up. And we need to have those opposite get out of the way and stop with this ideological rubbish. You might think it looks like a good headline, but seriously, there are people like Josie who are living in their cars. And all you want to do is sit there and block action, block development, and block a solution to the situation, which is a crisis situation in this country and needs to be dealt with. Housing can't be fixed overnight. We know that. You can't just snap your fingers and pop up some housing. But you had 10 years and you allowed the situation to crumble, to get worse and worse and worse. And you did nothing. And now you've the cheek to sit there and block everything that we try and do. It is a disgrace, and you should be deeply ashamed of yourselves. The plan we have for the future, the plan we have is to get people into housing, to make rental more secure. Now, a lot of the rental rules are dealt with the states, and we've seen state after state come to the party and improve the situation on the ground to make renting a property more secure, so you can be there knowing that is your home. And I would, again, a shout out to our South Australian state government for the changes they've made to rental laws, which is making a real difference for people on the ground. But we need to build more housing. We need to be able to take the money that we have and invest it into the Australians who need the support, who need more options. We cannot continue to have people like Josie sleeping in cars. We cannot continue to have people looking to purchase a house and feeling like they're never going to get there. We need these structures in place to enable people to have the security of their home, whether it's their own home or a rental. And that's what we're all about. That is what we are doing here. To increase the supply is critical. If we build more housing, there are more options for people. People who can purchase, if they're given a hand, can get into those homes. I know from talking to people that many of them could actually service a mortgage, but they cannot afford to build up the size of a deposit that they need for that home. So having that opportunity for a lower investment in the very beginning with some support from the government enables them to get into their home, into a home where they can service that mortgage and they can get on their feet and actually own their own home into the future. And that's what we want. We want people to be able to own their own home. But for those who rent, we want them to have secure rental, to know that they are supported, to know that they are not going to be thrown out on the street with very little notice, to know that they can make that rental their own home. Labor has a plan to address the housing crisis, and we have started, and we are working so hard to get that delivered. And the constant attacks and the constant blocks by those opposite are deeply, deeply unhelpful. And they should just wake up to the fact that people need assistance and they need it now, and just get out of the way. Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Senator Bragg has advanced the Housing Investment Probity Bill 2024, which modifies the charter of the Housing Australia Future Fund to prevent financing of projects CBUS owns. CBUS is a superannuation fund with legal affiliation to the CFMEU. The CFMEU are currently under a federal-appointed administrator, a move that was a long time coming. Queensland Premier Crisafulli has called an inquiry into the CFMEU's systemic violence, intimidation, misogyny and bullying. This bill from Senator Bragg is common sense to prevent cash leaking through CBUS into the CFMEU until the CFMEU clean up their act and get back to representing Australian workers, and to working constructively with industry to create secure, well-paid jobs at scale for all Australians. Australia needs housing, and we need breadwinner jobs. We have a responsibility to ensure infrastructure is built on time and on budget. One Nation does, though, propose a better alternative to Senator Bragg's bill. We would shut down the Housing Future Fund and the Federal Department of Housing. Housing is a state responsibility, a state power. Government has no role in building houses. Their presence in the market drives up price and slows down production, displacing private builders and monopolising building products. We will wind the building code back to remove the woke nonsense and the net zero nonsense which were recently introduced into the code, and suspend the GST on building materials. Together, these will cut $50,000 off a new home's construction costs. Independently assessed, around about $49,000 of that comes out of the modifications to the building code, which are rubbish. We will take the $11 billion in funds under management at the Housing Future Fund and roll that into a people's bank, accessed through Australia Post, offering mortgages for first-home buyers who are Australian citizens. It's been proven here in the past in Australia, it's been proven in North America, it's been proven in Japan and New Zealand. Mortgages will be on 5% interest, 5% deposit, fixed for up to 30 years. The 5% deposit can come from the first home owner's grant and then be topped up using the applicant's own superannuation account, protected with a lien. Notice I said account, not fund. This will not be a drawdown from super. Super is useful for retirement. Our policy simply replaces super funds investing in housing with the person's own super account investing in their own house. As the house grows in value, so too does the value of the lien held in the person's own superannuation account, protecting their retirement. Someone who has been working in the workforce for 5 years on average who is entitled to a first home owners grant may be able to move into their own home straight away. Straight away. We must do more for the young Australians who this government and other recent governments have sold out. Young people who did everything society asked. They studied hard, stayed out of trouble, got their degrees, got their high school qualifications. Now they have a HECS debt, rent and a grocery bill they can't afford, and they are in despair. Right around Australia. The government's housing measures are complete rubbish. They're an insult to Australians. The government's own incoming government report stated clearly their construction targets would not be met. Bloody hopeless. Canberra, as I've said many times, is the source of every major problem in this country. And one of the biggest problems we have in this country right now is a homelessness crisis, a homelessness catastrophe, an inhuman homelessness catastrophe. Going to my state in Queensland, going from the north in Cairns, every major provincial city has a homelessness crisis, a housing crisis. Cairns, Townsville, Mackay, Rockhampton, Gladstone, Bundaberg, Maryborough, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, Brisbane, the capital city of what should be the wealthiest state in the world, has got homeless people sleeping on the riverbanks, under bridges, in tents, in caravans. Ipswich, Boona, Toowoomba, every major provincial city, homeless. Drive into Gympie, into a car park, a concrete car park, homeless people in tents in a concrete car park. Parents coming home, working mothers, working fathers, coming home at night, wondering if their kids are still in the car, and then sleeping in the car. Where do they go to the toilet? Where do they have showers? These are good people. And then the councils just put the bulldozer through the tents, put the bulldozer through the cars, and that's it, gone. Why is that happening in Queensland? Because we've got so many people leaving from Victoria to come up to Queensland, and in particular, we have got catastrophic inhuman immigration levels that this government, the previous government, have perpetuated. It first started, massive immigration, catastrophic immigration, started with John Howard, John Howard's government, when he doubled the immigration. And every Prime Minister since has been on the trend of increasing immigration. We've got so many foreigners owning houses, some of them locked up, just investment, not being used. We've got 75,000 people here on residence visas illegally. One Nation does say, deport them immediately. We've got students here in contravention of a student visa, up to 100,000 of them. Get rid of them. Free up some houses. We've got capacity for 100,000 student accommodation. We've got about 600,000 students in the country from overseas. That can't continue. One Nation says, start with the demand, deport people who are here illegally or in contravention of their visa. Deport them. Stop foreign ownership of housing. That'll increase the supply. Then the construction costs I've mentioned. Our policy goes beyond what I've mentioned just briefly. We also have mentioned the finance. So our One Nation policy fixes demand, supply, construction and finance. Senator Grogan said housing cannot be fixed overnight. It can be fixed close to overnight, just by doing the things One Nation has said. Address demand, supply, construction and finance. We must do better. It takes several months to build a house. It takes several months to build a housing apartment complex. It doesn't take long, though, to deport people who are here illegally. Doesn't take long at all. That frees up supply, reduces the demand. Canberra, as I said, is the cause of every major problem in this country, and it comes from governments both Liberal and Labor. Every major problem. The government's housing measures, I'll repeat, are rubbish. Their own incoming government report stated clearly their construction targets would not be met. yet they perpetuate the nonsense. We must do better. One Nation are in support, and I thank Senator Bragg for this legislation.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm going to start my speech a little bit differently than I had anticipated because I was struck by something that Senator Grogan said, and while Senator Bragg is a good friend of mine, I have to say when I woke up this morning I did not think at all about Senator Bragg or what he was doing. No offence intended. And I do note that he often does have a very crisp white shirt though. And I also note your comments about Josie and when she woke up. And whilst I have never woken up in my car, I did for many years face housing insecurity with my children, and I do understand how difficult and how challenging that is, and the need to have security of housing and that roof over your head. And I guess the challenge is, and I agree with your comment that Josie doesn't care who builds it, but I think we should care about who owns it. And we have a problem with the fact that we have global institutional investors who will be owning these properties that Australians will live in. And that's something we should have a think about, because if we are building homes for Australians, it's our view that Australians should own those homes. And our priority should be that we have the option to own a home. We should have the opportunity to own a home, not actually to be outsourcing that to some globalist entity who we then pay our incomes to in rent. I also have a problem with the fact, and I've spoken about this before, that for women we are allowed to access our super for emergency expenses of paying rent to someone that could be one of these, global entities, but we can't access it to invest in our own housing, for housing security for ourselves and our children. I would like someone to explain to me why one of those things is, raiding the piggy bank of my own money and the other isn't. I would think that raiding my piggy bank of super to have a roof over the head of myself and my children is a better thing when I'm owning that property than to pay it in rent to a globalist entity like BlackRock or somebody else like that. I think that's something we need to think about. We're losing our perspective here, and we need to get back to the basics and the fundamentals of the fact that we actually have a right to own our own housing, and somebody else shouldn't dictate to us what that should look like, or suggest to us that, we, hate unions, etc., because we are opposed to the way they act. Labor should be banning CBUS and the CFMEU from any involvement in the HAF. That is a reality. I don't think there should be any question about that. And that's not because people hate the unions or the CFMEU. They hate the misconduct. They hate the corruption, and they hate the impact that it has on everyday people. And given the close connection and control between CBUS and the CFMEU, allowing CBUS to participate in the HAF risks its integrity. And anybody who suggests otherwise is not looking at this plainly or clearly. CBUS has an obligation to spend its members' funds in the best interests for their members' retirement. However, super funds like CBUS make payments to unions, masters contracts or sponsorship agreements. And these types of payments are made by CBUS to the CFMEU. What is also alarming is the destruction the CFMEU has caused in the construction sector at a time when building more homes has never been more urgent. So when we're looking at barriers to getting things done, and I was actually listening to Senator Roberts, many years ago it did take months to build a house. Guess what? Now it takes closer to years to build a house. And that is because of the red tape involved. That's because of the different hurdles at local and state levels that make it so hard for people to build homes. But there are also hurdles in construction that are brought in and are impacted by measures introduced by unions. Numerous sources, including the Real Estate Institute of Queensland, have highlighted that the conditions of the CFMEU enterprise bargaining agreements are leading to an increase in cost of up to 30%. Now, when I spoke about this the other day, I just made it very, very simple in terms of what that means for what is now an entry-level dwelling in many cities across our country. $800,000. 30% is another $240,000. Good luck trying to save another $240,000 when you're already struggling to save your initial deposit. That's completely heartbreaking for young people who want to buy their own home. How do they even fathom that? Where do they begin? That is unacceptable. We have heard allegations from state and federal detectives that the CFMEU New South Wales State Secretary, Darren Greenfield, boasted to corrupt building firms that he could secure them lucrative contracts on major construction projects financed by CBUS because of his influence in the fund. That in itself should be disturbing. That in itself should be dealt with, but it hasn't been. The Australian Financial Review also reported that Greenfield previously told a building company owner he would exert his influence over CBUS to ensure the fund instructed the lead contractor to use subcontractors favoured by the CFMEU. Not the best Australian small business or the best local business or the business that provides the best value, but those favoured by the CFMEU. Have a think about that. Despite purporting to take a hard line against the criminality in the CFMEU, Labor has refused to consider deregistering the union. So again, this isn't about hating the union as the other side has said. This is about hating the conduct and hating the fact that this conduct continues unchecked. Let's put our head in the sand and pretend it's not happening. Well, on this side of the chamber, we are not going to do that. Labor and CBUS have refused to recognise any issue with CFMEU representatives sitting on the board of a $94 billion fund, and CBUS has refused to cut its ties with the CFMEU, despite the allegations and the evidence of corrupt and intimidating behaviour. That's extraordinary. I don't think any other organisation in our country would be granted the same tacit consent to behave in that same way. Until CBUS has cut its ties with the CFMEU, it is an inappropriate party through which to undertake government business, and there can be no question of that, none whatsoever. So what is Senator Bragg wanting to do here? The Housing Investment Probity Bill would prohibit the HAF from investing into housing assets or entities financed by CBUS Super to ensure taxpayer funds are left out of the criminal hands of the CFMEU. We shouldn't have any issue with that. We should all be in complete agreement that that is the right way forward. By inserting an additional limitation in the HAF's governing legislation, this bill will prohibit investments into housing-related projects that CBUS has or will invest in. We've seen the impacts it's had on commercial construction and the construction of infrastructure in this country, the cost blowouts. So now, despite the fact that we have evidence of that criminal conduct, we're going to say, yes, now come into the residential construction sector, come and help us build houses so that they cost more and take longer whilst we're in the midst of a housing crisis. It's nothing short of madness. I can't think of anything but the fact that, as I said the other day, that Labor has no interest in probity, no interest in transparency, and no interest in stopping the criminal conduct of the CFMEU because it is opening more doors for it to infiltrate more broadly across our construction sector. As it stands, the HAF can invest taxpayer funds into projects and entities financed by CBUS. CBUS, Super and CFMEU, as Senator Bragg has often said, are conjoined twins, which they are. It's clear. In the 2022-2023 financial year, CBUS paid the CFMEU $1.25 million, including $233,000 paid to the CFMEU's Victorian branch for a sponsorship agreement. A sponsorship agreement. Let's repeat that. CBUS paid the CFMEU $1.25 million in 22-23, and the Victorian branch was given $233,000 for a sponsorship agreement. I don't know, does that mean they, CBUS gets written on the, CFMEU T-shirts? I don't know what it's for. I'd be keen to understand what that looked like. I hope they're really nice T-shirts. Yes, yes, yeah. Indeed, indeed. I would hope they are Australian-made. It is no surprise, therefore, that APRA imposed additional licence conditions on CBUS to engage an independent expert to review whether their CFMEU board members are meeting their legal duties. Is this because APRA hates the unions? Is this because APRA hates the CFMEU? I don't think so. I don't think it's because I hate them. I think it's because APRA is very, very worried about the actions of the CFMEU, as they rightly should be, as should everybody in this chamber. Just because you call someone out, just because you call out misconduct, doesn't mean you have a hatred for that organisation or for what their mission is. But we are right in this. If we can't call people out in this place for egregious misconduct and criminal activity, then when will we do it? And how can we face the people who have elected us to represent them here if we remain silent to these things? The Labor government and APRA should be pushing CBUS to cut ties with the CFMEU. This means kicking the 3 CFMEU directors off the board and stopping the endless flow of workers' money to the CFMEU. Because let's not forget that the money that CBUS has is the money from its workers, the money that it is meant to be investing for the benefit of its workers. And I fail to see how, on the one hand, we are in agreement that the CFMEU should be in administration. We actually think it should be deregistered, but, administration is fine. But an entity that has been put into administration could be receiving money from a super fund that belongs to the members of that fund. I would like somebody to explain that to me and why that is okay, because I don't think that it is. But just a quick update before I finish on where the HAF is at the moment. This is Labor's flagship housing policy, the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, and so far it has built 17 homes here in the ACT. 17. I was listening to Senator Bragg in estimates when he was questioning Labor on how many dwellings they had built. And I was just trying to remember who was in the room at the time, but it escapes me right now. And the comment was that they had acquired and converted 340 houses from existing builds. And it was an interaction between Senator Bragg and in the Economics Committee and Senator Gallagher. And I remember Senator Bragg's shock at the comment of acquired and converted, which means they had bought 340 houses that had already been built, and they had effectively renovated them so that they were suitable for whatever type of housing they were seeking to put into the market. But that means they had taken the government had actually entered the market and purchased 340 houses during a housing crisis that meant young Australians or entry-level buyers could then not buy them. Was that lost on anybody? Well, they've just created an additional barrier to entry for young Australians. It's quite extraordinary. Instead of building homes, Labor are building bureaucracies and they are building barriers to entry and the Housing Australia Future Fund has been one of the greatest public policy failures in recent history. They promised to build 1.2 million homes by 2030, and this is not me saying it. Advice from Treasury has revealed that this promise will be broken.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to speak in favour of Senator Bragg's Housing Investment Probity Bill. This bill is a timely bill, it is a necessary bill, but more than that, it is a bill that is in the Australian people's national interest. It is a direct response to a failure of policy, a failure of governance, but more than that, as Speaker after Speaker has said, it is a failure of ethics on behalf of Mr Albanese and the Labor government. But above all, why has Senator Bragg brought this bill forward? Because he is concerned, just like we all are in the Liberal Party and the National Party, with what is now a growing crisis in our housing system in Australia. One that this Labor government has not only failed to fix, but the bad news for Australians is this, and the statistics that we will all go through in our speeches do not lie. They haven't only failed to fix this, they have now actually made this worse. So all Senator Bragg's bill seeks to do is this: amend the governing legislation of the Housing Australia Future Fund to ensure that funds raised for public housing, that is, housing for the Australian people, do not flow into projects tied to entities controlled or influenced by the criminal, quite frankly, CFMEU. Specifically, what this bill will do is this: it's going to prohibit taxpayer money being funneled into housing developments financed by, the name sounds so lovely, Cbus Super. But the issue with Cbus Super, and what the Labor Party forgets to tell the Australian people, is this superannuation fund is an entity inextricably linked to the most lawless union in this country, which even this government can't admit that it's not, because with the help of the coalition, they put it into administration. So let's be clear about Senator Bragg's bill. This is not a bill about a question of ideology. This is now about a question of integrity. Labor talked a big game in relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund. They continue to support a big game in relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund. But instead, they've implemented it, the money's there. Let's actually look at what the real situation is for Australians who are battling to get into a home. The Housing Australia Future Fund, great headline, I'm not going to deny that, from the Labor government. That is what they are so good at. I wouldn't give them 10 out of 10, I'd give them 11 out of 10 for great headlines. But it's time, quite frankly, that we exposed the great headline and looked behind the devastating reality of what this government is actually doing to Australians who are currently sleeping in cars and have no opportunity at all to get into the housing market, but worse than that, are being sold a pup by the Albanese government. The Housing Australia Future Fund's central promise has failed, so let's look at what Labor said to the Australian people. This is what they said. This is what they continue to say whenever they stand up. The Australian people were told by Mr Albanese that his signature Housing Australia Future Fund would deliver, and I quote, 30,000 new homes. Mr Albanese also said, my government will be bold, my government will be ambitious, my government will be urgent. Now let's look at, though, the actual statistics. This is not the coalition speaking. These are the numbers that you get from departments and estimates. In other words, we ask the questions of those in charge of the Housing Australia Future Fund and we get the answer. The question we ask is 30,000 new homes, bold, ambitious and urgent. How many has the fund actually built? Australians deserve to know this, and we will be telling this to Australians every single day between now, quite frankly, and the next election. As of July 2025, 2 years after the fund was announced, this is a fact. Approximately just 17 homes have been built.
Only missed by 29,000.
Only 29,900. That is an abject policy failure on behalf of this government to the Australian people, whom we agree desperately need to get into homes, and yet all Mr Albanese did, great headline, urgency, integrity, ambitious and bold, but then the reality confronting the Australian people, which, as I said, we're going to remind them now, every single day between now and the next election, Mr Albanese, he's failing you. Worse than that, though, they like to fudge the figures. What an insult to the Australian people. A few hundred homes have been acquired and converted. Hold on, the whole point was to build new homes. You actually add to additional housing stock in Australia. That's what a new home is. You build it and you add a home to the housing stock in Australia. Remember, the promise was 30,000. We're at around 17 after 2 years. But the problem with Labor is this. They still treat the Australian people as if they're mugs. And this is how they fudge the figures. They increase them by saying or pretending that when you acquire or convert an existing home, that's a success. Well, let me tell you what happens when you use Australian taxpayer money, because that's what this is, it's Australian taxpayer money, money that was meant to be invested in new builds to add to housing stock, when you actually acquire or convert. In other words, I'm an Australian person. I'm out there hoping to get into that home right there. Do you know what the government does? It sweeps straight in, it purchases it and says, there's another Australian successfully in a home. Well, quite frankly, enough is now enough. And we're going to expose the government for its continued misleading of the Australian people. So let us be clear. The Australian Labor Party, under Mr Albanese, they are not, despite their promise to the Australian people, the billions they've invested in this, and we'll get to that shortly, how much has actually been spent, they are not creating housing stock. You create housing stock, you create new homes. That is how you get people who currently can't get into a home into a home. The Australian Labor Party and Mr Albanese are bidding against first home buyers. So any young Australian out there who voted for the Australian Labor Party because they thought, you know, I like their announcement, I like their plan, I love the title of it, Housing Australia Future Fund, I love their target, in fact it wasn't even a target, I love what they said, that they would deliver 30,000 new homes. Well, guess what? Just imagine when you're at that next auction or you're at that next home open, just remember, Mr Albanese is with you. The Australian government, the Labor government, are with you every step of the way. And the bad news for you is this. You thought you had enough to actually purchase this home. You thought you'd done the right thing, you'd saved up the deposit and you would be getting into that house. Well, guess what? Mr Albanese and the Australian Labor Party are swooping in and they are actually bidding directly against you. That is not policy. That is not policy. That is an absolute disgrace. That is performance art and nothing more. It is a reality. Australians cannot live in a press release or an aspiration. And they certainly can't live in housing stock that's not new built when they're trying to actually get into the market, and all Mr Albanese is doing under this scheme is swoop in and outbid them. Let's also have a look at the statistics, though, because Mr Albanese stood up in front of the Australian people and said the Housing Australia Future Fund would invest $10 billion for the future of housing in Australia. Okay, that was, 2 years ago now. Again, this is not the coalition speaking. These are the figures that you get via the estimates process. The estimates process is when the opposition parties are able to question the department about, this is what Labor said to the Australian people. Let's now talk about what they've actually done. So, $10 billion investment for the future of Australian housing. But after years of spin, March 31st this year, $233 million had been spent. What's worse is there is actually under the legislation a mandated annual commitment. Now, for those who don't know what a mandated annual commitment is, it's this. If you're mandated to do something in life, people don't necessarily like being told they have to do something. It's even worse, though, when government has a mandated commitment to deliver on behalf of the Australian people, because government should be delivering on it. So the legislation actually provides $500 million each year must actually be spent. No. $223 million has only been spent from this fund. So let's be very clear. The rules are crystal clear. $500 million must be spent each financial year. We know they haven't met that. They can't meet it. In fact, some might say they never had any intention of meeting it. They got the headline. They conned Australians. They're back in government. But we actually asked them, where's the additional $277 million gone? It was meant to be spent before the June 30 deadline. I would have thought that on behalf of the Australian people who were promised something by Mr Albanese, they would actually want A, the $500 million actually invested on their behalf, B, forget the 17 homes, they'd actually want the progress towards the 30,000, but C, I think it's a fair question on behalf of the Australian people. You were meant by law to invest $500 million of our money to actually create additional homes that in particular young Australians, women fleeing domestic violence, new builds that they could get into. You haven't. So what have you done with the rest of the money? And the bad news for the Australian people is this. Labor won't tell us. They actually won't tell us where your $277 million has gone. I mean, seriously, for anyone listening in the car, start dreaming up where you think the Albanese government could have actually spent the $277 million that's your money that they haven't spent on the housing that they told you that they would build, and they have not. Unfortunately, the reality for the Australian people is this. And yes, they voted the Albanese government back in, but they voted on the basis of promises that have now turned out to not be true. They voted on the basis of headlines which they believed. It is a fact, under this government, they are not meeting their targets, they are not making the investments, and Australians are still struggling to get into homes. The Housing Australia Future Fund, this is not a fund for delivering homes. It has been proven now by the evidence, 2 years after it was legislated, to be nothing more and nothing less. And this is really sad. This is really sad. It's merely a headline which I would like to have stood here and said there is substance to it, but there's no substance to this at all. I want to ask the Albanese government questions, though, that they should be answering. How many young families have actually received a set of keys to a new build? Not one of your conversions, not one of the ones where you've outbidden Australian trying to get into the market. How many single mums waiting in a motel have been told that under this fund, your home is ready? How many First Nations families on the 10-year waiting list have been told, under this fund, help is on the way and you will be moving in? What we have instead is a slow suffocation by a Labor government of the great Australian dream. under a government long on promises but short on delivery. As I said, this bill, it responds to a failure of policy, a failure of governance and, quite frankly, a failure of ethics. And shame on those in the chamber who want to stand by the headline and not listen to the substance.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And it really is a delight to follow my colleague Senator Cash, who spoke extraordinarily eloquently in relation to this private members bill put forward by my good friend Senator Andrew Bragg from New South Wales, and made a number of points which Senator Cash has repeatedly made in this place over a number of years. I want to make some preliminary comments about the Housing Australia Future Fund, and I have a deep belief that there is something concerning about the establishment of off-balance sheet funds of this nature. And it troubles me when these sorts of funds are set up. What happens? The government goes out and borrows $10 billion. You've got to borrow that money up front. And then the idea is, from the returns generated from those borrowed funds, you'll use the investment returns to invest into whatever the social purpose is, and certainly housing is a valid social purpose. However, you are subject to some real risks, and one of the risks is the investment returns on the fund don't cover the costs of the borrowing. That's the first one. And secondly, the other risk is that you are forced by mandates which are introduced as part of the establishment of the fund to spend funds even if you don't necessarily have a concrete purpose or the best purpose to spend those funds within the mandated time frame. And that limits flexibility. And the third point I have is it also distorts the budget position with respect to government finances because it's an off-balance sheet fund. So those three issues with these sorts of off-balance sheet funds concern me as a matter of principle, and I'll certainly keep raising my concerns with respect to these types of funds. And I think we're finding with the Housing Australia Future Fund some of the weaknesses inherent in these sorts of off-balance sheet funds. I don't understand why the government can't simply appropriate funds during the course of a financial year and spend the funds through NGOs providing social housing or whatever the mechanism to state governments, however you want to spend it, but do it year to year and give estimates through the forward estimates as to what the future funding commitments would be. From my perspective, cut out the middleman, cut out the fund, the off-balance sheet fund, and just appropriate the funds and contribute them to the whatever the purpose is. So I have that philosophical concern. In terms of how the Housing Australia Future Fund has worked in practice, there's obviously some real concerns about whether or not the taxpayer is getting bang for their buck, and also whether or not those people who are facing the reality of a chronic shortage of affordable housing in this country at this point in time are actually being given the opportunity to address those circumstances. And it is, as Senator Cash said, it is deeply disturbing that 2 years after the announcement of the Housing Australia Future Fund, 2 years after the announcement of this $10 billion fund, the latest information we got out of estimates was only 17 houses had been built. 2 years after the announcement, 2 years after the announcement of the Housing Australia Future Fund, a $10 billion fund, the latest information is only 17 houses have been built. Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. And then the second point to observe in relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund is we learned through the Senate estimates process, and I'm not sure why we have to find these things out through the Senate estimates process. Why can't the HAF just tell us on a month-to-month basis. How many houses are you building? How many properties are you acquiring? Tell us. Be transparent. A dashboard of what you're actually achieving. We shouldn't have to draw this out like pulling teeth through the Senate estimates process. Actually tell us how you're performing. But anyway, my colleagues have used the Senate estimates process to great effect and found, and this is very curious, that in February this year it was revealed the fund had acquired and converted 340 houses from existing builds. Now that is 20 times, my math is right, that is 20 times the number of houses that had actually been built. They actually acquired, the Housing Australia Future Fund actually went onto the market and acquired houses in the market. 20 times as many houses were acquired as it built. Now that wasn't my expectation when this legislation was debated in this place. I thought this was about facilitating the construction of new housing supply. And yet those are the figures. 2 years after the announcement of the Housing Australia Future Fund, it's only built 17 houses, but it's gone out into the market and it's acquired and converted 340 houses. It's acquired 20 times more houses on the market than it's actually built. And presumably when it acquired those houses on the market, it was doing so in competition with other Australians who are potentially looking at putting an offer into those houses in relation to acquiring those houses. And what chances did they have up against the Housing Australia Future Fund? It's quite extraordinary. And then there's this phrase that's used, acquired and converted. I'm not sure what converted means, and I'd be much obliged if the minister or someone could contact my office and tell me what converted means. I understand what renovated means. So maybe these 340 houses that were acquired required renovations. And I know a colleague sitting in the chamber has a construction background and gave a very good maiden speech last night, so I'm paying you a compliment. But I'm not sure what this converted means. Does it simply mean converted from private ownership to public ownership? Is that what converted means? I don't know what converted means. But what really causes me concern is that the Housing Australia Future Fund actually acquired on market 20 times more houses than it actually built. And when it acquired those houses, it did so in competition with everyday Australians out there trying to purchase a house, probably some of them trying to purchase their first house. And potentially they're also in competition with social enterprises trying to purchase houses. It's quite troubling. It really is quite troubling as to what's happening. And this should be seen in the context where the incoming government brief provided by Treasury said, notwithstanding Labor's promise to build 1.2 million homes by 2030, and that's what Labor promised. That's what Labor promised the Australian people during the course of the last election campaign. It promised that it would build 1.2 million new homes by 2030, and then immediately after the election, when they won the election, no doubt in part because of that promise and other matters, Treasury sent an incoming brief to the newly re-elected Albanese Labor government and said, "You're no chance. You're not going to be able to build 1.2 million new homes by 2030. It's pie in the sky. Pie in the sky." So we've got 17 new houses constructed 2 years after this $10 billion fund was established. We've got 340 houses acquired and converted, whatever that means, 20 times as many houses acquired as were actually built. And then we've got Treasury advising the government that it's no chance that 1.2 million new homes will be built by 2030. So we've got the trifecta. We've got the trifecta there in terms of really disturbing information that was not apparent to this chamber, was not apparent to the Senate at the time this legislation was introduced into the Australian Parliament. Really concerning. Just think about that. And I'm sorry to belabour this point, I really am, but it just shocks me. 2 years, a $10 billion fund in 2 years has constructed 17 houses. It's just extraordinary. And they've gone onto the market and acquired 340, 20 times as many, in competition with everyday Australians. And what chance does the everyday Australian have when they're up against this $10 billion government fund? No chance. And then we have the issue which has been raised, and again, I really congratulate Senator Bragg in relation to the work he's doing in relation to this really important portfolio matter, and I really do congratulate him. I think he's doing a wonderful job. That as at March 31, the government had only spent $223 million on the Housing Australia Future Fund. But the problem with this fund is you're mandated. The legislation says you've got to spend at least $500 million by 30 June. So what happens if there isn't any sensible way in which, in that last 3 months, to pay or use or apply the balance of $277 million? What happened? Where'd the money go? What did you do? Did you go out, did the fund have to go out into the market and try and gobble up as many homes as it could in terms of meeting that shortfall of $277 million? And how many everyday Australians were prejudiced then because they were trying to purchase maybe their first property in competition with this government behemoth, $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund? We've got no transparency in relation to that. Absolutely no transparency. And the Australian people deserve transparency in relation to this $10 billion fund. It's their money. It's their money which was borrowed by the Australian government. $10 billion, and we've got no transparency with respect to what's happened to that remaining $277 million. So I note that the Auditor-General is now considering an official investigation into the Housing Australia Future Fund. It was only announced 2 years ago. And the Auditor-General is now considering, the independent Auditor-General is now considering an investigation into how this fund's operating. It's not a great start, is it? It's not a great start. You set up a $10 billion fund with borrowed money. You effectively indebt the Australian people $10 billion. You've built 17 homes in the 2 years since it was announced. You've gone onto the market and actually acquired 20 times as many homes, 340, in competition with the Australian people, and basic economics says that that had to drive the price of at least those homes up. And then you've got this $277 million figure, which you were required to spend under the legislation, no flexibility. You've got to spend that money, and we don't know what it was spent on. And now we've got the Auditor-General considering whether or not they should undertake an investigation in relation to the management of this fund. It's not a great start, is it? It's not a great start. I wonder where we'll be when we're reflecting on this fund this time next year. Will we have 32 houses and maybe they've purchased 680? I wonder. The other issue with respect to housing, and these are really important issues, and there are a number of important policies which the Coalition took to the next election, which I would hope that the government considers, because there are some systemic issues in relation to the provision of housing. In the location of my office, in the region where my office is located, in the southwest corridor of Queensland, which is at a lovely place called Springfield, there is immense population growth. There are thousands of potential residential housing lots that have been caught up in bureaucratic red tape in Canberra for up to 5 years. Up to 5 years they've been caught up in that bureaucratic red tape in Canberra. It's just madness. And those housing lots could start to be developed tomorrow if that red tape was navigated through. And one of the other policies which the which the coalition took to the last election was in relation to providing infrastructure funding to councils so that councils would get that additional support to enable them to actually invest in the infrastructure, the sewerage, the roadworks, etc., to open up new areas for housing development. And I thought that was a terrific idea, and talking to some of the councils, I know they thought it was a good idea as well.
Your time has expired. I call Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I want to commend Senator Scarr on his enlightening contribution there. It was quite something to follow, because what Senator Scarr does is highlight the issues relating to housing in this country, which many will gloss over in this debate. We've had an election, and yes, we have a returned government, but some in this place seem to think that that's a reset, that all of the issues that were there before the election have gone away, that we don't need to worry about the things we had to worry about before the election. But if you go out there, and as many of us do, and speak to our communities, you'd be reminded that the problems that were being experienced, being faced by Australians before the election, remain very much problems being faced and experienced by them now, despite there being a government returned to govern Australia. And that set of problems, those issues confronting Australians, of course, includes the matter of housing. And I just think that we cannot lose sight of the fact that this problem being experienced by Australian households, young people, even older people seeking to enter into the housing market, has not in any way lessened. The impediments to that certainly remain a problem. Senator Scarr talked through some of the suggestions we had by way of policy, including the removal of regulation and red tape, making it easier for investment to occur, assisting with the headworks costs that go into and are an impediment.
The time for this debate has expired. You will be in continuation. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of government business, and I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Universities Accord Cutting Student Debt by 20% Bill 2025. Question on the second reading, an amendment moved by Senator Faruqi.
So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Faruqi on sheet 3381 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? Yes, it's 3381 from Senator Faruqi, the second reader. Okay, so everybody good to go? We might start again. We'll put the question that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Faruqi on sheet 3381 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Ooh, the noes have it. Is a division required? A division is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Faruqi on sheet 3381 be agreed to. I call Senator Askew for the for the noes, and Senator McKim for the ayes? Yes, lovely, thank you. There being 10 ayes and 33 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. We will now put the question that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to Australian apprenticeship support loans, the Higher Education Loan Program, student start-up loans, vocational education and training student loans, and the Student Financial Supplement Scheme, and for related purposes.
Okay, is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? Senator Faruqi?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, could I move Green's amendment? No, not yet.
The question is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? If you have an objection to that, now's the time to okay. There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I move Green's amendment 3368 on sheet 3368. And as someone who has long pushed for free and universal public education, I'm proud to move this Green's amendment to wipe all student debt, because education should never be a death sentence. A one-off 20%, but really effectively 7.9% debt cut is unambitious and insufficient. It won't touch the sides of the crisis. All student debt should be wiped and TAFE and uni should be free, like it was for the Prime Minister. It's clear that Labor felt the pressure from the Greens and have realised that wiping student debt is not only possible, but it is very popular. And so I call on you to do a better job of copying our policy and go the full 100%. Student debt is a crushing burden that punishes people simply for trying to learn and to build a better life. It entrenches inequality, disproportionately affects women and people from disadvantaged backgrounds, and really serves no social good. Wiping all student debt is not radical. It is necessary. It is a step towards justice and towards recognizing that education is a public good and not a commodity to be bought and sold. We are still in the cost of living crisis, yet millions continue to have thousands of dollars hanging over their heads in student debt. Wiping student debt would free people to start families, to buy homes, and pursue further study without being shackled by decades of repayments. It would make a profound difference to so many. So I do urge the Senate to back this amendment and deliver real relief for millions of people across this country.
Minister.
I thank Senator Faruqi for her amendment. This bill provides significant relief to Australian students and workers with student debt. The bill cuts 20% off all student debts. It wipes $16 billion from student debt for 3 million Australians, which will be backdated to 1 June 2025 before indexation was applied. It also delivers important structural reforms to repayments, which will benefit generations to come. As the Minister for Education has said, and I quote, HECS blew the doors of university open. When HECS was introduced, only about 5% of the workforce had a uni degree. Now it's more than 26%. Today we have almost 1 in 2 young people in their 20s and 30s have a university degree, but it can be made better and fairer. Without HECS, fewer would get that choice. It would cut the number in half. It would effectively close the door behind those who already benefit from having a tertiary education. What the Universities Accord said was that we need more people going on to tertiary education, not fewer, and that's why the government will not support this amendment.
Any further contributions? No. Well, I will put the amendment, which is amendment on sheet 33681. 33681? Just 3368, there you go. Those of that opinion say, those in agreement say aye. Those against? No. The noes have it. Is a division required? Let's ring the bells.
Lock the doors. The question before the chair is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3368, moved by Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. I suspect there will be Senator Henderson.
Chair, I rise to move my amendment on sheet 3376.
Do you wish to speak to that amendment?
I do, Chair, and thank you very much. Look, Chair, this is a very important amendment to this bill, and this has the effect of capping indexation, help indexation at 3%. Now, this would mean that help indexation would change to the lower of CPI or 3%, ensuring that everyone with a student debt, including future students signing up for a help scheme, for a help loan, would not be lumbered with the risk of escalating high indexation as we have seen under this Labor government. Because since Labor was elected, even after changes to the way help indexation is calculated, student debt has increased by an alarming 14.3%. This is in stark contrast to the average indexation rate under the former coalition government of just 1.7%. Now, this is a proposal backed by Australia's preeminent higher education expert, Professor Andrew Norton of Monash University. And in our Senate inquiry last year into the bill, which changed HECS indexation to the lower of CPI, or the wage price index, he made it very clear that a much more certain way to proceed is to set a flat maximum indexation rate. And what he said was, this has the benefits of simplicity and reassurance. And I say to this chamber, why should anyone with a student debt face the risk of a 7.1% increase in their student debt, as happened in 2023? I mean, that was simply outrageous. And why did that happen? That happened because the Albanese government failed to control inflation. And inflation was higher for longer because inflation was homegrown. And because help indexation was directly linked just to CPI, when inflation was high, help indexation was high. And Australian students, young Australians and anyone with a help debt paid a very high price. And so the government had to scramble because with very high indexation rates, 3.9% in 2022, 7.1% in 2023 and 4.7% in 2024. Anyone with a student debt was facing an increase over those 3 years of nearly 16%. So the government scrambled and it changed the indexation methodology to be the lower of wages or CPI. And of course, that meant that there was an adjustment in the indexation, and indexation rates did come down, and that was at a cost of $3 billion, so there was some saving. But of course that only happened because wages were running at less than inflation. Real wages were going backwards, and this actually happens pretty rarely over the last 30 years. So it was a short-term fix, but it did not address the core problem. And we need to build confidence in the help scheme. We need to make sure that if anyone is going to take out a help debt, that they've got the confidence to do so and have their potential risk capped within the upper band of the RBA's inflation band, which is of course between 2 and 3%. Now, I'm bringing this amendment forward. It hasn't received the support of the coalition as a whole, but many of my colleagues have spoken to me about the positive merits of this amendment. It was something that I took forward before the last election, and I think it's a very important policy that we need to embrace as a whole. But I'm bringing this forward now because there is no time to waste. The coalition needs to present a credible policy alternatives when bills come before the Parliament. There's no point doing this in 12 months' time. This is basically saying to the Senate, here is a credible policy alternative. And frankly, I've even had a couple of conversations, and I won't disclose those conversations, with people associated with the Labor Party, and I think that they see this has got some real merit as well. So I am asking for the support of the Senate for this amendment. And I do note with disappointment Senator Faruqi's comments about not supporting this amendment. And I say, what hypocrisy from the Greens. What hypocrisy. Senator Faruqi, to be fair, you and I have been, through the chair, we've been on the same page on the huge escalation in student debt. We've been on the same page. And in some respects, particularly in higher education, we've worked quite closely together where we've got mutual interests. Now, I get the politics. Senator Faruqi, but what I don't understand is why you would oppose this amendment, because this delivers greater certainty and greater assurance for anyone signing up to a help loan. So I'm disappointed. I think there's been a dirty deal done between you and Labor, because that's what happens in this chamber. We constantly see deals behind closed doors.
Order.
Deals behind closed... Well, at least, Senator Hanson-Young, at least I've got the courage to stand up for my convictions, okay? At least I've got the courage to stand up for my convictions. So why doesn't the Green...
Order.
Why doesn't the cult...
Order.
Why doesn't the cult of the Greens...
Senator Henderson, please resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young, please cease interjecting. Senator Henderson, please direct your comments through the chair.
Thank you very much,
Senator
Chair.
Henderson.
So I just say to the Greens, I'm very disappointed that the Greens would not support this amendment, because this does provide more certainty, it does provide greater assurance, it does build confidence in the help scheme when young Australians know that they can sign up and they do not face the risk of escalating student debt year in and year out. And I am really concerned
I mean, I spoke last night on the second reading about my concerns about the student debt discount bill, because there are big winners and losers here, and I won't repeat what I said last night in my second reading speech, other than to say I am going to support the bill, but I would like to see the bill improved, and I think this does improve the bill. And I think perhaps members of the government would privately consider that as well. So I am asking the crossbench to support this amendment. This does respect the fact that young Australians have had it really tough over the last 3 years. The cost of living crisis has hit young Australians really hard. I mean, Australians struggling to put food on the table, Australians struggling to pay the rent, and then to be faced with these massive increases in student debt, which of course the government has now alleviated through this student debt discount. But this is not a way to run a loan scheme. What's going to happen? Is the government going to go to the next election with another student discount, costing Australians and the 24 million people who do not benefit from this another $16 billion? This is not the way to run a loan scheme. So a much more responsible way to run it is to cap indexation, and then for the government of the day to take its responsibility to manage inflation seriously, because it does impose greater discipline on any government to say we take our responsibility to manage inflation very, very seriously, because if we don't, we will pay the price. And because at the moment, what's happening under our scheme, with the help loan scheme with indexation uncapped, it is Australian students and debtors which are paying the price and wearing the loan scheme. So I would say to the Greens, please reconsider your position. I would say to the crossbench, please support this amendment, because this is common sense policy. This is sensible policy. And this is acting in the best interests of young Australians seeking to enter tertiary education. This is acting in the best interests of all Australians, and that's why I'm asking that this amendment be supported. Thank you, Chair.
The question is, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The government will not be supporting Senator Henderson's amendment, and by Senator Henderson's own admission, the opposition is clearly not supporting her amendment either. We have already acted to fix indexation. In case Senator Henderson wasn't paying attention, last year we capped indexation at the lower of CPI and the wage price index. That change applied retrospectively from 1 June 2023 and ensures that help debts don't grow faster than wages in the future. This was a recommendation of the Universities Accord and the government acted on it. That should be no news to Senator Henderson. She was the Shadow Minister for Education when that bill was introduced, and at the time she didn't seek to amend it to limit indexation. Senator Henderson claims that she cares about rising student debt, but perhaps Senator Henderson has forgotten the changes that she, as the then Shadow Minister, put forward at the last election to shift the cost of Commonwealth prac payments back into student debts. They released their costings on Thursday before the election with the hope that no one would notice, relentlessly seeking to shift costs to students before prac payments even started. Instead of the government providing $331 per week to teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students to offer a bit of support while they're undertaking their prac placements, the Coalition wanted to make those students add that cost to their own HECS debt. According to the Coalition's costing, that would look like adding $556 million to student debts over 4 years, driving up their HECS debt, increasing repayment times, reinforcing a fact that young people already knew, that the Coalition has no interest in supporting students and young Australians whatsoever.
Senator Henderson.
Just a question for the Minister. And Minister, I just want to, I'm very aware of the change in indexation because I've just spoken about it. So, of course, late last year, in a mad scramble, the government did change indexation. It was pegged to CPI, and it's now the lower of wages, the wage price index, or the consumer price index. And I don't appreciate being belittled when it's clear that I understood the change in indexation. And of course, the only reason there was a benefit of some $3 billion delivered to all Australian students, Minister, was because wages were going backwards. And that's the only circumstances when wages will be lower than CPI. And so that says a lot about the Albanese government's mismanagement of the economy over the last term of this parliament. And so, Minister, I firstly want to ask you the question, would you confirm and not mislead this Senate by making it very clear that currently HECS indexation is uncapped, isn't it? That's the case, Minister. HECS indexation is uncapped. There is no fixed maximum ceiling. So under your government's scheme, we could see a situation where there is high wages, a high wage price index and high consumer price index, and Australian students and debtors will pay the price. And let's not forget the changes to the repayment schedule for someone earning $70,000 paying the minimum amount. That repayment will take, it's estimated, in excess of 50 years, Minister. 50 years. 50 years where you're saddling primarily women, because women are more likely to work part-time than men. When this government is saddling so many young Australians with the risk of having this debt around their neck for the best part of a lifetime. So this is why, and of course this is something that the Shadow Minister has also very ably argued, this is why the student debt discount is a short-term sugar hit. But so I say to you, Minister, could you please confirm and be transparent in this Senate that the HECS indexation, the methodology which currently applies, is uncapped, which is why this amendment that I'm bringing forward is so important. And secondly, you've raised the PRAC payments. Now, in relation to the PRAC payments, the university sector, on the whole, rejected the PRAC payments because the government was asking the university sector to be basically operate as Services Australia and delve into the private information of students in circumstances where universities don't have that capacity. Universities are not Centrelink. But to your point about PRAC payments, if you are caring about young Australians, as you say you are, because the intention of changing in the last election and the policy that was announced, and yes, I agree, it was announced very late in the piece and I've been raised concerns about that. The intention was to ensure that students right across the board could benefit from PRAC payments, Minister, not just nurses and those doing midwifery and those doing social work and teachers. And so I would say to you, Minister, if you're going to celebrate this PRAC payment scheme, why has the government failed to include other students in the PRAC payment scheme? Because that was our proposal. We wanted to broaden the PRAC payment scheme so that every student would benefit. Because believe it or not, there are veterinary students out there and they are doing the most incredible job in remote and regional Australia where there are acute shortages, where they get nothing from this government and they are trying to make ends meet too. But this is just an indication where the government doesn't care about students who do veterinary science, and what about those who study allied health? Why don't they matter, Minister? I would say to you that every young Australian going to university, every young Australian going to TAFE, every young Australian embarking on tertiary studies matters, And so what the government has done with its prac payment scheme has picked winners and losers. Medical students as well have also raised concerns. And so I would ask you why, Minister, those students were excluded from the prac payment scheme as well.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Henderson appears to be debating last year's bill, not the bill that is in front of the chamber today. Last year, before the election, we fixed how HECS indexation was done. We made it the lower of CPI and the wage price index. I know Senator Henderson has a different proposal now that is not supported by her own party. This is a proposal that Senator Henderson might have taken to her party and to the chamber last year when we passed our legislation to fix HECS indexation. She is debating a bill from the previous Parliament, not the bill that we have in front of us today. We have fixed HECS indexation in terms of making sure that it's the lower of CPI and WPI. And in addition, Senator Henderson makes claims about inflation and how inflation is running. If her 3% measure was applied today, of course it would be higher than inflation. When we took office, inflation had a 6 in front of it. Because of the measures that we've put in place over a sustained period of time, inflation now has a 2 in front of it. So I understand that Senator Henderson's trying to prosecute both legislation and economic debates from the previous Parliament. She's doing that in an apparently friendless way in terms of not having the support of her own party to support the measures that she is putting forward. We are really proud, of course, that we have a bill in front of us today that does exactly what we said that we would do before the election. Before the election, we said we would wipe $16 billion off the debt of 3 million Australians, and that is exactly what this bill does today. This is a bill that for the person with an average HECS debt of around $27,000 will save them $5,500. It will wipe 20% off their HECS debt. We said that we were going to do that. We took that to the election. The Australian people voted for it, and that is the legislation that we have in front of us today. This is legislation that reduces people's student loan debt by 20%, an average saving of $5,500. And in addition to that, we are making the way in which HECS debt is repaid better and fairer as well. We are raising the minimum repayment threshold from around $54,000 to around $67,000. And the purpose of that is to allow students to earn a reasonable wage before they have to start repaying their student debt. We want people's higher education to start paying off for them before they have to start paying off their HECS debt. And at the same time, we're also reforming the marginal repayment system, meaning that people will repay their HECS debt calculated on only the proportion of income that is above that threshold, the $67,000 threshold, rather than their total annual income. These are the measures that are actually in the bill that is before us today. This is a bill that does what it says on the label. It cuts student debt by 20%. It provides an average saving of $5,500 per year for the average HECS debt of around $27,000. It makes the repayments fairer by raising the minimum repayment threshold to $67,000. And it also reforms and introduces a marginal repayment system, meaning that repayments are calculated on the proportion of income above the threshold rather than someone's total annual income. And on that measure, the reform in relation to the marginal repayment system, someone earning $70,000 a year will have their compulsory repayments reduced by $1,300 a year, currently from $1,750 down to $450. So this is really significant reform. In addition to doing what we said we were going to do and wiping 20% off student debt, we are also making the way in which people's loans are repaid better and fairer. And we are doing that because we know that student debts are a significant burden on young people in Australia today. That's why we took this measure to the election alongside a whole series of measures to provide cost of living relief to Australians. We know that people who are starting out in life in their 20s are just setting themselves up in life. It might be a time in life where they're thinking about buying a house. It might be a time in life where they're thinking about starting a family. It's a time in life when they're embarking on their career. And we know that too many young Australians are weighed down by the debt that they have. And that is why we took to the election this measure, a 20% reduction in student debt. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister said, when asked what is the first thing that this Parliament will do and will consider, the Prime Minister said HECS debt relief, that would be our first piece of legislation. And here we are today in the Senate, ready to pass this bill, a bill that will cut student debt by 20%, a bill that will give the person with the average HECS debt a $5,500 saving, a bill that will also improve the way in which repayments are made by making sure that people earn more before they have to start paying their debt back. Around $67,000 a year is the new minimum repayment threshold. At the same time, people's repayments will be calculated just on the income that they make above that new threshold of $67,000. So we are doing exactly what we said we were going to do. We said we would wipe 20% of student debt. We said it would be the first thing that we would do, and that is exactly what we have in front of us in the chamber today. And of course, the HECS system is a really proud Labor legacy that has helped so many Australians go to university. We want a sustainable HECS system that allows us to continue to support more students to go to university and have the benefits of higher education. One of the improvements that we are making with this bill is to reform the marginal repayment system, meaning that the way in which your repayments will be calculated will be on the proportion of income above the new repayment threshold. And that is a reform that has been welcomed by the architect of HECS, Professor Bruce Chapman, who said it was the most significant reform since HECS was introduced. We know that we need more Australians to get the benefits of tertiary education. When HECS was introduced, there was a very small proportion of Australians who actually had a tertiary education. Our government wants more people to have the benefits of tertiary education and the opportunities that it brings. These reforms to HECS will help students. It will help young Australians with the cost of living. It will help them repay their HECS debts as well. And of course, we are committed to more Australians being able to get the benefits of university by having a sustainable HECS system. A HECS system that was introduced by a Labor government and is being improved by a Labor government who is doing exactly what we said we would do before the election, and that is cutting $16 billion of debt on top of the $3 billion that we already cut in the previous term.
The question is Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I did want to take the opportunity to speak to this amendment. Obviously, the opposition have made it clear that we won't be supporting the amendment, but not because the amendment, I know, to disappoint Senator Henderson, not because it's a bad amendment, but because we felt that in terms of this Labor bill, which is before us, there would be a better time to deal with the good proposals by Senator Henderson, something that I think we will certainly like to advance as part of a policy down the track. But to that end, we have indicated, as I said in my second reading contribution, that we will not stand in the way of this legislation. Despite the claims the Minister makes, we remain concerned about elements of it, especially around this suggestion that the world is all peachy now. Because of this legislation, the world for young people, students who might be encumbered with debt, is much better. I mean, we hear claims that they've fixed inflation as if it's a permanent and ongoing arrangement. Things might be better now, but there are things beyond this government's control which have an impact on these arrangements, to the points made by Senator Henderson. So while we won't be supporting the amendment before us today, we do say that there are elements of it which do carry merit. And so I commend Senator Henderson for bringing forward amendments for discussion. And the good thing is about the coalition is I work with colleagues who have minds of their own. They think. It may not be a bunch of automatons doing what is told to them by their leader. We can do our own thing. And so it's great to have robust debate. It's great to have different opinions expressed, and that's something I will always welcome from my colleagues. Yes, it might make a bit more work from time to time, but I'm up for that. That's why we're here, to actually have a free flow of ideas and a frank exchange of views. So I accept the points that Senator Henderson has made, but I don't accept some of the commentary provided by the Minister around what this does in terms of fixing everyone's problems once and for all, and the world is a better place because of this. It goes some way and costs a lot. It doesn't change things. We've had 2 days of churlish political point scoring in question time in relation to this stuff, and I would say to Minister Walsh, take a page out of Minister Clare's book when it comes to being bipartisan. That's a minister who's shown us how government can work with opposition. He's been forward-leaning, he's been proactive, he's been professional, he hasn't sought to score political points on this or other matters. And I welcome that. I think that's what Australians want from leaders, which is why I find it baffling that you're here progressing this legislation. We've got very serious issues on the cards when it comes to this portfolio, especially in the early learning space, and we spend time, in question time, scoring political points. I just don't understand how that is what a leader should do in this debate when young Australians, including those who frequent the galleries upstairs, look down on us and see what we're doing, be it in question time or other points in the debate. So I welcome Minister Clare's bipartisanship on a range of education measures. As stated, we're not going to stand in the way of government delivering some relief to young Australians, but certainly would welcome an increased approach to bipartisanship on matters that affect all Australians, including young Australians who are embarking upon higher education and the costs that they bear as a result. So as stated, we won't be supporting the amendment, but I thank Senator Henderson for her efforts in this, but look forward to working with her into the future on anything we may do.
If there being no... Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. Look, I firstly wanted to thank Senator Duniam for his very kind words. I've worked very closely with Senator Duniam and many other colleagues in relation to this and many other matters in the education portfolio. This is one of the great things about being a member of the Liberal Party. We are able to bring ideas forward from the backbench, and while I'm not thrilled about being on the backbench, I have to confess, It certainly does allow all members on our side to collaboratively work with shadow ministers and to bring forward ideas in a way that's collegiate and constructive. And I just want to thank all of my colleagues with whom I have worked very constructively on this amendment, but particularly I want to thank Senator Duniam for his kind words and for the constructive way that we, and very close way that we have worked together. I just want to also indicate that I agree with Senator Duniam. I think the minister is playing unnecessary politics, and I don't think that, and the ribbing that I received yesterday during question time about being on the back bench is pretty shabby, frankly, because if a member of the Labor Party wanted to bring forward an amendment contrary to Labor Party policy, guess what happens in the Labor Party? That member gets expelled. And so, unlike the command and control in the Labor Party, where any alternate voices or alternate ideas are shut down, and we, of course, have seen one member of your party move to the crossbench as a result of her having different ideas. One of the great traditions of our party is the ability to express our views and our conscience as a member of the backbench. And so I say to the minister, perhaps it is about time, and I've seen this in the childcare space, perhaps it is about time that you stop playing so much politics, started acting a little bit more graciously, and I would ask you to do so in relation to my right and the way that my party backs my ability to bring forward an amendment in the national interest, and particularly in the best interests of young Australians and future Australians thinking about going to university or vocational education. And it is one of the really big flaws of the student debt discount bill that it basically cuts off from 1st of June. So any student looking to enrol in semester 2, and of course semester 2 is just about to start, they are completely left behind. There's no discount for them. And of course there's no discount for future students. I also just want to say to the Minister, you may not be aware, Minister, but the indexation rate which was announced on the 1st of April and applies from the 1st of June this year is actually doesn't have a 2 in front of it, Minister, as you tried to suggest and mislead the Senate in my view. It is actually 3.2%. So the current help indexation rate applying this year is 3.2%. So this proposal to cap indexation at 3% would deliver a moderate saving to each individual student and debtor, and so that would deliver immediate cost of living relief, and it's only fairly modest, as I say, but over time, when that compounds year after year, that starts to make a really, really big difference. But I think what's more important about this cap is it gives absolute certainty and it builds confidence in the help scheme. So, Minister, I perhaps would ask you to correct the record and ask you to confirm that the help indexation rate that applies this year does not have a 2 in front of it, but in fact is 3.2%.
The question is, were you seeking the call, Minister, or will I put the question? Oh, sorry, Senator Pocock's on his feet.
Unless, thank you, Deputy President and Chair. I want to thank Senator Henderson for her work on this amendment. It makes a lot of sense to me to have a ceiling on indexation, given what HEX is for. HEX is there to ensure that university education can be provided to more Australians, and also recognise that for most people who go through university, that increases their earning potential. So we want people to be able to go to university, have a HEX debt, but then be able to repay that debt. And clearly some certainty around the maximum level of indexation, I think would be really helpful in this scheme, given what we've seen happen over the last few years. I also want to acknowledge the government's work to reform indexation. Must acknowledge that they did good work in the last term around this, changing the way that it is set and calculated, but it's only half the job done. We are still charging people with a HECS debt, Australians with a HECS debt, indexation, effectively interest on money they've already repaid to the ATO, which I just find the most outrageous thing, that we have a system where you can repay 11 months to the ATO and then get charged indexation on that amount. I got the PBO to look at this, and their calculation is that over the next 4 years, Australians with a HECS debt will pay to the ATO $700 million of indexation on amounts that they've already repaid to the ATO. Can you imagine the outrage if banks were charging interest on mortgage repayments that had already been paid back to that bank? We obviously don't allow it. Why do we allow this system that penalises people with a HECS debt? Minister, I'm interested to hear from you. Why aren't we changing the date of indexation? I acknowledge the work you've done, but there's still more to do when it comes to indexation.
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I was in the process of jumping before, Chair, but understand that I didn't quite get the call just to respond to Senator Henderson that the HECS indexation going forward will, of course, reflect the low inflation that we have, inflation and a CPI rate with a 2 in front of it, so I can confirm that. And I appreciate the feedback on question time. Always good to get feedback from the opposition on question time. But this is a bill that is about doing what we said we were going to do and cutting student debt. And I'll go to some of Senator Pocock's comments now as well. Senator Pocock, I think you've acknowledged in your statement that this is a significant piece of reform and that you'd also like to see it go further. Again, the bill that we have in front of us today reduces student debts that existed on 1 June 2025 by 20%. It also raises the minimum repayment threshold to allow students to start earning a reasonable wage before they have to start repaying their student debt, which is a really important reform. And of course, we are introducing a marginal repayment system, which means that repayments are calculated on the proportion of income above that threshold of $67,000. So these are really important reforms. We said we were going to reduce student debt by 20%, $16 billion, 3 million Australians. We took it to the election. Australians supported it, and we look forward to having the support of the Parliament and the Chamber. In relation to the measure that you're talking about in terms of further changes to indexation and the dates at which indexation occur. There were a number of recommendations which were made under the Universities Accord, a large piece of reform, a big agenda, the biggest review that was done on the higher education system in 15 years. And a range of recommendations were made in that accord. And the bill that we have in front of us today, of course, goes to implementing some of the recommendations of the Universities Accord. we have either fully or in part implemented 31 of the 47 recommendations. And in terms of further recommendations like the one that you have spoken about, those recommendations are also getting worked through by the new Australian Tertiary Education Commission, which has commenced in an interim capacity from 1 July, and that's been led by Professor Mary O'Kane, AC, as the Chief Commissioner, and we look forward to coming back to the Parliament with more legislation about that. So we're really proud of the work that the Universities Accord did and the program of work that it gave us. We are continuing to work through those recommendations, and of course what we have in front of us today is a bill which does what it said it was going to do, does what it says on the label, which is reduce student debt by 20%.
Senator Pocock was on his feet first. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair and Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. I accept that a lot of stuff has been sort of put into sort of future reviews and future pieces of work. I still don't understand how there's any justification to charge indexation on amounts that have already been repaid to the ATO. And one of my other big questions with the government's approach to student debt is why there hasn't been a reform of job-ready graduates. In opposition, when you were in opposition, before I was in the Senate, I heard so much from the Labor Party about how bad job-ready graduates was, how it was going to saddle students with extra debt, what a terrible thing it was. And indeed, the PBO says that it has added an additional $10.2 billion worth of debt to Australians by having this program. And I just don't understand why there's no urgency to actually deal with the root cause. Yes, the 20% wiping of student debt, very welcome for people who have a HEX debt, but if you're starting in the humanities next semester, or even in the last, in the last little while, this doesn't really help at all. And so when will the government move from going for the headline to actually some serious hard reform, which is so overdue in the university sector? And if you speak to almost any Vice-Chancellor across the country, one of the first things they raise is job-ready graduates. It's not working. Your government knew that while you were in opposition. You've known that for the last 3 years, and rather than getting on with redesigning that program, you've punted it to another body and said, well, that piece of work can happen down the track. When will the Labor government get serious about reform in this area when it comes to job-ready graduates and saddling students with more debt?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Well, we are very serious about reducing student debt, and that's exactly why we're here in the chamber today with a bill that does what we said we were going to do before the election. We said we were going to wipe 20% off students' debt, and that is exactly what we are doing. For the average student, that's $5,500. For the average person with a HEX debt of around $27,000. We think that is a really significant assistance to people. We said we were going to wipe 20% off student debt. That's the bill that we have in front of us today. It's really going to help young Australians who are just starting out in life. In addition, of course, we are making with this bill the other reforms that I've already spoken about, raising the minimum repayment threshold and this marginal repayment reform, again, which Professor Bruce Chapman, the architect of HEX, has said is the most significant reform since the system was actually introduced. So we are making significant reform, Senator Pocock, and we are doing what we said we were going to do. We have a bill in front of the Parliament, of course, that the people of Australia have voted for and supported. And in relation to further recommendations of the Universities Accord, a big body of work that we did, a big body of work that is more than one budget and more than one MyEFO, but is actually a blueprint for the future of higher education. We look forward to working with Professor O'Kane and with ATEC to continue to progress the University Accord recommendations.
Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Chair. And I also note this is not my first speech. It is worth pausing on the significance that this is the first piece of legislation tabled by the Albanese government in the 48th Parliament. That's no accident. It's a deliberate choice by a government determined to set the tone, a tone of fairness, vision and of investment in the future of this country. Labor recognises that many young people are facing cost of living burdens that were not faced by their predecessors. We want to ease these burdens because we need students to understand that they have a stake in our country. When they feel that sense of stake, they contribute that back tenfold. That's what improves intergenerational equity. The headline grabber in this bill is the 20% debt wipe. What's less talked about, but equally impactful, is the structural changes regarding the minimum payment thresholds that the Minister has outlined and how much you will need to repay and when. The bill does raise the trigger threshold from $54,000 to $67,000. Previously, that $54,000 was not too far above the annual minimum wage. So effectively, you were starting to pay HECS immediately on the lowest of incomes. Raising this payment threshold, as the Minister, Jason Clare, put it, means that you start paying off your uni degree when your uni starts paying off for you. As well, we're replacing the current repayment system with a new marginal repayment system. Unlike the previous arrangement, the new system proposed in this bill will mean nobody will take home less money after a pay rise. This is a recommendation supported, as we've heard, by the architect of HECS, Professor Bruce Chapman, who said we should have done it years ago. We're doing it now, and it's taken an Albanese Labor government to deliver it. Promise made and promise kept. If you spend even a few minutes on social media, you'll see post after post from young Australians sharing their struggles. People working multiple jobs while studying, people who see the dream of home ownership slipping further out of reach, people who are doing everything right yet feel they're just treading water. This bill is an investment in those people who have taken the brave step and invested in their learning and their future, and we should all support that. Minister, as a Senator for Tasmania, I'm very keen to understand what this will mean for those students with a debt in my home state. My understanding is the average outstanding debt in Tasmania is around $23,000, and that a 20% reduction in that debt is worth more than $4,500 to each of the 50,000 Tasmanians who will benefit. And if we look a bit further afield, in Victoria, this bill will wipe $4.7 billion of debt for the 805,264 young Victorians with a HECS debt, including the 17,719 Victorians in the electorate of Corangamite, who, if Senator Henderson had her way at the election, would have not got this debt reduction at all. So, Minister, what impact will these changes have on Australian students, including those in Tasmania and Victoria, now and into the future?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Senator Dowling, for the question. And you said in your question that too many young Australians are treading water right now with the debt that they have, and that's why we made this commitment to cut student debt by 20%. It's why the Prime Minister said it would be the first order of business for the Parliament, and that's exactly why we're here. And it's great to hear that for those people in your great home state of Tasmania, the average debt relief will be around $4,500. I'm sure your constituents in Tasmania are really pleased that the government is doing exactly what we said we were going to do.
Senator Pocock.
Chair, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that, but I just wanted to bring you back to the Australian Universities Accord. And from my reading, the very first recommendation, the first mention of reform is replacing the Job Ready Graduates package. And I'd just like to impress on the Senate how urgent this task is. It's all good to be wiping 20% of student debt, but going forward, where is the equity in our system? Why are we penalising students that happen to choose certain courses that are now double the price? Where is the courage from the Albanese government to take on hard reform? And I want to read for the Senate from the Universities Accord what they had to say about replacing the Job Ready Graduates package. The JRG package needs to be replaced. Its purpose of providing price signals to influence student subject choices has failed. Labor told us this when they were in opposition. We're now into their second term and JRG remains in universities. Only 1.5% of students applied to enrol in courses they would not have applied for under the pre-JRG student contribution arrangements. It has left some students facing extremely high student contributions and large help debts that do not reflect their future earning potential, and tilted the overall cost burden of higher education further onto students and away from the Australian government. There's obviously a cost to reforming JRG. The government is sort of acknowledging that by wiping 20% of student debt. But this is the job of government, surely. That is why governments are elected, to actually take on hard reform. Back to the Accord. Particularly significant was the 113% rise in student contributions for students studying communications, humanities, other society and culture, and human movement. By cutting student and Commonwealth contributions to other disciplines, the JRG package also reduced the amount of funding available to engineering and mathematics. The review recommends that the Australian government reduce student contributions for those affected by JRG and moves towards a student contribution system based on potential lifetime earnings. Yes, this isn't simple. There's work to do here, but please urge the Albanese Labor government to get cracking on this. You've had 3 years. We can't just kick this to another body, have another review. This is urgent for our higher education sector, which you just have to look across the country, is struggling to actually undertake their mission of educating Australians and undertaking really important research. And we went through this with the, I think, really ill-conceived ESOS bill, where after a long time of taking away funding from universities, they've gone out and relied on international students for cross-subsidisation for everything from funding research to, if you look at universities like University of Western Sydney, to actually cross-subsidising their equity programs, providing lunch, food pantries to students who are food insecure. And we're not listening to them and saying, well, actually, let's make your funding model sustainable. So again, Minister, could you maybe just outline to the Senate what the government's proposed process and timeline is for reforming JRG?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Well, we are here in the chamber today with a bill that cuts student debt by 20%. That cuts $16 billion of student debt on top of the $3 billion in student debt that we already cut. We are proud of the commitment that we took to the election to do that. We're proud to have a bill in front of the chamber today, and we look forward to the support of the chamber to assist students to have their HECS debt cut by an average of $5,500 a year for the graduate who has around $27,000 in debt, a $5,500 cut to their HECS. And at the same time, we are also raising the minimum repayment threshold to allow students to start earning a reasonable wage before they have to start repaying their student debt from $54,000 to $67,000 a year. And of course, we want people to see their higher education paying off for them before they have to start paying off their HECS debt. And you talk about reform, Senator Pocock. Again, we are making one of the most significant reforms in how HECS repayments are made. This reform around a marginal repayment system where HECS repayments are calculated on just the proportion of income above the threshold is really significant. Again, the most significant reform that we've seen to HECS since it was introduced to help people get an education here in this country. In relation to further work, there is always more work to do. We are implementing the recommendations of the Universities Accord.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Chair, and I note that this is not my first speech. Today, we have the chance to deliver relief, real, tangible relief, to over 3 million Australians by supporting the government's proposal to reduce student debt by 20%. And yet, we are being told by some in this chamber and outside it that this move is not good for Australians. I ask you, which Australians are you talking about? Because the Australians that I know, the students juggling 2 casual jobs to pay rent, the young families trying to save for a house while paying back degrees they finished years ago, the regional kids who left everything behind just to have a shot at uni, this 20% reduction will change their lives now. It will mean breathing room, a chance to build, to plan, to contribute more fully to the economy. Not 5 or 10 years from now, but now through lower repayments. Let's be honest. For too long, we've told young people that education is a public good while treating their debt like a private burden. Indexation has quietly outpaced wage growth. Their debts have compounded while the previous coalition government allowed wages to stagnate. Students then accrued thousands in interest before they even reached the repayment threshold. The HECS system was morphing from a safety net into a slow anchor, dragging down the very people we rely on to power our future. In Labor's last term, we changed the way HECS is indexed to fix the issue of unfair debt growth. And now, when this government proposes immediate financial assistance, wiping 20% off that burden, some dare to say it's not fair. What's not fair is a 22-year-old graduate owing huge and increasing debt for a degree that society demands but refuses to value in dollars. What's not fair is that student debt has grown faster than the housing market and faster than real wages. And we're just told young people to keep quiet and keep paying. What's not fair is the fact that people are deferring life milestones, starting families, buying homes, launching small businesses, not out of choice, but because their debt holds them back. We are not talking about luxuries here. We are talking about dignity, about fairness, about the right to pursue an education without being trapped by it for many years to come. This is not just a policy fix. It is a signal that the government sees them, hears them, and values their contribution. It's also economically smart. Reducing student debt gives young Australians more spending power, more capacity to invest in their future, more confidence in their financial footing. This isn't just a social good, it's economic stimulus. Let's not forget, when we invest in young Australians, we are investing in nurses, teachers, engineers, scientists, and social workers. These are not future hypotheticals. These are the very people holding up our society today, and we owe them more than silence. So no, I will not just sit here while some pretend that student debt relief is a handout. It is a correction, and it is about restoring faith in government education policy. By backdating the cut in debt to the 30th of June, we are fulfilling our campaign promise, a promise we made to Australians and a promise they voted for. To disregard the wishes of Australians is undemocratic. It is an insult to our political system and the core of Australian values. To those who claim this is not good for Australians, I say this. Young Australians are not a side issue. They are not a future issue. They are Australians now. And this policy, this 20% reduction in HECS debt, is something we are doing for their future and for ours. Support this measure. Give these Australians a fair go. Let this chamber send a clear message today that we don't just talk about opportunity, we deliver it. That when young Australians speak, we listen, and that their future is worth fighting for, because it's our future too. My question for the Minister is, what will the proposed changes mean for students and young Australians right across the country, and why has the government taken this approach?
Minister.
Well, thank you so much, Senator Walker, and thank you for bringing the voices of young Australians to the chamber today. And we look forward to your advocacy on this issue, on other issues facing young Australians, and indeed on all of the issues that you bring your voice to our Parliament. And of course, young Australians can look to benefit from this bill that is ahead of the Parliament today. This is a bill that cuts student debt by 20%. When somebody leaves university and they end up with the average HECS debt that people have today of around $27,000, they'll see $5,500 taken off their HECS bill. And that's what young Australians will see. They'll also see a government that is doing exactly what we said we were going to do.
The question before the chair, Senator Hanson, I will give you the call. I will just remind the chamber that we do have a question before the chair. That is the amendment moved by Senator Henderson. Debate has become pretty wide-ranging rather than on that amendment, but Senator Hanson, you have the call.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. Look, I want to put on the record how One Nation feels about this and my feelings about this. I understand the cost of living, people are doing it tough out there, families. You know, the government has actually, they said we gave a taxation relief of $5 a week. That was fantastic. Maybe they're not paying $7 for their coffee now, they're going to be paying $2, but that's what it averages out as one cup of coffee. This was purely buying the vote of the younger generation. That's all this is. Yeah. And what you've done here, you've actually said to me, oh, well, we're going to pay for your debt, but forget about all the other Australians out there who are struggling and want to see benefit for their taxes. What we're going to see here, the people in the gallery, and I think you need to understand this, this government is adding another $16 billion debt by wiping this 20% off the debt of students. We already are owed $81 billion in debt from HECS debts. $81 billion. This is another $16 billion. Yes, people are doing it tough out there, but the fact is we cannot keep paying. People have to have skin in the game. What I'm hearing and seeing that too many people just said, oh no, well I'm going to university. They haven't got the grades, they shouldn't be at university, they're not academically minded, but we push them through a system and the taxpayer's paying for it. This is only going to, put more debt onto a lot of those people, because if they don't have 50% of income by the PBO, as they indicated, that if you actually, on their modelling, the graduate with a low income of 50% of an average graduate income upon completion of their degree will fall below the new minimum repayment threshold, it will take approximately another 8 years to pay off their repayments. This will add approximately another $21,467 to their repayments. Do they know that? So you're not helping a lot of people out there at all. And you're raising a threshold from nearly $54,500 up to $67,000 before they start repaying back. Yet I'll bring to your attention to, under the Family Law Act, you will force a parent to pay back payments to the other parent at $27,000, but you're not allowing, you're going to raise it to $67,000 before they even pay anything back. This is going to give relief to those people out there that have passed their degrees, PhDs on really good incomes, about 55,000 people. You're going to give them a cut of around about $25,000 a year. Why should someone who's a tradie, who's 15 or 16, got in to be a tradesperson now, why should their taxes go to pay for someone who will end up, possibly, if they get their, do their studies, to get a well-paying job, and we're going to give them that relief? I put it to the public here. You go to the bank, you actually want to put in for a loan, and you go to the bank, and the agreement is, this is what my income is, this is what I can pay back. They stipulate what your payments must be. Do you think that if you go to the bank and they say, oh, listen, mate, I want a 20% reduction on my loan, do you think you're going to get it? Do you honestly think that the taxpayer should be doing that as well? You knew the terms of the agreement when you signed up to this, and it should not be going back to other people that are owing the money to the taxpayers. We have hospitals, education, failing systems, infrastructure. We are in one hell of a mess. People are living homeless. But this was a vote by the Labor Party to bring this in. I've got no problem with helping those who need that helping hand. But as a vote buyer, that's all you ever do, is you cheat the people and you expect others to pay the cost for it. And the people of Australia can't keep affording this time and time again. Under Labor, the cost of health has gone up 13%, food 14%, rent 18% and insurance 36%. Minister, under this indexation, and I will be supporting Senator Henderson's amendment to this bill because I think it's going to be very good for this. One Nation will not be supporting this bill as a whole because I just think it's an absolute disgrace, a vote buyer, to get the young ones engaged in it. So more handouts. Taxpayers can't afford it, so we will not support the bill as a whole. What are you going to do into the future to rein in those people that are still owing the money? You've blown it out. Okay, as I said to you, it's going to blow out by 8 years. How are you going to address that with these people that are going to have a longer-term debt, add another $21,000 to their debt? How do you intend to deal with that? Because that's what you're actually doing here. You're adding years to the debt and another $21,000 to those who don't reach that income. What are you going to do to address that?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Senator Hanson. And you talked about people who don't go to university in your question, and also people who do, and how this affects them. I just want to be really clear that this bill applies to people who have loans that they have accrued through vocational education and training as well, and also through their apprenticeship loans. And it's really important that those Australians also get the 20% cut in their debt as well, on their VET course debt and on their apprenticeship debt as well. And of course, we're also extending free TAFE to hundreds of thousands of Australians as well, and benefiting hundreds of thousands of people through both of those measures. And of course the government is providing considerable cost of living relief that goes to all Australians on a range of measures in a range of ways. In terms of how the repayment methods that we're introducing help people, in addition to cutting $16 billion of debt, 20% debt relief for 3 million Australians. In addition to that, of course, we're raising the minimum repayment threshold to $67,000 a year. That means people get to earn more before they have to start dealing with their debt. And when they do reach that threshold, their HECS debt repayments will only be calculated on the proportion of their income that is above that threshold. And that's going to give people quite a significant saving. For example, someone earning a few $1,000s above the threshold, so $70,000, will have their compulsory repayments reduced by $1,300 a year, down to just $450 a year, which is a really huge benefit to those people. And of course, the term compulsory repayments is really important. People can make voluntary repayments to reduce their debt at any time they would like to. Again, this is really significant reform, 20% off HECS, $16 billion wiped, in addition to the $3 billion wiped in the previous Parliament, helping 3 million Australians.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you talked about government is providing cost of living relief. Where does government money come from?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. The bill before us reduces HECS debts by 20%, and it's $16 billion out of the accounts of Australians who have a HECS debt. And the way in which that will be provided for is through the budget, and it's a fully costed policy in the budget.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Minister. I'm not asking if it was fully costed, and I understand what's involved with the bill. I asked you a specific question. Where is government money coming from to pay for government providing cost of living relief? Where does the government money come from that pays for the HECS debt forgiveness cut? What makes up government money? Because that is fundamental, that the government doesn't understand that. Neither did your predecessors. But if you don't understand where government money comes from, how the hell can you justify spending it?
Minister.
Thank you. This is a commitment that we took to the Australian people at the election. The Australian people voted for it. We have a bill in front of the chamber. We look forward to support for the bill.
Senator Roberts.
Minister, you don't know, it seems, that government money comes from taxpayers. Taxpayer money, not government money, taxpayer money. This is so infuriating. You're destroying the country. You also talk about cost of living relief because of government. That's because of government policies. Where is that money coming from? Cost of living relief. I'll tell you where it's coming from. It's coming from taxpayers. Am I correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. This is a commitment that the government took to the Australian people. It is funded through the budget. There are a range of revenues for the budget, and the government took this commitment to the election. The Australian people supported it. We have a bill in front of the chamber. And this is a bill that will reduce student debt by 20%. It will wipe $16 billion of debt from people's HECS accounts, also their vet accounts, their apprenticeship accounts. And we think it's really important that we do exactly what we said we were going to do. That's why it's the first bill that we introduced to the Parliament, and it will provide significant assistance to 3 million Australians.
Senator Roberts.
Simple question, Minister. Are taxpayers on the hook for your 20% cut? Do the taxpayers pay it ultimately? That's all I want to know.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. There are a range of revenues for the budget that support the budget. The policy is fully costed. It's been put to the Australian people. It's been overwhelmingly supported, and we are here today to consider a bill that reduces student debt by 20%. And like many government measures, this measure is provided for in the budget.
Senator Hanson.
Minister, my understanding of the bill, please correct me if I'm wrong, that $81 billion that's actually already owned in HECS debt and help debts, you're actually going to give that 20% relief to them, those people. There is one that's been brought to my attention of a person who has raked up an $800,000 HECS debt. Will they also be getting a 20% relief on that $800,000 HECS debt? Also, I'd like to know, if a person's taken a HECS debt, why have we got professional students that finish a course, go on to do another course, become professional students that are constantly taking out debt all the time, now being relieved by the taxpayer? Why shouldn't they have to do one course, pay back the taxpayer or attempt to pay back the taxpayer, rather than becoming professional students who are feeding off the welfare of the taxpayer and now getting relief? Minister, so the $800,000, they're going to get a tax relief of 20% off their debt. And also I want to know, why didn't you then, if you thought this is a good scheme, why didn't you start this from moving forward from now forward for those going to university with their HECS debt? Why did you actually include those of the past to relieve them of their HECS debt when they've already signed the contract and knew they had to pay back the taxpayer? Who are you going to give this 20% tax relief to everyone who's got a HECS debt?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Your question goes to people with significant HECS debts, and it's important to know that those sorts of HECS debts that you've referred to can no longer be accrued. There's measures in place to stop that sort of debt from accruing. And in terms of the benefit of the bill to cut student debt by 20%, it does apply across the board to the amount of debt that was in student accounts or in those HECS accounts on the 1st of June 2025, and 70% of the benefit goes to people on really modest incomes of around $70,000 a year.
Senator Roberts.
Minister, you've talked, in answer to my questions about whether or not taxpayers are paying for the bill, you have not answered that question. Instead, you've used the word revenues, diverse revenues, fully costed. Are you not aware that taxpayers are paying for this? Taxpayers are paying for it. What you've also mentioned is cost of living relief. Cost of living is rising dramatically because of government policies, your predecessors and your own. So what we've got is net zero, Paris Agreement, driving up the cost of living. Then we get cost of living bill, which is paid for by taxpayers. And then we have HECS relief because of cost of living, which is paid for by taxpayers. We are on a money carousel buying votes. That's what Labor is doing. A money carousel buying votes, taking money from one pocket to the next pocket. But both pockets are from the taxpayers. Minister, are you not aware that taxpayers fund this government?
Minister.
Senator Roberts, I refer you to my previous answer and just note that you made comments about cost of living under this government, and again, when we came into office in May 2022, inflation as measured by the CPI had a 6 in front of it, and today the CPI rate over the 12 months to June 2025 was just 2.1%, which is really welcome news for Australians.
Senator Henderson.
Chair, noting the current broad-ranging debate, I'm wondering if my amendment could be determined before the committee proceeds to further general debate.
I mean, I am in the hands of the chamber, so if there is nobody seeking the call, then I will put the amendment. So I will put the amendment. The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3376, moved by Senator Henderson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that amendment number 1 on sheet 3376, moved by Senator Henderson, be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Henderson, teller for the ayes, and Senator Collins, teller for the noes. The question is resolved in the negative. I am in the hands of the chamber. I ask senators to leave the chamber quietly if they are going to leave. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move Greens Amendment 1 on sheet 3370. And this amendment actually removes indexation for all student debts. It won't cap it. It won't take the lower of CPI or WPI because that's still unfair and adds masses of debt for students, a debt that actually shouldn't exist. And the government's attempt to deal with runaway indexation has totally failed. I agree with Senator Henderson on that one, because Labor's so-called solution still means that the mountain of student debt keeps growing every year, even when people are not earning enough to pay it off. Labor's move to tie indexation to the lower of CPI or WPI still resulted in a student debt increase of 15% between 2022 and 2025. And this is completely unsustainable. And a one-off 7.9% debt cut won't fix because indexation will quickly offset this debt relief. You know, if Senator Henderson, and indeed if the coalition is serious about doing something for students, they can actually support this amendment to scrap indexation altogether. Because really, I mean, I guess it is good to see them coming on the side of students, because what they did a few years ago was introduce the worst, crappiest, messiest piece of legislation, the job-ready graduates, which increased fees for students. Arts degrees, because of that, have become $50,000. So maybe they can actually support this amendment and also my next amendment to dump the job-ready graduates' fee hikes. Because as long as indexation exists, young people will be stuck on the student debt hamster wheel, struggling to keep up with annual hikes. Indexation lengthens and grows student debt sentences. It needs to go, and I urge members to support this amendment.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Senator Faruqi for her amendment. The government will not be supporting these amendments. I note that abolishing indexation was considered by the Senate Standing Committee on Education and Employment in 2023. The committee recommended that the Senate not pass that bill. Indexation plays an important role in ensuring that loans maintain their real value over time and reinforces the long-term financial sustainability of the HELP and other loan systems. The government recognised that the system could be better and fairer. That's why last year we passed legislation to cap indexation to the lower of CPI and WPI and backdated that change to 1 June 2023. That cut around $3 billion in student debt for more than 3 million Australians. It ensures that debts won't grow faster than wages in the future. Our changes provide relief for students and young people while continuing to protect the integrity and value of the HECS system, which has massively expanded higher education access for millions of Australians. This bill wipes another $16 billion from student debt and delivers important structural reforms to repayments which will benefit generations to come.
I will put the amendment. If there are no further contributions, the question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3370, moved by Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3370, moved by Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion, those in favour pass to the right of the chair. Those against pass to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 34. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I move Greens Amendment 1 on sheet 3371. Let us be clear that student debt cannot be fixed because student debt really shouldn't exist, and the same goes for indexation. It is not a flaw to be tweaked, but a fundamentally unjust mechanism. Unfortunately, the Labor government, despite its commanding majority, doesn't have the courage to pursue the ambitious reforms that are needed. But hopefully, they can support the Greens with this bare minimum amendment to address a glaring unfairness in calculating indexation. This amendment changes the way indexation is calculated on student debt, because applying indexation to a debt that has already been repaid is plainly unreasonable and it is plainly unjust. Repayments must be properly counted before any indexation is added. This amendment changes the timing of indexation and offers a modest but meaningful shift towards fairness, and I call on the government and others in the chamber to support it.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. Thanks, Chair. The government will not be supporting these amendments. As I've said, the Labor government is currently responding to recommendations in the Universities Accord. We're implementing 31 of the 47 recommendations in full or in part. This includes making the indexation of help debts fairer, cost of living relief for students, support for people from the outer suburbs and regions to go to university, and structural reforms to our tertiary education system. The Universities Accord made a number of recommendations in relation to the help system, including changing the date that indexation is applied. As the Minister has said, the Accord is a plan not for one budget but a blueprint for the next decade to help us build a better and fairer education system. This bill wipes $16 billion from student debt and delivers important structural reforms to repayments which will benefit generations to come. The Minister has said we'll keep working through the Accord's recommendations and will take advice from the Australian Tertiary Education Commission.
I will put the question. The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3371, moved by Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3371 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. It being after 12:15, the committee will report progress. The committee reports progress. We will now move to senators' statements. I call Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise today in the Senate with a very heavy heart to mark the sudden and heartbreaking passing of a friend of mine and staff member, James Edward Mentor, last month. What I shared today is drawn from the eulogy that I delivered at his funeral. Words spoken among his friends and family in honour of a life lived with passion, loyalty and purpose. Jimmy was a cherished mate, a loyal companion, a beloved colleague and a real patriot of the Labor cause. To many of us in Victoria, he was like family. His sudden passing has left a very deep void in our hearts and in our movement. I first met him in the Australian Labor Party just over 19 years ago. We were both members of Young Labor and worked casual roles outside of school. He was a deli assistant at the Safeway Middle Camberwell and a very proud union member of the SDA. Jimmy joined the Canterbury branch of the LP in 2005 and quickly took on several executive roles, including secretary of his branch and the Kooyong FEA, and was elected a delegate to the Victorian Labor State Conference. While I wasn't as deeply involved in student politics at the time, I did, however, enjoy the stories that Jimmy and many other Labor Unity luminaries would share over a late-night coffee or spaghetti carbonara at the Lanotto restaurant on Lygon Street in Carlton, about the battles mainly against our comrades in the socialist left. One thing became very clear from early on. James was a person that I and many others could call proudly a friend. In 2009, Jimmy was elected Senior Vice President of Australian Young Labor. Some will recall an evening briefing here at Parliament House in Canberra where a New South Wales convener laid down the 3 Ps of what it meant to be a member of the right: progressive, principled and pragmatic, insisting that we bind together and it's important that we stay together. Jimmy, however, without missing a beat, responded, "Yeah, nah, I'm from Victoria and we don't bind." As you can imagine, the room burst into laughter. Jimmy had a presence that could light up a room without demanding attention. He had a rare gift, making you feel seen, heard and important just by being himself. He was the very first person that I employed when I was appointed as a Senator of Victoria on the 6th of March 2019. After leaving in 2023 to work with Responsible Wagering Australia, he returned to my office at the start of this year to assist me with the federal election. Jimmy was more than a political ally. He was family. He deeply believed in the Labor movement, not as an abstract cause, but as a living, breathing mission to uplift working people, to create fairness and to drive collective action. He lived those values every single day. While completing his arts degree at Monash University, Jimmy served as president of the Monash Labour Association, education officer at the Monash Student Association and welfare officer at the National Union of Students. He travelled overseas in 2009 as part of a study tour to Israel with the Australian Israel and Jewish Affairs Council AJAC Fellowship Program. James was a staunch supporter of the State of Israel and the United States alliance with Australia, even when those views weren't always shared with comrades in the movement. After finishing at NUS and his degree in politics, Jimmy worked for former Senator Jacinta Collins, first as an electorate officer, then as an assistant advisor focusing on disability in schools. He later held roles at the Catholic Education Office in Melbourne and worked for several state MPs, including as an advisor to the then Victorian Deputy Premier and Education Minister. Outside of work, James had two great loves: sport and history. Watching a game with him was an experience, full of passion and sharp commentary. When the match ended, he'd switch seamlessly to a deep conversation about politics, history, or some random stats. Whether it was the AFL, cricket, soccer, rugby, Jimmy was always fully invested. Being part of the Rugby Club of Victoria gave him a chance to give back to a sport that brought him so much fulfilment. And he would have had strong words about last weekend's Wallabies Lions match at the MCG. No doubt he'd still be fuming about the clear penalty that was not awarded to Australia in those dying minutes. I can just hear him say, if that's not a penalty, what is? And then there was Aussie rules footy. A passionate Collins supporter through and through, you could spot him on game day with his magpie scarf wrapped tightly around his neck. He was in his element at the MCG, often with a beer in hand at the Frank Gray Smith bar in the MCC Members Reserve, riding every bump and cheering every goal. And whilst James wasn't always known for his punctuality in my office, when it came to sport, he was always there early, scarf on and ready. During the COVID pandemic, when so many of us felt isolated, we took regular walks during lockdown as we lived nearby. It became a ritual. True to form, Jimmy turned those walks into a journey through time, sharing the rich history of the local area as we wandered the streets of Hawthorn and its surrounds. He'd point out how the Hawthorn Creek, now a drain, was once a natural waterway prone to flooding. Or he'd show me the old inner circle or Q train lines. Around this time, James and I became regulars at the Hawthorn RSL, a place where we quickly grew from visitor to valued member. He embraced the sub-branch and its members as though he'd been there for many, many years. For Jimmy, it was never about obligation, it was about genuine care for the veterans and the camaraderie it fostered. From serving on the Melbourne Rebels Rugby Union Government Subcommittee to serving as a personal tax advisory group member with the ATO, a Centrelink National Student Services group member, a City of Melbourne Youth Safety Committee member and Victorian Youth Convener for the Australian Republican Movement, James gave his all, bringing passion and integrity to every single role. It didn't matter if you were a veteran, a senior staff member or an intern, he treated everyone with the same respect. He was a mentor, not just in name, but in action. His sudden passing in June is a heartbreaking reminder of how fragile life can be and how quickly someone at the age of 38 had so much full potential, full of promise, can be taken from us so soon. It was a moment of deep sorrow, but a privilege to be by his side, holding his hand at hospital as he left this world. I hope he knew how deeply he was loved, as was evident at his funeral. To the friend who made burdens feel lighter, to the colleague who always had our back, to the mentor who lifted others quietly and humbly, and to the passionate believer in fairness who inspired us all to act boldly and love deeply. You are a man who loved history, who loved sport and loved a deep conversation and a beer with friends. Thank you for your unwavering support, old mate. We miss you, we love you, and we'll never forget you. May you rest in peace, my mate. Valhei Chim.
Senator Ciccone, on behalf of, I know, all my coalition senators and I'm sure everyone in the chamber, please accept our sincere condolences. Senator Smith.
I want to speak on behalf of Western Australia's livestock producers who have once again been sold out by the Albanese Labor government. First, Labor moved to shut down the live sheep export trade, a long-established regulated industry that supports thousands of jobs and communities across Western Australia. That decision ignored evidence, disregarded trading partners and shattered confidence in government decision-making. Now, Labor is doing the same to our cattle producers. The reckless decision to allow United States beef imports into Australia, including beef processed from cattle originating in Canada or Mexico, directly undermines Australia's biosecurity, our domestic beef market, and endangers premium product produced by Western Australian cattle producers, particularly in the northwest of the state. Our northern producers operate to some of the highest biosecurity and traceability standards in the world. Their beef is renowned in international markets. Labor is jeopardising that by opening our market to a beef supply chain that does not meet Australia's rigorous protections. And, as with live exports, it is doing so without proper industry consultation or risk assessment. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has not even met with President Donald Trump since his return to the White House 268 days ago. He has given away access to Australia's beef market without so much as sitting at the table with the President. While the European Union has just concluded a new bilateral trade agreement with the United States, putting their farmers and exporters in a stronger position, Australia remains on the sidelines because the Prime Minister has failed to build this key relationship. This inability to secure a proper trade agreement is actively damaging Western Australia's agriculture, West Australian businesses, and weakening our nation's economic competitiveness. In 2024, WA producers turned off around 657,000 cattle, producing roughly 34,000 tonnes of beef. These are just not numbers, they are the livelihoods from the Kimberley to the Gascoyne. WA livestock producers have already endured the shutdown of the sheep trade. Now they face price pressures, supply chain uncertainty and biosecurity threats from imported beef. Once again, our producers, including in my home state of Western Australia, are being taken for granted by the Albanese Labor government. It's time for the Prime Minister to look our livestock producers in the eye, to answer for his government's growing list of broken promises to the people who feed this country. Today I'd like to take time to acknowledge the passing of a man whose leadership extended far beyond his faith community. That is, the Emeritus Chief Rabbi Dr. Shlomo Coleman, who passed away on the 26th of April 2025, aged 106 years. For more than 40 years, Rabbi Coleman served as the chief rabbi of the Perth Hebrew congregation. He was a respected religious figure, a civic leader, and a proud West Australian. Born into an Orthodox family in Liverpool, England in 1918, he gained a Bachelor of Arts with honours and Bachelor of Letters in Hebrew and Ancient Semitic Languages and Egyptology at the University of Liverpool. His education was interrupted by World War II when he served with the Royal Air Force. He returned to university life in 1945 and at the same time worked for the Final Certificate of Jews College, London, gaining his rabbinic ordination in 1955 before taking postgraduate studies at Cambridge. In 1961, Rabbi Coleman came to Sydney as Rabbi of the South Head and District Synagogue. He was a member of the Sydney Beth Din, Vice President of the New South Wales Board of Jewish Education and a founding director of the David J. Benjamin Institute of Jewish Studies. He established a seminary for the training of Hebrew teachers and lectured in post-biblical Hebrew at the University of Sydney. He received the Sir Robert Whaley Cohen Scholarship of the Jewish Memorial Council in London in 1964, using it for research into adult education in Southeast Asia, Israel and the United States of America. The following year he became Rabbi of the Perth Hebrew Congregation in Western Australia. Rabbi Coleman obtained land as a gift in trust from the state government for a new synagogue, youth centre and ministers' residence. In addition to his service with the Jewish community and maintaining his interest in the area, Rabbi Coleman taught for the Department of Adult Education at the University of Western Australia and served on the Senate of Murdoch University. A proud Rotarian since 1962, he was both Rotary President and Governor, as well as Vice President of Save the Children Fund. Despite the changes occurring around him, Rabbi Coleman was a man who stood firm. He met with premiers and ministers, advised governments on issues ranging from education to social cohesion, and played a key role in building the multicultural, tolerant Western Australia we are so very proud of today. Rabbi Coleman was a voice for unity in difficult times. When acts of anti-Semitism appalled the community, he responded not with division, but with resolve and calls for solidarity. When tragedies struck abroad or tensions flared at home, he reminded us that democracy, dignity and decency must be our guiding lights. He understood the importance of living values, not just preaching them. He opened the doors of his synagogue to the broader community because he believed, as many of us do, that public faith must lead to public good. We debate many things in this chamber, but behind those debates lies a deeper question. What kind of society are we seeking to build? Rabbi Coleman had a clear answer to that question, one marked by mutual respect, civic responsibility and compassion for all. Western Australia is a better place for his life's work. To all those whose lives were touched by him, I offer our heartfelt condolences. May his memory continue to guide us. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the 2015 general election in Myanmar, an event that, for a brief and hopeful moment, represented a turning point in that country's long and troubled history. Myanmar was under brutal military rule for decades. Even after the formation of a nominally civilian government in 2011, the military retained sweeping control, including a quarter of all parliamentary seats under a constitution it wrote itself. And yet the 2015 election marked real progress. It was the first genuinely contested national election in a generation. The National League for Democracy, led by Daw Aung San Suu Kyi, won a decisive mandate. Voter turnout was high and the military surprisingly accepted the result. That election would not have been possible without the resilience of the Burmese people, but it was also supported by international engagement, particularly from Australia. The Australian government provided a total of $5.4 million to support Myanmar's 2015 election, and a bipartisan delegation of Australian parliamentarians, including myself, travelled to Myanmar to witness the event. We assisted in ensuring transparency, credibility and a degree of global attention. It was a meaningful act of solidarity on our part, a signal that Australia stood with those seeking democratic reform in our region. The delegation's final report noted a peaceful and largely fair process, but it also pointed to serious flaws, especially the disenfranchisement of ethnic minorities and the ongoing power of the military under the Constitution. Sadly, those flaws would later be exploited with terrible consequences. In 2020, the LND won an even larger majority in another credible election. But in February of the following year, and before the new parliament could convene, the military staged a coup. It arrested leaders, imposed a state of emergency, and plunged Myanmar back into repression. Since then, thousands have been killed, tens of thousands have been imprisoned, millions displaced, and today refugee numbers surge. It is no overstatement to say that the hopes of 2015 lie in ruins. And yet the legacy of that election still matters. Australia has an important role to continue to play, offering humanitarian assistance, supporting international accountability for crimes committed by the military. Importantly, for Australian parliamentarians, we must stand united and speak with one voice to restore democracy and human rights to Myanmar.
Senator Smith, your time has expired. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And I rise to make some comments about the nation's housing nightmare and to give a preview as to why the Coalition is not of the view that prioritising build-to-rent developments is appropriate in any way. Now, we have a massive failure on housing which starts from the basis that the government has presided over the largest growth in population since the 1950s, but at the same time has presided over a collapse in housing completions. So we've gone from an average of 200,000 houses a year under the last coalition government, and now we're down to 170,000 new houses each year, despite having the largest growth in employment since the 1950s. Then we have a massive growth of regulation. 5,000 new regulations in the last parliament enacted by this government. Now we see the Minister for Housing, Claire O'Neill, and the Productivity Minister and the Treasurer talk about this thicket of regulations. A thicket to talk about. Thicket. It's a very interesting word, a thicket. Now that thicket was put in place by this government, which for 3 years put in place 5,000 new regulations, including 1,500 new regulations in the Treasury and infrastructure portfolios, where housing policy resides. And then we have the CFMEU, given a green light to get back in business, to get back on track, perhaps, and have been given a green light over the weekend to do their worst in New South Wales, and we'll see the CFMEU flags flying atop new apartment builds in Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, and every time you see a CFMEU flag, you should be thinking to yourself, this is a 30% tax on young people. Young people will pay 30% extra for the mafia and thuggery and corruption of the Labor Party's CFMEU. And then we have perhaps the saddest stats of all to be recited in these chambers this week in Canberra. Homelessness. I quote the ABC. The number of people accessing homelessness services each month has increased by 10% since Labor was elected in May 2022. This has been a disaster. Beyond the boondoggle of the Housing Australia Future Fund, we have more homeless people than ever before, and we are at a decade low in housing completions, despite having the biggest population we've ever had. But what is the priority of this wonderful Labor government? Its priority is to give a big fat tax cut to foreign asset managers so they can come and build houses in Australia. Houses, homes I should say, that Australians will never own, Deputy President. Australians will never own these houses. These are only to be owned by foreign asset managers from any country. They could even be sovereign wealth funds. So that's the starting point. We don't think it's a good idea to prioritise build-to-rent. Now, we actually have no problem with the market deciding, okay, we want to build an apartment building, and we're going to have a build to rent, and we're going to do that. We love the market. We think that's a good idea. Fine, you can do that. But we don't think it needs a tax cut. And this is the problem that the Australian people have now, having had this government for over 3 years, is that the government is completely captured by vested interests that they are personally and financially close to. So they think, because they've been told by their mates, the unions and the big super funds and the property industry, oh, it's a really good idea to give these foreign fund managers a tax cut so they can build houses that people will never own. You know why it's a good idea for them? Because they get to collect the lower taxation and then all the revenue from leasing houses to Australians. Of course, the poor old Australians become serfs to these people, to these corporates, foreign fund managers, sovereign wealth funds, whatever. So this is their priority. This is their priority. After having presided over the greatest housing calamity in Australian history, they want to do this, a tax cut for build-to-rent developments. Now, the superannuation industry is, of course, one of my favourite groups of people, and they said when they were at the Senate inquiry, and in fact, I asked them about whether it was a good idea for the super funds to own houses or big institutions, and I said, do you think the Australian people want to rent their house from a super fund? And the super fund executive from the association said, I think they'd be very happy with institutionally owned residential property. Well, I think that they are wrong. I don't think that's what most Australians want. I think Australians want to own their own house. That's what they want. And they don't want this American model. They do not want to see the Americanisation of Australian housing. Now, if you're wondering what I'm talking about is in cities like Atlanta, Charlottesville and Jacksonville, institutional investors own 25, 18 and 21% of the houses. That's the Americanisation of Australian housing that the Labor Party want to bring to this great country. That's what they want. That's their agenda. Houses owned by big super funds and all their mates of the unions. So it doesn't need a tax cut. So if you want to have build to rent, fine, we're okay. But it doesn't need a tax cut. And in fact, Cameron Murray, who's a very interesting economist, told the Senate that we've got the Abu Dhabi Investment Council, who owns the Smith Collective on the Gold Coast, which is 1,251 build-to-rent dwellings. Okay? And he says that it's bizarre that the government want to prioritise and give foreigners a tax cut when they're already doing it here. So we're trying to make it even easier for them. It's crazy. Now, build-to-rent, across the board, in Melbourne's Kensington, in Sydney's Zetland, there are dozens of developments across the country where this is already happening. So I think it's a big problem. And the property industry itself has said of this legislation brought to you by the Labor Party that it's probably not going to work anyway. So that's why we're moving in the next sittings, I suspect now, to disallow these regulations, because we need to have an honest conversation with the Australian people about rectifying this situation. It is clear that the only way out of the housing calamity is to build more houses. As I say, if people want to build to rent, fine, but it doesn't require a tax cut. But more broadly, the tradespeople, the builders, the developers, people involved in home building, they will tell you that the supply side needs support from the Commonwealth, and that's where we should be having a debate about that, and also on sensible ways to help tilt the scales for first home buyers. But we're not of the view that the government should be allowed to be a government for vested interests. Our job is to scrutinise this government. That's what the Australian people would expect. And I think the reason this build-to-rent tax concession was held up for a long time in the last parliament was because a lot of others also share the concern that this is a very unusual priority. It would be an unusual priority to most Australians. But when you have a close look at this government and you understand this is a pattern of its behaviour, that it is very dedicated to specific vested interests, then perhaps it is not surprising. But it is not the right priority. It isn't the right priority. And the message it sends, I think, is very culturally jarring, because what it's saying is that the individual Australians are no longer the focus. We're giving up on you owning your own house. And the only solutions we have left are where someone else owns your house or you co-own the house with the government. And don't take my word for it. You can take the ABC's data from it, reported in the ABC, on how bad the situation is. To think that a government that has blown so much hot air on housing and that has built so much bureaucracy is presiding over a massive collapse in construction, but is also now presiding over the worst homelessness crisis in history. I mean, what more data do you want to see? And so I'm surprised that someone of the calibre of the minister hasn't been prepared to look at the housing policies that were inherited from the Prime Minister and to come to the realisation that this is not working. So the government needs to course correct. We'll help them do that, but we will be moving to disallow this very bad law.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
On the evening of Thursday, the 17th of July, just a couple of weeks ago, I attended a peace vigil for Gaza in my hometown of Launceston at our beautiful Launceston Town Hall. Was disappointed to learn on the night that the Launceston City Council executive had made a last-minute reversal of a decision to allow a light display of the colours of the Palestinian flag on the town hall. It was explained to me by vigil organisers that the executive made this decision on the basis that such a light show would not encourage positive community outcomes or promote community unity. I wrote to the Launceston City Council General Manager and Mayor on Friday the 18th of July and again on Monday the 28th of July this week to seek an explanation of how this decision was arrived at and requested a meeting with both the General Manager and the Mayor to discuss this. So far, crickets. The Palestinian flag is a powerful and hopeful symbol for a pathway forward for peace. Palestinians have a right to self-determination. They have a right to a sovereign state. Whether it's through a self-determination process that leads to a single free Palestinian state or through a two-state solution, either way, it's the most viable pathway forward to end the horrific genocide in Gaza and for long-term peace and stability in the region for both Israelis and for Palestinians. Our current government supports a two-state solution, as do many nations around the world. So how can a light show projecting a Palestinian flag that promotes peace and a pathway forward to peace be controversial or not in the community's interest or promoting community unity? I'm still stumped. I know there's a lot of good councillors on the Launceston City Council. I haven't had the opportunity to discuss this with them personally, and unfortunately with the General Manager or the Mayor, but if they haven't already, I ask them to make their voices heard on this issue. Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, Amnesty International and numerous other global humanitarian organisations, including prominent Israeli human rights organisations, have publicly stated that the Israeli government's actions in Gaza amount to genocide. Thousands of innocent Palestinian children are being starved, bombed and cut down in cold blood while they queue for food. These kids are not Hamas fighters. Israel is acting with impunity. And if leaders at a local government level and a state government level and here in federal parliament don't stand up for these innocent Palestinians and for a long-term pathway for peace, then I don't know who will. It is our moral duty to highlight the need for a pathway to peace and challenge the perpetuators of injustice and breaking of international law. And I'll leave it at that, Acting Deputy President, and hope that the Launceston Council will get back to me and I will get to meet with them on this. I wanted to highlight another issue that is also near and dear to my heart. I was very fortunate enough, the last week of the election to go to Lord Howe Island for 2 days to join the scientific team at a drift lab. My friend Dr Jen Lavers, her partner at a drift lab, Alex, and their team of scientific volunteers from around the world come to Lord Howe every year to study the shearwaters, who sadly suck up a lot of plastic from the ocean. In fact, while I was there, tragically, we had a shearwater that broke their record, which had been nearly 16, 17 years of studying these birds that had more than 800 pieces of plastic in its stomach. Hard to fathom that a little bird can actually have that much plastic in its stomach. And when they come out of their burrows to take their first flight, and they've got a 2-week window to do that, of course they can barely move, let alone fly. And tragically, I got to witness that. Now, Jen wrote to me recently and to some of my colleagues to point something else out to us that I think is really important to talk about in the Senate chamber today. And just for the record, Jen is a marine scientist specialising in anthropogenic impacts and using seabirds as sentinels or bioindicators of ocean health. Now, while her team at a drift lab does not undertake research on the algal bloom, such as we've seen recently in South Australia, and very concerningly, we've had a number of algal blooms off Tasmania's coast, and it's an increasing worry for the future, they do study marine heat waves and the impacts on seabirds. And one thing that struck Jen while watching the reporting on the South Australian algal bloom, which I'm pleased to say has really the reporters right across the country, including in the press gallery here, and a shout out to Phil Corey for taking such a strong stance on this in the Fin Review. While she was reading this reporting of the South Australian algal bloom, it was actually my quote that she raised with me, where I said, if sea life was washing up on the beaches in Sydney, there'd be a national outcry. And she said to me, sadly, Peter, this is not the case. During the summer of 23-24, Australia's east coast experienced one of the worst marine heat waves ever recorded, with the Tasman sea temperature anomaly exceeding 2 degrees Celsius. The peak of the marine heat wave coincided with the arrival of seabirds into Australia after they'd migrated over 10,000 kilometres from their overwintering grounds, and peaked again when the adult birds were attempting to feed their chicks. As a result of the rapid and significant rise in water temperature in the Tasman Sea, Jen said the birds' prey, which is fish and squid, shifted lower in the water column or relocated elsewhere. Either way, they suddenly became unavailable and the birds died of starvation. Now, Australia does not have a national beach bird monitoring program, so Jen, like she's done at Lord Howe on the smell of an oily rag, has set up such a program using volunteers right across the country. In fact, over 300 observers, volunteers, citizen scientists submitted photos and data to a drift lab. And based on this, over 5,000 seabirds, mostly shearwaters and mutton birds, were recorded dead on beaches from Brisbane to Hobart. Numerous reports were also sent from beaches around Sydney, with dozens of shearwaters reported dead on Bondi Beach, Narrabeen Beach, Manly Beach, and an incredible 99 seabirds reported on Dee Why Beach in a single day, dead, washed up. Despite a drift lab's substantial efforts to share this news with the community, local politicians and media, there's been no reporting on that. Hence, I'm raising this in the Australian Parliament today. And of course, this was very disappointing for Jen and her team, who, as I said earlier, spend mostly their own time to monitor this terrible situation and bring it to our attention. Anyway, they've recorded data over 2,500 kilometres of Australia's coastlines, along with their volunteers. Now, Dr. Jen Lavers' team note that the proportion of birds observed on beaches represents a tiny fraction of the total number that have died on Australian coastlines. So you might be wondering, Deputy President, how many seabirds the Drift Lab team have told us have died on Australia's coastline from marine heat waves. The same thing causing the toxic algal bloom on South Australia's coast, with thousands of dead marine creatures washing up, and the terrible impact that's having on biodiversity and on local communities and local businesses. And I know Senator Farrell would be very interested in this, being South Australian. But the answer to the seabird question is horrifying. During November 2023 to May 2024, more than 612,000 seabirds died on our Australian beaches along the east coast of Australia from marine heat waves, in Sydney, in Brisbane, in Hobart, and everywhere in between. And why Does no one know about this catastrophic loss of life? Nearly the same number of wildlife deaths as were attributed to the 2019 Black Summer bushfires. Why does nobody know about this? Well, because only a few people have the resources and the motivation to study this. And, you know, I think when I look at how much of our last federal budget was spent on the environment, WWF estimated that at 0.01% of our federal budget spent on the environment. Surely we can do better than that. At a time of national crisis, Acting Deputy President, we know we need to monitor what's going on. We need to fund the scientists and the community organisations that are doing this, and we need much better solutions. And of course, lastly, whether it's the devastating loss of coral cover on the Great Barrier Reef or Ningaloo Reef on the west coast, whether it's a toxic algal bloom in South Australia in an area that was considered a refuge previously on the Great Southern Reef from many of the changes we've seen on climate change. Whatever it is that you're focusing on in the sad decline of our natural world that's happening right before our eyes, we come back to the fact that we need to reduce emissions, we need to stop all new fossil fuel projects and transition as rapidly as possible to a clean energy, renewable future.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today as a proud Muddy Muddy and Wamba Wamba woman and as a Victorian to speak about the nation-leading work that is happening in my home state on the path to treaty, truth and justice. Victoria has led the way. We established the URUC, Australia's first truth-telling commission, led by First Peoples. After 4 years, its work is done, and the truth is now on the public record. We now have a shared history of the state of Victoria, and what a wonderful thing that really is. And let me be really clear, that work didn't just happen magically. It wasn't luck, and it certainly wasn't fast. It's the result of decades of tireless advocacy by First Peoples in Victoria. It is the result of communities demanding justice long before governments were willing to hear it, and of a Labor government choosing to act, not just with words, but with law. There's a truth some people still don't know or choose not to see. Victoria was not just touched by the stolen generation, it helped to create them. Victoria was one of the first jurisdictions to pass laws that gave the state the power to remove Aboriginal children from their families. Children not taken for protection, but for assimilation, taken without cause and without consent, and without return. These weren't isolated incidents, it was government policy. Whole communities torn apart, culture deliberately severed, families left searching for their children across decades and even to this day. That is a part of our legacy in Victoria, and it's a chapter we cannot look away from. The economic cost of this injustice has been profound. Generations of Aboriginal Victorians were denied access to land, education, fair wages, and the opportunity to build wealth like every other Australian. Children removed from their families not only lost to culture and connection, but a chance of any economic security. The URUC Justice Commission has made clear the impacts of dispossession are ongoing and reflected today in income gaps, in housing insecurity, and reduced opportunities. Justice must include repair, not just social, but economic. The trauma of those removals lives on in memory, in policy, and in the overrepresentation of Aboriginal children in out-of-home care today. Just weeks ago, Victoria marked a historic milestone with the conclusion of the URUC Justice Commission, which has now placed these truths on the public record. Our task is to face them, not with defensiveness, but with honesty, humility, and action. URUC's work was deep, forensic, and uncompromising. Over 4 years, it heard from thousands, it reviewed thousands of documents, and delivered 2 landmark reports, one setting the public record straight and the other laying out a blueprint for transformation. It found what our communities have long known that the experiences of Aboriginal Victorians amount to genocide, and it made clear truth must come before justice. But UDUC didn't just document the past, it designed a way forward. With 100 recommendations across land, health, housing, education and justice, it calls for deep reform and a genuine rebalancing of power. That work now falls to government, to the First Peoples Assembly and to treaty and to all Victorians. Because in Victoria, treaty is not just a hope, it's a legal process backed by legislation, set in motion by the Advancing the Treaty Process Act in 2018, led by the First Peoples Assembly of Victoria, a democratic representative body for our people. The Assembly has already established a treaty authority, an independent body grounded in First Nations law and cultural authority. It has built the architecture for negotiation, dispute resolution and accountability. And it has done so not by asking for power, but by exercising it. That's what makes Victoria's approach different. It's not just consultation, but co-design. Not symbolic gestures, but structural change. Not temporary programs, but a generational shift. This is no accident. It is a result of First Peoples organising for decades. It's a result of our elders who never, ever stop pushing. But it is also the product of a Labor government willing to legislate for truth, for justice and for treaty.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. You know, imagine spending 25 years of your life unable to talk, unable to speak up for what you need. That was life for a young man with autism on Tassie's East Coast. 18 months ago, he could only speak 3 sentences total. Today, he can speak independently. And that's because of the great work he's been doing with his speech therapist. Now, that might be taken away from him. On July 1st, the NDIS introduced new measures to cut costs. They chose to slash travel allowance by 50% for allied health professionals on the NDIS. The NDIS says this is to make sure participants are only paying for the true cost of care. No one wants to see vulnerable people being overcharged and taken advantage of. But this change means services to rural and regional areas of Tasmania will stop. It means hundreds of vulnerable Tasmanians will go without care. It's a 4-hour return trip from Launceston to Scamander on the East Coast. $90 isn't enough to cover the costs of that travel. It's not even enough to cover the petrol costs. I've talked to Tassie providers and allied health workers who are absolutely devastated. They can't absorb these costs. They've been put between a rock and a really hard place. Stop looking after some of our most vulnerable people or take on the costs and send their organisations broke. It's an impossible choice, and it's left NDIS participants scared and confused. Imagine being that young man from Scamander. Imagine coming so far in 18 months just to have it all ripped away from you. Ripped away by the stroke of a pen by bureaucrats in Canberra. The NDIS needs to cut spending. You won't see me arguing about that at all. The NDIS costs the government more than Medicare. It's about to cost more than the age pension. We've got to start being more efficient and sustainable. But there's ways to do that without making cuts that impact on the care people receive. Here's my thoughts on what should be done instead. We should be reusing medical equipment. Wheelchairs are a great example of this. I've heard stories of a child getting a wheelchair on the NDIS equipped with all the bells and whistles, but as anyone who's raised kids knows, they grow pretty quick. Suddenly the child has outgrown the wheelchair in 6 months or 12 months and they need a new one. What do you think happens with the old one? There's nothing wrong with it, it could be used again. Instead, it just gets tossed out, never used again. What a waste. Where we can, we should be repurposing medical equipment that's still fit for purpose. Imagine giving that used wheelchair to another child in need at half the price. It means they're not spending as much money from their plan, and we're being much more sustainable with the way we reuse and recirculate equipment. It's not a system that can be set up overnight, but it's the perfect place to start to stop leaking money and stop the waste. Another way to save money in the NDIS is to give organisations more flexibility on what supplies can be bought and where they can be bought from. This is just a little example I heard from a physio. Let's say the participant needs a therapy ball. You can get one from Kmart for $13, and we all like going to Kmart. But the NDIS wants these products to come from specialty disability stores where a therapy ball costs $50 plus postage. There's no difference between the two balls, by the way. They're exactly the same. Sometimes the Kmart therapy ball will be approved. Sometimes it won't. If it's not approved and the physio really wants to save their client money, they'll write letters to the plan managers about why the Kmart ball makes sense over the specialist bought one. But taking time to write the letter costs the client too. Another example I heard from a speech therapist was about communication devices used for therapy. They used to purchase iPads for their clients to run the program they needed. It cost between $500 and $1,000. The NDIS says iPads aren't allowed anymore. Clients have to buy a specialty communication device. Guess what? That costs $4,000. Once again, the client is paying out far more than they need to for the equipment they need, and that means taxpayers are paying out more than they should too. Fixing the issues with equipment approvals or using perfectly good equipment won't happen overnight, and that's why it's easier for the NDIS to slash travel allowance and rates for physios. But if we're going to get the NDIS to a place that's more efficient and more sustainable, this is where we need to start. We need to pull back spending on the NDIS. But there are plenty of ways to do it that won't impact on the care vulnerable Tasmanians receive every single day.
Thank you. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Collie, in the southwest of Western Australia, has a proud and enduring history as one of our state's great industrial heartlands. For nearly a century, its coal mines and power stations have powered Western Australia, fueling our economy, providing jobs and sustaining a close-knit community. Generations of my family have worked in the Collie coal mines. But the world is changing. Demand for coal-fired power is falling. Infrastructure is ageing. When the decision was made to retire Collie stations in a phased and planned approach, it was never going to be a matter of just switching off the lights. Because it's not just an economic challenge, it's a deeply human one. The workers and the families who've built their lives in Collie deserved certainty and respect, and a genuine and just transition. And that is what is being delivered. My union, the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union, has stood alongside government, local workers and the community to make sure that's what is being delivered. Union-led advocacy has ensured that Collie's workforce has been a part of the decision-making on the future of their town, on the future of their industries. It's meant access to upskilling and retraining pathways and an ongoing dialogue to maintain trust and inclusion. They've helped shape a world-leading model of transition that creates real opportunities for workers and their families. Since 2019, unions have worked hand in hand with government, industry, local leaders and the community to build a roadmap that secures Collie's future. It's been guided by representatives like Darcy Gunning from the Just Transition Working Group. Collie's approach has centred on workers' rights and community decision-making, not imposed change. Not just by simply replacing one industry with another, but by creating a diversified and thriving economy that gives locals choice and confidence. At the heart of all of this is the understanding that this can't be done by one level of government alone. That's why it's so encouraging to see this government recognise the national scale of this challenge and backing it with serious policy, serious investment. The Net Zero Economy Authority is now tasked with coordinating the transition for workers in coal and gas-fired power stations right around the country. That means working with many communities across our country, just like Collie, to ensure national policy supports local plans. The Albanese government's Future Made in Australia plan is unlocking over $1 billion to back in green industry like critical minerals, clean manufacturing and low carbon technologies. That opens the door to federal incentives for projects already underway in Collie. And just this week, the government has announced a major expansion of Australia's renewable energy underwriting scheme, supporting the deployment of up to 40 gigawatts of large-scale solar, wind and storage projects by 2030. It's exactly the kind of market certainty that industrial towns like Collie need to attract clean investment and future-proof local jobs. Because what's happened in Collie is more than just a local success story. It's a national, in fact, an international blueprint. It's fast becoming a blueprint for the 8 million coal workers right around the world facing the future beyond fossil fuels. These initiatives show what is possible when state governments, federal governments, union leadership, the local community, workers come together with the same goal: a fair and people-focused transition. It's a model for how we do this right, how we transition communities with respect, with ambition and with solidarity. There's of course more work ahead, but the people of Collie, supported by their unions and Labor, are proving that a just transition isn't a pipe dream, it's a promise.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Earlier this month, the Uruk Justice Commission, the first formal truth-telling commission of its kind in this country, handed down its final historic reports. Among the Commission's many findings was that crimes of genocide were committed against the First Peoples of Victoria. The report clearly calls for federal action on land rights, reparations for the crimes committed against us, and reparation of our cultural, secret and sacred objects. This could be a turning point for all people in this country and for the self-determination and independence of First Peoples and nations, not just in Victoria, but across this continent. But I want to start at the beginning. Uruk means truth in the Wemba Wemba language, a language that is now extinct, one of the many victims of the attempted genocide against the First Peoples of this continent. We talk a lot about truth-telling, but why do we need to tell the truth or need a truth-telling commission? Well, when we talk about the truth of this country, people don't want to hear it. It makes them uncomfortable. So they object to it and they hide it. They call it the black armband version of history. They say it's a history better forgotten, buried, left unsaid. They want to continue the lies, especially this place. Our leaders have a selective memory. And what they choose to remember and forget is deliberate. It's political, and it's a sophisticated effort to distance themselves from the atrocities, not only committed in the past, but which continue to be committed under their watch today. Take, for example, our Anzacs, who have a national day of mourning, a sacred day that recognises their sacrifice, struggle and loss. Few people know that returning First Nations Anzac soldiers were given nothing. They were considered good enough to die for this country, but they were still not good enough to be considered as citizens or be granted the same entitlements as their returning white counterparts. Soldier settlement schemes gifted huge parcels of land to white soldiers, yet First Nations soldiers were denied, a continuation of land dispossession and racist segregation. Our leaders not only have a selective memory, but a deliberate double think. They acknowledge the findings of Uruk, with bleeding hearts while knowingly upholding and expanding the racist system of dispossession that kills us? If we don't collectively reckon with our history, then how can we understand where we are today? How can we move forward together in healing? That is why truth-telling is urgent. If we don't know where we have come from, how do we know where we're going? I urgently call on this government to follow through on its previous promises to establish a National Truth-Telling Commission. As the Uruk Justice Commission said, the past is the present, and the policies of genocide, assimilation and destruction are not behind us. This systemic violence continues to harm our people every day. This genocide continues to traumatise our people, and acknowledging the past is only the beginning. We must hold those responsible for the ongoing genocide to account. Truth-telling alone is not enough. It must be accompanied by change and action that will liberate our people from the colonial shackles and chains once and for all.
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I rise to place on the record of the Senate my congratulations to the member for Blair, Shane Newman, on his outstanding 7th election victory for the community there. I said during the election campaign that you would be hard-pressed to find a harder working member of Parliament than the member for Blair. In his election victory and the commitments he was able to secure for sporting and multicultural groups, as well as a commitment of $200 million for the Amberley interchange upgrade, were a testament to his work ethic and commitment to delivering for his community. That's why it's with deep disappointment that I place on the record of the Senate some of the misinformation, scaremongering and aggressive behaviour which were employed by those opposite in the LNP during the campaign in Blair. The member for Blair and his campaign team had to put up with some of the worst campaign behaviour I've ever seen in my 20 years as a Labor Party member. Anyone who drove through the suburbs of Ipswich or the Somerset region would have seen the juvenile and misleading attacks made by those opposite and their mates on the member for Blair. There were thousands of corflutes placed on the streets of Blair by those opposite. This included hundreds of plainly bizarre caricatures of Shane as a Lego character which were illegally authorised by a made-up Ian Rankin from Battler Voice. These were later sanctioned by the AEC and were revealed to be authorised by former Queensland Liberal Party Vice President Graham Young. The same authoriser peddled misinformation on other corflutes, claiming that Labor were going to introduce a tax on utes and that Shane Newman was personally responsible for crime in Blair. There were also deeply concerning reports from multiple voters in Blair that received cold calls from individuals who purported to be from the Labor Party, pushing divisive issues with voters to turn people off from voting for the Labor Party. It's a credit to the member for Blair and his campaign team that they rose above these lies and misinformation put forward by those opposite. They were laser-focused on talking to voters about the issues which mattered to them, delivering more cost of living relief, strengthening Medicare with bulk billing, and delivering Shane's plan for better roads for Blair. I'd also like to put on record the deeply disturbing relationship between the LNP campaign and the exclusive brethren. This was first revealed by The Age during the election, who reported that members of the Plymouth Brethren Church had been deployed to at least 17 marginal seats across the country, including in the seat of Blair. On the ground, the exclusive brethren had rented out multiple mobile billboards and lead message trailers that across the electorate which encourage voters to make Australia happy and put Labor last. In addition, it was reported that the exclusive brethren had made nearly 1 million phone calls for those opposite during the campaign. Polling booths in Blair were overcrowded, with as many as 20 of members of the exclusive brethren handing out for the LNP on each polling booth. Their behaviour on polling booths was absolutely atrocious. As the member for Blair recalled in his address and reply last week, exclusive brethren members stood in front of Labor volunteers and verbally abused them. Men and women physically blocked them from handing out how to vote cards and filmed Labor volunteers. When I helped on the Raceview early voting booth, I heard from voters who complained about the intimidating environment heading into the booth and the absurd number of volunteers handing out. The scale of the Exclusive Brethren operation across the country begs the important question, what did those opposite promise the Exclusive Brethren in return for their support on the campaign? If those opposites are committed to renewal, they should come clean in terms of their agreement that they reached. I want to again congratulate the member for Blair on his victory. Those opposite threw everything at his campaign and stooped to an all-time low in campaigning. Anyone who was associated with the LNP campaign in Blair should be ashamed of their behaviour and that association. But it still wasn't enough. The member for Blair stood strong. He stood on his principles and track record of what he delivered for his community. And I know now that he is re-elected, he will go on to continue to deliver for his community and the election promises that he made as a member of the LNP. Those opposite continue to push the politics of division and commit to scare tactics rather than actually having a meaningful policy offering for the community.
Senator
But those on this side of the Senate will get on with the job of delivering for Australians and doing what we can to ensure that we're there to help them. Thank you.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you. Well, I want to give Australian parents examples of what's being taught in our classrooms. 1, you can't tell if someone is a boy or a girl by looking at their genitals. You can be a boy but feel like a girl inside. You are assigned male or female at birth, but this can change. Some people feel they did not get a good match with their body parts, and they don't want to be called a boy or a girl. These are just a few examples of the perverse rubbish our children and grandchildren, in some cases as young as 4 years old, are being taught in our schools across Australia. This is ideological indoctrination, not science, not truth. As a grandmother myself, I know this is causing untold damage to our kids. I'm raising this issue because I'm immensely concerned our children's health and well-being is being sacrificed for a vicious, hateful ideology trying to remake human beings into its own deviant image. I'm raising it to bring awareness to parents. My 7-year-old grandson recently came home from school and asked his mother, "Where's your penis?" "What do you mean?" she asked, reminding him that she is female and females do not have a penis. My grandson then asked his mother, where his vagina was. Troubled, my daughter asked him where these questions were coming from and why. So she asked him. "From school," he said. "School told me that you can choose if you want to be a boy or a girl," he said, and then added, he wanted to know when he gets to choose. Let's think of that for a second. He wants to know when he gets to choose. All his life, up for 7 years, he's been told he's a boy, reared as a boy. He looks like his father, he looks like his brother, he knows he's not like his mother, but now he gets to choose. Now, he knows he's a boy. His parents told him that because of biological sex. Can't change because of words or an operation. I wonder if also the school's teaching him, if he then says he's got a vagina, I wonder if they teach him how he has a baby. Parents and grandparents across Australia, you need to be aware of this. You need to find out what your children are being taught and take a stand against this perversity. Schools and departments call it sexual education, part of the Australian national curriculum, promoting diversity and inclusion. No, this is absolute rubbish. We need to step in now before more harm is brought upon our kids. Whether it be public, private or religious-based schools, this is happening everywhere across Australia and many parents are simply unaware. Parents are being deliberately kept in the dark. This is being delivered in some instances by a third-party external provider under various names and banners, including the Growing Up program in Tasmania or Respectful Relationships in Victoria, which is now extending to Queensland, New South Wales and South Australia. It is all the same transgender ideology which is pressuring our children and causing great distress and long-term harm. In many cases, no prior consent or permission is obtained from parents to teach this curriculum, and in some cases parents are denied access or visibility on the content when requested. Why? Because apparently it's commercial in confidence. Now, why and how is this allowed? What are they trying to hide? Parents have a right to know what is being taught to their children, and under no circumstances should this be withheld or children told to keep it a secret from their parents. That's exactly what pedophiles tell their victims. Schools do not have this right. Our schools are being perverted into turning our kids into fodder for gender clinics where they're drugged and butchered. Parents are being backed into a corner and having to resort to school shopping in the hope of finding a principal who is willing to intervene and stop this deviancy. Unfortunately, there are few and far between. More and more parents have lost faith, trust and confidence in the educational system and are turning to homeschooling as they have no other option. In Queensland alone, homeschooling increased by 229% from 2009 to 2014.
Senator Henderson, the time for this item has expired and we will now move to 2-minute statements, and I call Senator Bragg.
No. Well, I want to tell you a story about a man from Queensland who was doing a job for the last 3 years, which was somewhat related to government. In fact, I would say quite heavily related to the functioning of Canberra's government. And he did that job for 3 years, and then after the election, which was conducted earlier this year, he read a book from America. The book was called Abundance, and this man read this book, and after he read this book, and then he discovered that what he'd been doing in the first 3 years of this job was all wrong. It was terrible. So he read an American book to discover that what he'd been doing in Canberra was actually wrecking Australia. Now, the man's name is Dr. Jim Chalmers, who's the Treasurer of Australia. And he's a doctor, he's a doctor of something, and he's read a book and now he's changed his whole view about what's happened in the last 3 years. He's repudiated 3 years of Labor government where they put in place 5,000 new regulations, and growing. And today we see on the newspaper or the TV, whatever it's called, that there's going to be more regulations. Now YouTube's banned and all sorts of websites are going to be filtered by the government, and we're going to have more and more regulations. But of course the problem with this is that's not what the book said to do. The book told him that he needed to cut regulations and to abolish the thicket of regulations that he's been talking about alongside the Housing Minister and Dr. Lee. So maybe this book wasn't actually well thought through in the sense that he didn't understand what it said. Maybe he needs to read another book because he's at risk of doing again what he did in the first 3 years, which is more laws and more regulations and more red tape, which is bad.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It is with great sadness that I rise to speak about the extraordinary Lynn Rivers, President of the South Australian and Northern Territory branch of the SDA, who tragically passed away last week. Lynn was an exemplary leader of our movement and a mentor to many. Deeply committed to the union movement, to retail workers and to her fellow members, she was a part of our union for over 6 decades. Lynn worked in some of Adelaide's most iconic department stores, including John Martin's, Myer, David Jones and Harris Scarfe. Her commitment to the union movement never faltered. She never missed a meeting. She always stood up for what was right with both courage and with conviction. Elected to the SDA Committee of Management in 2000, Lynn went on to serve as SDA President for almost 20 years. She worked closely with SDA Secretaries Senator Don Farrell, Peter Malinauskas, Sonia Romeo and Josh Peake. Collaboratively, she worked with our union to drive meaningful progress and change for all retail, fast food and warehouse workers. She was fearless in her fight for them. Lynn was a force for our members, fighting to ensure retail workers were treated with the dignity and the respect at work that they deserve. Lynn leaves an incredible legacy to our union and to the broader Labor movement and will always be an inspiration to many. Her commitment, passion, loyalty, focus, fierce spirit and always friendly face will be missed. I extend my heartfelt condolences to Lynn's family, friends, our union movement in South Australia especially, and all those in South Australia who knew Lynn and who loved her.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Acting Deputy President, today I rise to speak in support of our public school teachers. Next Wednesday, teachers in Queensland will go on strike for the first time in over 15 years, standing together to demand better paying conditions and recognition for the essential work that they do. As a Queensland public school teacher myself for more than 25 years, I know the commitment and dedication teachers bring to the classroom every day, and for most it's a labour of love. Teachers work tirelessly and passionately every day to educate and support our kids, often in incredibly challenging conditions. Teachers in the public system in particular do the heavy lifting when it comes to improving outcomes for the most vulnerable and disadvantaged students. Yet most public school teachers remain poorly paid and face unacceptable working conditions in a system that on its current trajectory will be underfunded for another decade. It's driving good teachers out of the classroom and disincentivising people from entering the workforce altogether. This is a disservice not only to teachers but to the students who rely on them. Today's NAPLAN results show us what happens when you don't value teaching and learning. While students from more privileged backgrounds continue to perform well, those from disadvantaged backgrounds are falling further behind. If we're to have any chance of reversing this trend and lifting all kids up, we need to invest in our teachers, reward them properly for their work and ensure they have the in-class supports that allow them to do their jobs properly. Teaching conditions are learning conditions. That's why I would urge all Queenslanders to support next week's strike action by Queensland's public school teachers and join their calls for fairer pay and better working conditions. Solidarity with Queensland's teachers.
Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. Senator Askew.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Parkinson's Disease throughout the last Parliament, I have seen and heard just how little many Australians know about this disease. Parkinson's is the world's fastest growing neurological condition, with around 220,000 people living with the condition in Australia, but it remains a mystery to most until they or a loved one is diagnosed. As someone with friends and loved ones living with Parkinson's disease, I can fully appreciate the importance of education and awareness to help equip people with the information they need to manage the condition. And that is why I was pleased to learn of the launch of the latest massive open online course focused on Parkinson's disease. A massive open online course, or MOOC, is an online course available for anyone to participate and undertake the course at their own pace on any internet-enabled device. The Parkinson's MOOC is purposefully designed to be accessible and practically useful for people with Parkinson's disease and their care partners, through to healthcare professionals, support workers, researchers, health policy makers and anyone with an interest. This MOOC, delivered in partnership between the Wicking Dementia Centre, Menzies Institute, the University of Tasmania and the Parkinson's Research Foundation, builds on the important work pioneered by Wicking after they launched their Understanding Dementia MOOC. Since its launch in 2013, the Understanding Dementia MOOC has recorded over 330,000 enrolments from around the world, which is absolutely incredible. I am certain that the Parkinson's MOOC will also have a significant response, and I extend my congratulations to the community and industry leaders at Wicking, UTAS, Menzies and in the Parkinson's community on this innovative program. It will transform the understanding of Parkinson's for ordinary Australians and contribute to important discourse about how to manage this condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator Brown.
Thank you. The Albanese Labor government is driving a national push for practical, long-term economic reform. Reform that lifts productivity, strengthens the budget and improves the lives of working Australians. Later this year, the Treasurer will bring together leaders from business, unions, the community sector and key institutions for a national economic reform roundtable. The aim is simple: to build consensus around the kinds of reforms that will make our economy more dynamic, more resilient and fairer. This is not a Canberra conversation, it's a countrywide challenge, and it has to be shaped by the lived experience of people across the nation. and that's why I'm proud to say Tasmania is a part of it. On August 6th, the Tasmanian Federal Labor Team will bring together local voices from business, education, the care sector and research for a Tasmanian Economic Roundtable in Hobart to talk through the challenges we face and the opportunities ahead, because real lasting reform starts by listening to the people who live it. We will be focusing on three big areas: lifting productivity in a way that works for regional economies, building a skilled and supported workforce, and unlocking Tasmania's strength in clean energy and technology. Because good policy must start with place, national reform must make room for local knowledge, real-world experience and plain common sense. National-wide diversity should be a strength, not a barrier. The ideas and insights from the Tasmanian Roundtable will feed directly into the national conversation, and I want to thank all those who are stepping up to be part of it. This is how we do reform: carefully, collaboratively, and with a focus on what actually works for people.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. My comment today follows on from the vote last night calling for a review of the compulsory code of conduct for search engines, for which I thank Senator Babet and Senator Shoebridge for his contribution to the debate. Australia is set to introduce unprecedented age verification checks for search engines such as Google, YouTube, video sites, AI and, bizarrely, maps. What started as concern for children on social media has rapidly expanded to mandatory, wide-ranging biometric age checking across the digital landscape. For what reason? Safety? These measures vastly exceed what's necessary to keep kids safe. Instead of waiting to see how the under-16 social media ban goes, if it works, if it's even possible, how children get around it, the censorship bureaucrats are already trying to push through further nanny-state, privacy-destroying restrictions on the internet. Google and Microsoft will implement age assurance technology under threat of a $50 million repeating fine. This verification will be used to automatically censor an unspecified range of content. Yet the experience in Britain and the EU, where almost identical legislation has come into effect, shows that the powers will be most commonly used against material that hurts people's feelings, especially the government's feelings. This week, Britain has started removing any post which shows the current protests against excessive immigration, housing and cost of living. The wording of the Australian Code encourages the e-Safety Commissar to act in the same way. Did Prime Minister Anthony Albanese mention that in the last election campaign? No, he did not. If democratic protests around important issues affecting safety and society cannot be spoken, then we no longer have a democratic society. I'm disgusted. Enough is enough. We need to have an inquiry into digital regulatory overreach, including information about the actual events unfolding right now in Britain and the EU. We know how this legislation will turn out. Why are we making the same mistake other countries are making?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator McLaughlin.
The algal bloom disaster is still unfolding in South Australia. My thoughts are with the communities that have been affected and are being affected. I extend my thanks to my fellow senators for supporting the motion to enable the Senate to have an inquiry into the algal bloom. Special thanks to Senators Cadell and Grogan. I'm also grateful for the federal government and state government interventions. Scientists are still researching the causes of the bloom. It is likely that a key factor will be ocean temperature. What we do know is that the event is unprecedented. It's timely to reflect that we are not as ready to respond to this type of disaster as we might a flood or a bushfire. Just because this event is taking place at sea should not exclude it from being declared a national emergency, given the scale of the bloom. It is a core conservative principle that we must provide for future generations. The argument that we are free to pollute because other nations are polluting is not an argument founded in conservative thought or tradition. Also, we must reflect that the sea life and habitat is already under stress from pollution and therefore less likely to cope with unprecedented events. Every level of government, together with communities, are going to need to work together to make our economy sustainable. We need to find ways to not pollute. In my recent reading on what it is to be a patriot in the modern world, it is selflessly serving your nation, not only the citizens of today, but the citizens of tomorrow. And that must mean including a real commitment to care for nature.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. Senator Polley.
Thank you. Over the last 2 weeks of sittings of the 48th Parliament, the Albanese Labor government has been delivering on our election commitments. We're delivering on what we said we would do, and we're putting that into practice. And if you dive into the legislation that has been brought before the other place and this place, it displays a commitment to deliver for every Australian across all ages and demographics, improving wages for Australians on the minimum wage, securing penalty rates for 2.6 million Australians, reducing HECS and student debt of Australians by 20%. This means every Australian with HECS or a student debt, including VET and TAFE loans, will see a 20% reduction over the next 6 months, with an average saving of $5,500, reducing the PBS medication scripts to $25. This is a practical cost of living measure that helps Australians who require essential medicine for their health. We're also ensuring the safety of our children in childcare. This legislation will give government the power to cut off funding to childcare centres that don't meet the national quality standard when it comes to safety and quality. Where there's a breach of the law, or where centres are acting in a way that puts the safety of children at risk. No more profit before the safety and security of our children. These powers will be used in close collaboration with states and territories, regulating quality and safety under the National Quality Framework. Today and every day, what the Albanese Labor government, that is the people on this side of the chamber, we're focused on delivering the commitments that we made. We're delivering to our communities, to our students, we're relieving their debt, securing penalty rates, cost of living relief.
Your time has expired. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Sharks are apex predators, and healthy shark populations are essential to healthy oceans. So it was with great alarm that I recently read that new genetic tests of great white shark populations, a species that is protected under state and federal laws, tell us that only 500 adult great white sharks are left around our nation. And it's with significant concern that I've learnt from speaking to scientists in South Australia that this toxic algal bloom has seen not only thousands of dead marine creatures wash up on the beach, but nearly 8 adult great white sharks washing up dead on the beach. And the scientists tell me that is probably just the tip of the iceberg as to how many have been impacted by this toxic algal bloom. Another significant source of concern is the fact that state governments like the New South Wales government and the Queensland government still refuse to remove barbaric last century shark nets. Shark nets are designed to catch and kill sharks and reduce shark populations, including great white sharks. They don't protect our beaches. Surfers have been killed inside shark nets by sharks. They are simply there to protect politicians. And it is good that the New South Wales government is at least moving to trial removing shark nets from selected locations, but at a time in history when our shark populations are under so much pressure, we need to do a lot better. And it might surprise knuckle draggers like Ray Hadley at the Daily Telegraph in Sydney that I'm a surfer. I spend a lot of my time in the ocean surfing and diving. I've been out to the Neptune Islands on a scientific expedition and dived with great white sharks. And there are many surfers and ocean lovers. In fact, most surfers and ocean lovers want to see sharks protected as well as people through better technology.
Your time has expired. Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, the government's sudden decision to include YouTube in its social media ban for under-16s is a textbook case of panic-driven policy, not principle. It's a backflip so hard and fast it should come with a neck brace. And make no mistake, this just won't cost them the youth vote. It'll cost them votes across the board, in my opinion. Now, YouTube is a platform for learning, creativity and free expression, everything that the government should be supporting. By slapping a ban on YouTube for under 16s, which is what this is, this government is sending a clear message to young Australians: we don't trust you, we'll decide what you're allowed to watch. Now, everyone wants to protect kids online, but let's be honest, this isn't solely about protection, it's also about control. This ban, it triggers mandatory ID verification for all ages, and it opens the door to full-blown surveillance of every single Australian. Now, bureaucrats have no business micromanaging our digital lives, and parents should have the right to raise their own children and not have the government make these decisions for them. Now, this government's digital nanny state is growing by the day, but this ban is not going to make kids any safer. It is just going to make them more angry. And when they're old enough to vote, they are going to remember which party treated them like chumps for daring to try and watch YouTube of all things. This government has lost a plot, in my opinion, and they're about to lose an entire generation. But you know what's funny? What's funny? This government wants you to provide ID so that you can use YouTube, but they're not going to ask you for ID in order to vote. That's just a bit silly, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Babet. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Deputy President. For more than 90 years, the Royal Flying Doctor Service has been a lifeline to rural and regional communities, delivering not just emergency care, but also essential primary care to communities in need. But the barriers faced by patients in regional areas are also faced by our healthcare trainees. Rural healthcare students often have to relocate for study, face financial pressure and leave their social supports behind. Yet, when they do graduate, they are far more likely to return and serve in those very same communities. That's why the Flying Doctors Give Them Wings scholarship is so important. Now, in its 14th year and largely community funded, it provides $6,000 to support our future healthcare professionals, enabling them to overcome these challenges and get a taste of rural medicine. At a ceremony for scholarship recipients I recently attended, I heard from Audrey, who researched cancer outcomes in Gippsland and saw the real gap between city and country health. Sandra, who chose medicine after witnessing the vital role of her GP in her regional community. And Ruki, who after moving from Nigeria with her 2 children has decided to become a nurse and give back, inspired by the care her grandmother received. These healthcare workers will go on to serve, but also to inspire others. And that's the multiplier effect in action thanks to the Flying Doctors. Strengthening and supporting rural communities is what the Flying Doctors do, and this is why the Albanese Labor government has backed them in with $75 million towards more dental, mental health and primary care, and has also committed to an additional $1 billion over the next 10 years to further support them and give them certainty. Thank you to all the staff, the dedicated healthcare workers on the ground and in training, and of course to the many donors and philanthropists who back in the Flying Doctors.
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Today I want to honour Heather Calgarrett, a proud Yamaji, Noongar, Wangai and Pitjantjatjara woman who died in custody in 2021 after being found unresponsive in her cell at Victoria's Dame Phyllis Frost Prison by her sister. Heather was a mother of 4, a loving sister, a gifted artist and the rock of her family. This week, the coroner found her death was entirely preventable. Heather was given the wrong medication and left without proper monitoring. Her newborn had just been taken. She was denied parole despite being eligible. Every one of these failures contributed to her death. This is not new. Aboriginal women have sounded the alarm about our treatment in prison for years. We lost Veronica Nelson in a similar way. Premier Allen, the Labor Victorian government, says she's listening to the coroner, but this week she's winding back bail reforms that were introduced after Veronica's death. laws recommended by the coroner that we fought hard to change. This will lock up even more of our people, especially our women and children. This is a shameful hypocrisy, saying the right things to one grieving family while betraying another. We need action from federal Labor. If they're serious about addressing deaths in custody, they need to take a stronger stance by withholding funding from states and territories doing harm. Because without federal intervention, incarceration rates will keep rising and so will deaths. For Heather, for every life stolen by state violence in this country, we demand action.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Blythe.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. The recent release of the NAPLAN results highlight the continuing trend of mediocrity and declining standards in our education system. The latest results reveal that 1 in 3 students, or more than 1.5 million Australian students, are struggling to read, write and do maths. Across the country, students are continuing to underperform, with average results going backwards in many key categories. An acceptance of these declining standards doesn't just stop with our education system. It extends to all facets of life. This is evident in my home state of South Australia, with recent revelations that the South Australian Police have abolished literacy and numeracy testing for police academy applicants. This also extends to allowing failed applicants to reapply, not because the standards were too high, but because so many applicants were failing. Now, this is not a policing issue, it's an education issue, and it's a troubling one at that. Lowering the bar may get more recruits through the door, but it signals a retreat into mediocrity. We are not tackling the root problem, and we are adjusting our expectations to accommodate failure. These NAPLAN results continue to highlight a worrying trend of mediocrity in our education system. Basic literacy and numeracy are not optional, they are essential. If we abandon these standards, we compromise both safety and justice, particularly in our police force. We owe it to the next generation to demand better from our education system. Anything less is a disservice to our young people, to our institutions and to the communities that they will one day serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blythe. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And everyone in this chamber has lived the power of education. We see firsthand in the states that we love and represent education's capacity to transform lives. Education is not a privilege for a few. It's a right for all. And it transforms not only the individuals who encounter it and receive wonderful education, but it transforms the capacity of our entire country and indeed of our economy. Labor values have driven every education reform that we've undertaken. We've made TAFE free. We've introduced paid prac. We've made childcare more affordable, more accessible, and we've made it safer. And we continue to attempt to do that work in the Parliament, and I hope that we will be able to pass that legislation over the course of the coming days. We have reached historic agreements with our states and territories to fully fund every single school in every state. Now, these are reforms that were long overdue after a decade of neglect from those opposite. Indeed, I refer to the speech of the Governor-General, who in shorthand, one small paragraph said, 14 years since the Gonski Review identified the schooling resource standard, the Commonwealth now has an agreement with all states and territories to make that standard reality. The law captures Australians into schools by compulsory attendance for 13 years of education. We are talking about an entire generation who have been ill-served by the games played around education in this chamber. There are critical pieces of education legislation before us this very day, passed by the House, endorsed by the Australian people in a resounding Labor majority. Stop getting in the way of advancing the education, the health, the well-being and the prosperity of our nation. Pass Labor's education legislation. Let's get on with the job.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Wow, that was a draw, I think. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, President. I don't think we're in the way at all, Senator O'Neill. I think we're actually, you have your supermajority and you have your ability to govern, and you need to go and do it. I think it's time, yeah. So you need to get ahead and do your job, you know. You can't keep pointing to the opposition for any of the reasons that you can't do anything that you need to do. We have an example this week with the childcare legislation. You have a duty, an absolute duty to lead on this and to ensure that you get the states and territories to do what they need to do. We can't do that for you, but we will support you in that. And it is a critical priority for that to be right. So while we can sit and point fingers and shout across the chamber, ultimately when you have the responsibility of leading, you need to do it. And it's time to do that. So bring the people to the table to have those conversations in a manner that you should. We're here to support you to do that, but you actually have to lead on it and get the states and territories to act on that. And that will be seen. Australian families and children deserve that, particularly those that take their children to childcare centres every day.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. The time has expired. We're going to move to question time, and I'll call Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Hamas is a terrorist organisation in exclusive control of the Gaza Strip. Hamas slaughtered 1,200 Israeli civilians in cold blood on the 7th of October 2023, including numerous women and children. Hamas then took hundreds of hostages, many whom they also murdered. And Hamas still holds a number of hostages in their tunnels 2 years later. Hamas routinely uses the people of Gaza as human shields. They use hospitals for military operations, they disrupt the flow of aid of their own population, and constantly say that their primary aim is to wipe Israel off the map. Given the brutal terrorist organisation Hamas continues to exclusively control the Gaza Strip, will the Albanese government categorically rule out ever recognising a Palestinian state while Hamas is in control of Gaza?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Cash for the question, for the opportunity to speak about recognition, and also again reiterate the same condemnation of Hamas that the government has issued since the horrific events of October 7. So I know that Senator Cash only wants to talk about Hamas. I would say to her, I've answered your question and the questions of your colleagues since this war began about our position on Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organisation. We condemn them. They are a listed terrorist organisation dedicated to the destruction of the State of Israel. We have a very clear position in relation to Hamas. In relation to recognition, as you would know, all countries, including Arab countries, have made clear that they want to see a reformed Palestinian Authority and wish to see Hamas demilitarised. Countries have made clear that they want the security architecture in the Middle East to assure the security of Israel. This is where the international community is at. This is where the discussion is, Senator, and this is where the government is engaging. And why are we engaging on these issues? We are engaging on these issues because we know, as do the rest of the international community. You would have seen the announcement by the United Kingdom following the announcement also by the President of France, that if we want long-term peace and security in the Middle East for both Israelis and Palestinians alike, then we need to deal with the issue of a Palestinian state. That is the best way to ensure stability and peace for both Israelis and Palestinians alike. So, Senator, I would suggest to you it might be good to grapple with that reality, because that is where the discussion is, that is where the Middle East discussion is internationally, and where
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has
understand.
Expired. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
I ask again, will the Albanese government categorically rule out ever recognising a Palestinian state while Hamas is in control of Gaza? In particular, that former Labor frontbencher, now backbencher Ed Husic, has said that he believes right now is the time to recognise a Palestinian state.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And What I would say to Senator Cash is please refer to my previous answer and the multiple answers I have given over the last years since this conflict began. And really, people should understand in this place just how out of touch the coalition is on this. They don't even support a ceasefire, which the whole world, including President Trump, support. You do not even support a ceasefire. That is how extreme the position of the coalition is with this person as Shadow Foreign Minister. She does not even support a ceasefire that President Trump himself supports. That says something about the extent to which your position is divorced from the reality of what is happening on the ground, what is happening for people in the Middle East, and what is happening to the women and children of Gaza who are no, they are not all Hamas, Senator. This is the problem with your
time
position.
Time has expired, Minister Wong. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Almost every legitimate body has the goal of enduring, negotiated and a peaceful two-state solution. The fighting could end tomorrow, but so far Hamas has rejected every peace plan and opted to continue the conflict and suffering for its own purposes. Does the government acknowledge, as many Arab countries in the region now appear to have done, that the primary obstacle to peace in Gaza is not Israel but Hamas?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
I think the question that we are all confronted by when we see what has happened in this horrific conflict over so long is what can we now do to make a contribution to peace and stability? What can we now do to make a contribution to the provision of aid to people who are starving as a consequence, in great part, of a deliberate decision by the Israeli government to withhold aid, which was made. So, Senator, we have all condemned Hamas. I consistently, as does the Prime Minister, call for hostages to be released. But I would suggest to you, Senator, your position is out of kilter where the international community is going. You don't even support a ceasefire, which is supported by President Trump and the whole world. So at some point it would be good to be able to say something without her constantly talking at me. I've been pretty reasonable. I've let her go. She is the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Deleia.
Thanks very much, President. This is not my first speech. My question is to the Minister for Youth, Senator Walsh. I refer to the Albanese Labor government's legislated social media minimum age limit and the government's ongoing commitment to delivering world-leading online safety measures. How is the government taking action to protect young Australians now and into the future from persuasive and a pervasive pull of social media and giving parents across the country peace of mind?
Thank you, Senator Deleia. Minister Walsh.
Thank you very much, Senator Deleia, for the question, and we look forward to hearing your first speech. And I am pleased to get this as my first question as the Minister for Youth. And as the Minister for Youth and the Minister for Early Childhood Education, I'm acutely aware that the first 16 years of a person's life really matter. And I know that Senator Deleia shares that view. The Albanese Labor government is stepping up to help parents and their kids to be safer online with world-leading laws. From 10 December, social media won't be an assumed part of life for Australian families. And Australians should be immensely proud that we are prioritising the online safety of our children and leading the world with these reforms. The relationship between social media and children's mental health is one of the most important conversations of our time. Social media connects us, binds us, but is also used to abuse, control and harass us. Put simply, we want our children to have another 3 years away from the perils of online abuse. The first 16 years of life are incredibly important for a young person's development. There is a place for social media, but there's not a place for predatory algorithms damaging the brains of our kids. Young people will have 3 more years to know who they are before social media assumes who they are. These years shape a young person's trajectory in so many ways, including academic, social and emotional development. They lay the foundation for future learning, health and well-being. We also know the positive early experiences that foster healthy development, while negative ones have lasting harmful effects. And that's why we're delivering this important change for children and for their families.
Thank you, Minister Walsh. Senator Deleia, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. The Albanese Labor government takes the impact and danger of online harm seriously, especially when it comes to our kids. How is the government's historic legislation to delay access to social media until the age of 16, holding big tech companies accountable and families at the holding big tech accountable and families at the heart of decision making? What will this legislation mean for Australia's young people?
Thank you, Senator Deleia. Minister Walsh.
Thank you again, Senator. And the Albanese Labor government is on the side of families, and we have and will continue to face pressure from major companies. But we can't be clearer. We are on the side of families in this. Delaying access to social media until the age of 16 will protect young Australians at a critical stage of their development, giving them 3 more years to build real-world connections and online resilience. There are heavy penalties for companies who fail to take reasonable steps to prevent underage account holders accessing their services of up to $49.5 million per breach. We want Australian parents and carers to know the Albanese government has your back. We are putting parents before platforms because we know what a gift childhood is, and this gives children back their childhood.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Deleia, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. The social media minimum age rules will deliver on the Albanese Labor government's commitment to protect young Australians at a critical stage of their development. How is the government responding to expert advice from the E-Safety Commissioner and providing more certainty for parents and kids on the upcoming social media minimum age restriction?
Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President, and thank you again for the question. In response to advice from the E-Safety Commissioner, Ms Julie Inman-Grant, the online safety rules specify which types of online services will not be captured by the social media law, including messaging apps, health and education services. From December, all services that meet the definition of age-restricted social media platform in the Act and are not excluded in the rules will be subject to the social media minimum age law. This law requires social media platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent Australians under 16 from having an account from the 10th of December 2025. The onus is strictly on social media platforms. There are no penalties for under 16s who may gain access to an age-restricted platform, or for parents or educators who may provide that access. Again, Australians should be immensely proud that we are prioritising the online safety of our children and leading the world.
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The Prime Minister told Australians on at least 71 occasions, all you need is your Medicare card, not a credit card, and it would be free to see a GP. Minister, does the Prime Minister stand by his promise he made to Australians at least 71 times before the election that all you need is your Medicare card because to see your GP will be free?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
We absolutely stand by the policy we announced in the election and the policies that we implemented previously, and we have made clear, which, yes, as Senator Gallagher reminds me, you actually supported, Senator. That's how good they were. And those policies will see Australians being able to access urgent care clinics, which, as you know, we have increased the number of those both in the first term from what we promised, and now we have committed to further investment in urgent care clinics. And as you know, Senator, they do provide access to bulk billing. And yesterday I took the opportunity to remind you that of the history of our investment in bulk billing in this country. In 2023, we tripled the bulk billing incentive for pensioners and concession card holders. Now, when those 11 million Australians go to the GP, they are bulk billed 90% of the time.
Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. On direct relevance, I was quite clear. All I asked the minister was whether the statements made by the Prime Minister, which categorically state Australians will get free access to
Senator
their
Ruston,
all Australians, will they stand by that?
Senator Ruston, I did remind you yesterday, call your point of order. There's no need to repeat the question, and the minister's being directly relevant. Minister, sorry.
Again, President, I just remind the senator that bulk billing is the way in which you deliver access to Australians with your Medicare card. So that is the primary way in which governments ensure we do deliver that. Now, as I said, in 2023, we tripled the bulk billing incentive for pensioners and concession card holders. Now, that means when those 11 million Australians go to the GP, they are bulk billed 90% of the time. 90% of the time. And now what are we doing? We are expanding that reform because we are extending that bulk billing incentive to cover all 26 million Australians for the first time. And we were upfront with Australians that we anticipate by 2030 that will enable 9 out of 10 GP visits to be bulk billed. Now, I don't know which part of that, Senator, you don't support. Which part of that do you not support? I thought you did support this policy at the last election, or have you reverted to the position
Thank you, Minister.
that you...
The time for answering has expired. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. Minister, if the Prime Minister was indeed telling the truth, why then did Australians spend more than $166 million in out-of-pocket costs at the GP in the month of May 2025? That is $166 million spent by Australians out of their own pockets while the Prime Minister was waving his Medicare around. This is according to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. Was the Prime Minister telling the truth?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
So this from a member of a party that wanted to impose a GP tax. This from a member of a party who froze indexation so it became less, not more affordable for Australians to see a doctor. And this from a shadow minister who used to tell people that Medicare was unsustainable, now wants to have a go at us for actually trying to get 90% of Australians the capacity to see a doctor free of charge, to be bulk billed. I mean, this is the policy of the Lee opposition, that they actually do not want to expand bulk billing.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. Well, your feigned indignation does not answer
Senator
the question.
Ruston, why are you on your feet? Order, 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 order. Senator Gallagher.
President, we have noticed the tactic of the opposition taking numerous points of order where they just repeat their question. And I'm just wondering whether you could consider that in how you deal with these, because it is apparently just to repeat the question that they already asked.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. I haven't called you. Thank you, Minister Gallagher. I did indeed remind Senator Ruston to get to the point of order and not repeat the question. And in your latest attempt to stand up, Senator Ruston, you didn't even suggest it was a point of order. It was just launching into the politics of it. So I think across the chamber, everyone needs to think about a point of order and put it in the spirit and the way in which it's described in the standing orders. Senator Ruston.
On the response to the point of order, on direct relevance, I would suggest to you, President, that my points of order have always been on relevance. I apologise for not saying it was actually raised on relevance. The minister is not going in any way to answering my question.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. The time that you got to your feet before this time, you simply made a statement. You didn't even mention point of order. The minister is being relevant, and I will ask her to continue with her response.
We talk about indignation. Well, yeah, I think there's a fair bit of indignation about an opposition, a coalition party that has spent so many years trying to unpick and unravel Medicare, that froze bulk billing, Medicare rebates for 6 years, that tried to introduce a GP tax, now coming in here and pretending that they care about Medicare.
Senator Ruston. Second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Prime Minister told Australians on at least 71 occasions that, and I quote, free to see a GP, or I also quote, all you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. But Minister, the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare data says that Australians paid almost $2 billion in out-of-pocket costs to see a GP in the year to May 2025. Minister, when will this $2 billion of out-of-pocket costs be reduced to zero, as promised by the Prime Minister?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Well, as I said, an $8.5 billion investment in Medicare, extending the bulk billing incentive to cover all 26 million Australians for the very first time. I mean, let's be clear. We have been upfront with the Australian people. 9 out of 10 visits free bulk billed by 2030, and the investment in 50 plus 87 urgent care clinics, sorry, other way around, 87 urgent care clinics plus an additional 50, all bulk billed. This is what we do. What do? They want GP taxes, freezes on Medicare rebates, and this shadow minister telling Australians, I'm sorry, Medicare is unsustainable. And now you come in here and say, oh, well, your policies—
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you much, President. On direct relevance, I asked the minister a specific question 3 times today now, and she hasn't answered any of them. Could you please bring her to answering the question, unless she can't?
Senator Ruston, the minister is being relevant to the question. I'll ask her to continue.
President, you know, it seems remarkable, doesn't it, that they don't understand that the way you deliver free access to a doctor is through bulk billing. So she thinks bulk billing isn't relevant to visits to the doctor. Well, that says something about the lack of understanding on that side.
Has expired. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the new Minister for Environment, Minister Watt. Minister, studies have shown that toxic microplastics are infiltrating our lives, our brains, our blood, placentas and lungs. Some projections have oceans containing more plastic than fish by 2050. Next week, your department, or yourself potentially, will attend the final round of negotiations in Geneva to develop a global plastics treaty to end plastic pollution. The Albanese government has claimed to be a leader in these negotiations to date, pushing for legally binding action, not simple voluntary agreements, to reduce plastic pollution in our lives. Minister, do you think Australia's credibility on the global stage is undermined by Australia currently having no legally binding laws of its own at home? Specifically, no federal bans on harmful single-use plastics, no legally binding national waste reduction targets, no legal agreements that hold big producers and retailers responsible for the plastic that they produce and pollute with.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson, who I understand is one of the 2 Green spokespeople for environmental matters. You've got 10. It's Scott Morrison-esque, the number of shadow ministers for the environment in the Greens. Well, happy to meet with all of you individually. I welcome the question from Senator Whish-Wilson, and particularly his inquiry about how Australia can be taken seriously on the international stage about these matters. And I can assure Senator Whish-Wilson that, having recently attended the United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice, I can assure you that we are internationally seen as a world leader when it comes to these matters. What was very clear at that conference was that the commitments Australia has made in general around oceans protection matters, including our commitment to pass legislation to see the ratification of the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty, is very much welcomed, but also the action that we've taken as a member of the High Ambition Coalition when it comes to the Plastics Treaty that Senator Whish-Wilson is asking about is also very much welcomed. I participated in an event at that conference that included representatives of upwards of 80 countries who are members of the High Ambition Coalition for signing that plastic treaty. Senator Whish-Wilson is correct that in the next few weeks the treaty will be up for discussion at the relevant conference in Geneva. That is not a conference I will be attending because I will be hard at work here in Australia. But we do take these matters seriously about plastic pollution, and I do seriously welcome the interest from Senator Whish-Wilson, who I know cares about these matters very deeply. The reality is that plastic pollution is a global problem. It's going to need global solutions, but we are, in the meantime, getting on with work domestically, and I'm happy to talk more about that should there be some further questions.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Minister. I'd be happy to go in your place if that helped. It does stick out like a sore thumb that while claiming to be a driving force behind the high ambition Coalition for Ending Plastic Pollution globally, your government has not legislated binding action on reducing plastic pollution at home. Minister, will you today take the opportunity to show the necessary leadership by committing to this chamber to legislate reform to tackle the plastic waste crisis in this term of Parliament?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. Of course, I would expect Senator Whish-Wilson to focus on particular aspects of this issue that the government continues to work on, but I think it is worth reminding the chamber that even in our first term of office under Minister Plibersek in this portfolio, Labor has delivered over $1 billion with governments and industry to boost recycling by 1.4 million tonnes a year, including $60 million for soft plastics, and creating thousands of new jobs in the process. We've also been working with states and territories to reform packaging regulations with strict new rules and targets, in addition to the work that we've been doing on the international stage for a binding treaty. Now, I acknowledge that there is still more to be done on those matters, but we did take action in our first term to get this process underway after, yet again, an issue being ignored for 10 years under the Coalition, and we expect to continue that work over the course of this term. I'd be more than happy to speak further with Senator Whish-Wilson about our plans in this regard, and I'd welcome the Greens' support to back in those efforts as well.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Whish-Wilson, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. We'll certainly look forward to some legislation on this. It's been widely reported that the global plastic treaty negotiations have so far failed to achieve any binding action between nations because big business who produce and retail plastic have flooded the negotiations and undermined outcomes, insisting on weak voluntary agreements. Is the resistance to lobbying from big business at home in Australia also the reason, while after 3 years in government, you have been unable to take action on legislating to end the plastic waste crisis?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. I do have to take issue with Senator Whish-Wilson's characterisation of this because it is not the case that this government has failed to take action on these matters. And in my previous answer, I went through some of the steps that we'd taken in our first term to deal with the very real issue of plastic pollution, along with a range of other steps that we'd taken in relation to recycling and the circular economy. Again, we recognise that there's more to do, and we will be doing more over the course of this term, in partnership with the states and territories, who of course have a lot of responsibilities when it comes to these matters as well, and waste matters in general. But I am aware that, like we see at many international conferences, there are some countries who aren't as supportive of action as Australia is, as many other nations are, but we'll be working very closely with those other members of the High Ambition Coalition to get that plastics treaty done and to really take another step towards better regulation of plastics in the future.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Today, the Australian Bureau of Statistics released new figures that show that headline and underlying inflation are at their lowest rates in 4 years. Can the Minister update the Senate on the latest economic data and tell us what progress has been made in the fight against inflation?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Smith for this really important question. And we have had some very pleasing results out of the ABS with their inflation data released this morning. It does show that both headline and underlying inflation have fallen to their lowest rates in almost 4 years. It also shows that headline inflation has been now in the band for a full year. Trimmed mean inflation was also down when we compare data from the June quarter to the March quarter. And I'll just remind those who weren't here last term, when we came to office, headline inflation had a 6 in front of it and was rising. It is now about a third of that. Wow. When we came to office, trimmed mean inflation was 4.9% and rising. It's now almost half of that.
quarterly and monthly inflation down, headline and underlying inflation down, goods and services inflation down, tradable and non-tradable inflation down. On all measures, we can see that the substantial progress and welcome progress has been made in the inflation challenge that has affected all countries, and particularly here. Great to see that inflation now well and sustainably within band. At the same time we've been doing that, we've been getting real wages going again, living standards are increasing again, 2 surpluses, we've got the debt down, interest rates have come down. But we know the job isn't done. There is more work to do. We acknowledge that. There are issues, there's structural issues in our economy, and we also recognise that people still remain under significant pressure, which is why we have more cost of living relief rolling out the door. And indeed, it's one of the reasons why the Treasurer will be convening the Productivity Roundtable for 3 days next month.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Marielle Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The Albanese Labor government has worked hard on the global fight against inflation. Our government has continued its key focus on cost of living measures to help households deal with the impact of higher inflation, as we also work on budget repair. Minister, how important has budget repair been in this fight against inflation?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Smith for the supplementary, and she is right that budget repair has been a key focus of both the Treasurer, myself in the finance portfolio, but the whole government over the last 3 years. And I think what the data out of the ABS, but also the fact that we've delivered $100 billion worth of savings since we came to government, show that the Australian Labor Party is actually the party of responsible economic management. That has been well and truly consolidated with the approach we took over the last 3 years, and we will continue it in the next term as well. So we have made a number of savings right across government. As I said, $100 billion, $94 billion of those in savings delivered last term, and then, of course, we announced $6.4 billion worth of savings in the election campaign that will be achieved over the next 3 years.
Minister. Senator Marielle Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. What other measures has the Albanese Labor government invested in that will continue to help households this year?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Smith for the question, and I can note how silent those opposite are. You notice? I mean, every other time they're not. We know Senator Canavan called you irrelevant, but now you're almost invisible. You're irrelevant and invisible. And I know those opposite are going to hate this, but our government, when we look at what we came into, where we arrived in 2022 and where we are now, employment is up, participation rates are up, gender pay gap is down, women employed full-time up, manufacturing jobs up, industrial disputes down, annual headline inflation down, annual wage growth up, annual real wages up. That is what a Labor government delivers: responsible economic management, budget repair, dealing with inflation and making sure people can earn more and keep more of what they earn.
Thank you, Minister. Order. Order. I do acknowledge the quiet from the other side, and I would ask you, I am in charge of the chamber, so if a minister encourages you to be noisy, please ignore them. Senator Tyrrell.
Good advice, President. Thank you. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Senator McCarthy. In April 2025, the Albanese government announced an increase to the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme's assistance rates over 2 years. For Tasmania, the cost of living is the cost of shipping. What we buy comes in on ships. What we sell, we ship out. But when I chaired the 2024 Select Committee into the operation of the scheme, I heard that the thing Tasmanians want most urgently and need most critically is streamlining. The TFS is slow to administer, slow to deliver, overtly complicated to apply, and for many producers, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Tasmanian industry spent all federal election listening for some commitment from Labor and the Coalition to modernise this bureaucratic and outdated scheme. I didn't hear one. Did I miss it?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Tyrrell, for the question. And no, you would not have missed the fact that our government has committed very strongly to Tasmania. We have delivered on our election commitment to increase assistance under the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme, and we are backing Tasmanian communities and businesses by boosting the TFS payment by 25% for the next 2 years, so they do get a fair go.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Big businesses can't afford to have someone on payroll who just handles TFS applications day in, day out. For small businesses, you can't do that. So most of the money paid out under the scheme currently goes to the big producers. Of Tasmania's 130-odd registered exporting businesses, 5 of them receive 1/3 of the TFS reimbursement. Without reform, won't your 25% increase just go to the big players and not help out the little guys?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Naturally, our election commitment to Tasmania is an important one. Clearly, if there are those particular issues that you have in terms of the people that are coming to you, I know that the Minister would like to hear from you directly in terms of those particular stakeholders. But I do say that we were very clear throughout the election campaign, President, that we were very clear on delivering our election commitments right across Australia and indeed especially in Tasmania, and it's wonderful to see the Tasmanian representation that we do have in our government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. During the election, you also announced an independent review to ensure TFS is fit for purpose. Do you not already know whether it is fit for purpose? I can't understand how there's any doubt on this question. Labor was represented at the Senate Select Committee public hearings. Former Senator Urquhart was there. You heard from witnesses and read the submissions. They told you it's not fit for purpose verbatim, repeatedly. What do you expect in your quote-unquote independent review will tell you?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Senator Tyrrell, I believe I have answered your questions in regards to our commitment to Tasmania and TFS, but I will take on board some of those points you've just raised and get back to you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, President. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Now, as you may recall, Minister, last week you did not know how many houses the Housing Australia Future Fund had built. My question is, do you know the number they've built as at today?
Minister Wong.
Well, I'm asked about housing numbers. Can I give you a housing number, Senator? I'll give you the number of 80,000 homes that you are trying to stop being built. 80,000 homes that you are trying to stop being built with the position that you have announced in the opposition to the build-to-rent regulations. Now, I would make this point. We are getting on with a job. We are delivering 55,000 social and affordable homes. 18,000 homes are in planning or construction
Minister,
through the HAF.
your seat. Senator Bragg.
I'm reluctant to have to raise a point of order, but the question was very clear. How many houses has the Housing Australia Future Fund completed, built?
Order. I believe the Minister is being relevant. I will listen. Thank you, Senator Bragg.
Already 18,000 homes in planning and construction through the Housing Australia Future Fund and the National Housing Accord. But I'll give you another number, Senator. I'll give you another number. 5,000 social and affordable homes that during the caretaker period we asked you for support to sign contracts on. 5,000 homes, and you refused. You refused. So this opposition...
Order. I can barely hear the Minister's response. Minister, please continue.
President, so not only, President, did the coalition delay the Housing Australia Future Fund, thereby holding up additional supply, people...
Order. I'm waiting for order. Senator Ruston, I'm not quite sure which part of me calling for order you failed to respond to. Minister, please continue.
Not only did the Coalition delay the Housing Australia Future Fund, thereby preventing housing construction from starting, during the election campaign, the minister wrote to the opposition asking that 5,000 homes could proceed under the caretaker conventions, and you said no. And now you have 80,000
Minister Wong,
homes.
please resume your seat. Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
It's a point of order in relation to direct relevance. The question actually, with all due respect, President, could not have been clearer. Does the minister know how many homes that have been built? There is a fundamental difference between a built
Senator
home
Cash.
and a press release.
Senator Cash, thank you. I'll draw the minister back to the question. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And as I said, I've already given the number of houses which are currently in planning or construction under the HAF and the National Housing Accord facility. But I think it is reasonable,
Minister,
Senator.
Please resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
The point of order on relevance. The question was how many have been built?
I think the minister is being relevant to the question, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong. Minister Wong.
Am I?
Yeah, I've called you, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Senator Bragg, I know that you don't want to see 580 HAF projects in Maryland's delivered, 10 in Casino and South Gardens,
thank you, Minister.
144 in Maroubra, 221 in Macquarie Park and Lane
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you.
Order.
Okay, I'm not a member of that club. Thank you.
Senators. Well, thank you, Senators, but I was asking for silence. Senator Bragg, I'm going to invite you to begin again and restart the clock.
Thank you. Thank you, President. So, as at 31 March 2025, Minister, it seems that just $223 million of the required $500 million had been debited from the Housing Australia Future Fund account. Minister, was the remaining $277 million debited to spend on houses between 1 April and 30 June this year?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister, order. Senator Wong, I haven't called you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get order in the chamber. Minister Wong.
Sorry, President. Thank you for calling me. So I'm asked a question by Senator Bragg, or Braggy as his colleagues call him. I quite like that. About the lack of expenditure on a fund that they wanted to abolish, that they held up, and during the election they refused to allow expenditure from. So just so I get that clear, Senator Bragg, you're asking for expenditure from a fund that you wanted to abolish, that you opposed and held up, and that during the election campaign...
Order. I've asked for order. Interjections across the chamber. Senator Cash and Senator McGrath. Order. Senator McGrath, come to order. Senator McGrath and Senator Wong. Minister Wong, please continue.
I again repeat it because it really bears some repeating, doesn't it? The Coalition is asking us why there hasn't been more spent on a fund that they opposed and wanted to abolish. Their election costings abolish it. I'm not surprised you're embarrassed, Senator
Minister
Bragg.
Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
On relevance, the question was about the financial outgoings of this scheme.
That's right, and you asked about the scheme, and the minister is entitled to respond to your question, and the minister is being relevant. Minister Wong.
But it is interesting, President, that they complain about the money out of the scheme being less than it should be, when they actually wanted all of it abolished, where they held it up and they, during the election campaign, refused to agree to 5,000 houses being commenced out of the
Thank
half.
you, Minister. The time for
That's your
answering has
policy.
expired. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Well, I think we'll just have one more go at this. So the question is, how many houses have been built as at today, and how much of that money was spent in the last quarter of the last financial year? It's two simple questions.
Minister Wong.
I've already answered the question about the number of houses that are currently in construction or being planned. And what I would say to the coalition is I think Australians understand, including from the display today, that there is only one party that is seeking to add to housing supply in this country, and that is the Australian Labor Party. There's only one party who is seeking to add to housing supply in this country, and that is the Australian Labor Party. There is one party that has always stood in the way of more houses for Australia, that are continuing to stand in the way for more houses for Australians, and that is the coalition, led by obviously Ms Lee, but also Senator Bragg, who seems to have this ideological view that government shouldn't somehow help provide housing. Well, we have a different view, Senator Bragg. We have a different view. We want to build more houses for more Australians.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Minister, earlier this month you acknowledged that the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody said that to reduce deaths in custody we must reduce incarceration rates. You said this will be achieved through the Closing the Gap agreement. But it's clear that states and territories are not even trying to reduce incarceration. This week, Victoria is passing laws that will jail more of our people. The NT government is doing the same, and even reintroducing spit hoods for 10-year-old children. What action will you take to hold states and territories accountable when they intentionally break their commitments?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Thorpe, for your question. Recently we held the Joint Council on Closing the Gap in the Northern Territory, and one of the first things that we did do there, President, was to, as a joint group with First Nations ministers and with the Coalition of Peaks, was to call on all governments to commit and maintain true commitment to the agreement. It is tough, without a doubt. It is very tough. There are no actual penalties in that agreement as to not agreeing to it. I remind all parliaments and all cabinets across Australia that they have signed up to this. Both sides of the political spectrum have signed up to it, President, and it is very, very tough, Senator Thorpe, to be able to ensure across the country with all of those jurisdictions that they adhere to that, in particular the area of justice. We've seen rising numbers of Indigenous people being incarcerated, both youth and older people, in particular in a number of states and the Northern Territory. But I have to keep working at it, Senator Thorpe, and I have to keep working with my colleagues here in the Federal Parliament on all sides, but especially in the Cabinet.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you. The Northern Territory Land Councils and NARJA are calling for federal funding constraints on the Northern Territory government. They know the Commonwealth has more tools at its disposal to drive progress. When will you acknowledge that conversations are not working and withhold funding from states who introduce laws that harm our people?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. And that is correct, Senator Thorpe, with the organisations in the Northern Territory, in particular the land councils. They are calling for strict control on the funding that goes to the Northern Territory. The difficulty here, Senator Thorpe, is that nearly 80% of the Northern Territory budget comes from the Commonwealth. So we have to be responsible in our response to the Northern Territory, but we also have to be responsible to all citizens of the Northern Territory who receive that. And I am looking at those numbers, and I am looking at those links in terms of the federal agreements, but not just for the Northern Territory. This also has to be about the federal agreements and the communications that we have with all states.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
Thank you. The count has just passed 600 deaths in custody since the Royal Commission. We've had 17 deaths this year. This is not slowing, and incarceration rates are rising. We know the Commonwealth has powers that you've chosen not to use yet. When will you use all the powers you have to stop this? Where is your red line, Minister?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Well, we don't want to see any deaths in custody, any death, any Australian die in custody. You know, you go into custody, you go into prisons for a reason. Sometimes those reasons are fair and sometimes they're unfair, but we certainly want to see people come back out if that's what they're in there to do. I think that's really important to point out. But in terms of what we're trying to do, I am working with the Attorney-General, who I'm very pleased to see is taking this on and has met with you also, Senator Thorpe, which is an important step in terms of trying to look at the issues around the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody, the outstanding recommendations, your calls for an oversight. We are taking that very seriously. And we are also looking at this conversation more broadly with all of the Attorney-Generals across the country at SCAG when they meet next month.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Environment and Water, Senator Watt. Yesterday, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy announced further support for renewable energy projects, delivering a commitment the Albanese Labor government made to the Australian people at the last election. In order to achieve our ambitious target for renewable energy generation, environmental approvals need to keep pace with this rollout. How are timely approvals through the Minister's Department supporting our nation's goal of achieving net zero by 2050?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Whittaker, another terrific advocate for Western Australia, joining our ranks. Well, yesterday the Albanese government did announce that we will substantially expand the capacity investment scheme by 25%. And that means we will underwrite the construction of 40 gigawatts of large-scale solar, wind and storage by the end of the decade. In capacity terms, this is nearly twice as much energy infrastructure as the country's existing coal-fired power fleet. This investment is just one of a number of actions the Albanese government is taking to accelerate the rollout of renewables. Another is taking action to speed up the approvals process. Yesterday, as I mentioned, I announced the speedy approval of the 90-megawatt Somerville solar farm in the Richmond Valley in the electorate held by the Nationals Deputy Leader, Kevin Hogan. The news was reported on by the ABC under the headline, "A solar farm approved in weeks shows how renewables rollout could be sped up." And it's worth noting that the picture used in the article shows what the National Party says is simply not possible. It shows what must be hundreds of sheep grazing under and between thousands of solar panels, proving once again that agriculture and renewables can coexist. I know that's a hard concept to get your head around. I know. You just got to get out there and have a look at it's actually happening. This example and other recent quick approvals of renewables projects shows that if you get the system right and if everyone is working cooperatively, it is possible to get much faster approvals while also generating environmental gains through the development of cleaner energy. Unfortunately, while there are these sorts of good examples to point to, we need to see more of them. And what we want to do is make sure that quicker approvals, which meet strong national environmental standards, actually become the norm rather than being exceptions. And that is one of the reasons we do need to reform our environmental laws. I look forward to working constructively with all sides of this chamber over the coming months to ensure that these very important reforms can be implemented for the benefit of all Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker, first supplementary.
Excellent answer. Thank you, Minister. Earlier this year, the Albanese Labor government approved the Narrogin wind farm in my home state of Western Australia. Why is the rollout of renewables a good thing for the West?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Well, Senator Whittaker is right. The Narrogin Wind Farm in Western Australia's wheat belt was approved by the Albanese government on the 1st of May, and it's expected to generate enough power for 130,000 homes. It is sad, though, to see projects like this not being supported by everyone in Western Australia. And as I mentioned yesterday over the weekend, we all saw Senator Cash up to no good backing an anti-net zero motion at the Western Australian Liberal Conference. When her party leader, Susan Lee, when her party leader, Susan Lee, is desperately trying to hold her party room together, why would the Liberal Senate leader be so publicly opposed to her own leader? Well, News Limited columnist James Campbell had a bit to say about this, and he said, and I quote, "To some of her colleagues, the way Senator Cash is behaving is reminiscent of how Nick Minchin did everything he could to make Malcolm Turnbull's life hell when he was the Liberal leader in 2009. So rather than the Coalition Senate leader bringing good policy up, she's working to bring the Coalition leader down."
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Albanese...
Order.
The Albanese Labor government is unified in its approach to investing in renewables to achieve net zero by 2050, which will ultimately protect our precious environment. How important is policy certainty around our energy market, particularly for business investment around the country?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Watt.
Well, thanks, Senator Whittaker. Our government's position on protecting the environment by investing in cheap and green renewable energy is clear. But what isn't clear is the Coalition's position on this matter, because we've now got this incredible situation where the Leader of the Coalition in the House of Reps is supportive of net zero, but the Leader of the Coalition in the Senate is not. And this week we've learned that even the Coalition Senate team are deeply divided on net zero. We've seen Senator Cash and Senator Canavan in a unity ticket fighting net zero, but last night Senator Sharma went where few moderates dare to go, Sky After Dark, to say, and I quote, "We need to certainly listen to the voices in the party room, but we also need to remember that we've lost a lot of people from this room and they're the seats we need to win." Imagine that, a coalition member who thinks it's actually worth listening to the millions of Australians who support net zero. Senator Sharma, it must be a very lonely place over there in that party room at the moment, because whether it's climate, education or housing, the divisions run deep in the Liberal Party as Senator Cash tries to tear Susan Lee down.
Has expired. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Senator Ayres. Minister, the Australian Workers' Union said earlier this month that, and I quote, "Between skyrocketing energy prices, cheap dumping and tariff wars, smelters such as Nearstar and Glencore Mount Isa are up against a wall." Does the minister agree with the Australian Workers' Union that the skyrocketing energy prices, which his government has presided over, are risking good union jobs at Australia's manufacturing smelters?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you, Senator Canavan. I'm very pleased, I have to say, with the contribution that Mr Farrow, as leader of the Australian Workers' Union, and his union, which has very strong membership and has a rich history of collective bargaining and representing that important sector of Australian manufacturing, has had to say about the importance of that sector. And I'm really pleased with the collaborative approach that the Labor movement has taken. Mr Murphy from the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union and Mr Farrow on a unity ticket focused on the issues that matter for that sector and their members. That's a sort of lesson in sort of working class discipline and focus that wouldn't hurt.
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
President, the point of order is in relation to relevance. The quote is in relation to skyrocketing energy prices. That's what the AWU has said.
Thank you, Senator Cash. The minister is being relevant. Minister Ayres.
Thank you. I just say we welcome Mr Farrow's view, and I welcome
the views put, in particular in relation to your home state of Queensland, by Ms McRae, the Mayor of Mount Isa, who's been up and about here in Parliament House and on national radio and television making the case for that important industrial community. I actually welcome people making the case for their communities in a constructive way that is focused on the facts. Mr Farrow's view I've listened to in quite some detail, as you can imagine. There are issues pressing on that sector. They are not all energy related, but some of them are energy price related. Some of them, of course, there is a consistent stream of issues here, and I'm looking forward to the next.
Seat. Senator Canavan.
I'm not sure I'm looking forward to it, but
sorry. I invite you to do your first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, reports this week suggest that the owners of the Mount Isa copper smelter and the Townsville copper refinery have told staff to brace for a pause on production and potential job losses. The Australian Workers' Union has said that, and I quote, "Many Australian smelters face collapse without urgent intervention from state and federal governments." Will the federal government heed the AWU's warning and intervene to save copper jobs in North Queensland?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, of course, I should start this answer with noting the fact that there are workers in Mount Isa this week who are losing their jobs this week in the mining facility. And my heart goes out to them. I understand how important those jobs are. And Glencore's decision in relation to its copper mining facilities is having a real impact in that community. The smelting facility is vital in its own right from an economic and social perspective, and Glencore is making decisions about the future of that facility in terms of its investment there and its strategic decision-making about the future of its whole asset, including its zinc assets. There is absolutely an imperative for clear action and coordination between the Commonwealth and the state governments. I welcome the approach that the Queensland Government has taken, and we are working very closely with them as we advance our way through this important...
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, the Albanese government came to power promising to lower energy prices, yet now Australian unions are complaining that high energy prices are risking manufacturing jobs. Since your government was elected, electricity prices have risen 10% and gas prices 45% for Australian manufacturers. Will your government lower energy prices for Australian manufacturers in your second term?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
I am focused on the relationship between energy prices and the future of manufacturing in Australia, absolutely. But a question from Senator Canavan about energy prices really is a bit like the arsonist complaining about how fast the fire brigade arrives, like one of those teenage arsonists with the stopwatch out, worrying about performance of the Rural Fire Service turning up to a bushfire.
Minister, Senator Cash.
Point of order on relevant personal insults to the person who asked the question is not a substitute for an answer.
I will thank you. Thank you, Senator Cash. I'm sure in the spirit of a good chamber and good chamber management, Senator Ayres will, one, withdraw a comment, and two, I'll ask you to go back to the question.
Well, I withdraw it, and I broaden the observation out to what happened after a decade of mismanagement, disinvestment, policy uncertainty, an absolutely scrambled egg of energy policy mess that has left the Australian energy system and this government with an enormous amount of work to do to recover what has happened to energy and Australian manufacturing over the course of that decade.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice. Thank you.
Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I just would like to answer a question by Senator Tyrrell. The independent review of the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme will seek to ensure the scheme is fit for purpose and delivers for Tasmanians into the future. Commissioning an independent review was a key recommendation of last year's Senate Select Committee inquiry. The review will consider the committee's further recommendations, including the Bass Strait Passenger Vehicle Equalisation Scheme and how to modernise the system to ensure it best serves Tasmanians, including reducing administrative burden for more efficient shipping. As the scheme nears the end of its 5th decade in operation, the Albanese government is commissioning this review to ensure it continues to support Tasmanian businesses into the future. TFES was introduced in 1976 by the Whitlam government.
Is there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President, and I move that the Senate take note of all answers from government ministers to questions asked by coalition senators during question time. And Mr Deputy President, as many in this place and many listening along to what happened in question time today would know, the last hour is the opportunity for senators to ask questions of the government, to gather answers about what the government is doing to make lives better for everyday Australians. It's a very key accountability tool that we have in this place, and frankly it should be an opportunity for the government to showcase leadership and to showcase how they are delivering for Australians, and particularly given we had an election only a couple of months ago, I would have thought it was an opportunity for the government to demonstrate how it is fulfilling its election commitments. But frankly, Mr Deputy President, we heard none of that today, at least in the response of the government to questions asked by the coalition. And speaking of that election campaign, I think we all remember, and we heard it mentioned in question time today, that the Prime Minister during that campaign really couldn't appear at any press conference without flashing his Medicare card at the cameras. It was almost like the card was surgically attached to his hand, and I question whether, if that was done, whether that surgery was bulk billed. But that Medicare card became a symbol of the Prime Minister's promise to the Australian people. He claimed that under Labor, all you will need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. And Senator Wong said that apparently they're doing everything that they can as a government to ensure that Australians can see a doctor for free, and the way that you deliver that as a government is through bulk billing. But in reality, Mr Deputy President, the facts tell such a different story. Because we've seen this week with documents released under Freedom of Information laws that the Department of Health's own advice clearly demonstrates that nearly 1 in 4 GP clinics in this country will not bulk bill, even under Labor's incentive scheme that they talked so much about during the election. And I think we have to ask the question whether this government is being honest with the people of Australia. When they talk about their election commitments, when they talk about whether they're delivering on them, and particularly when they come into this place and answer questions asked by the opposition. Because the reality for most Australians is this: when they visit their GP, they are tapping their credit card as well as handing over their Medicare card, and they're just hoping that they're going to be bulk billed for the exercise. We know, Mr Deputy President, that it has literally never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor in Australia right now. And again, this flies in the face of everything the Prime Minister said to us during the election campaign. GP bulk billing is 11% lower right now under Labor than it was when the Coalition left government. I think that is a statistic that many in this place should think and reflect upon, because we do so often hear this nasty rhetoric from those on the other side that the Coalition is not a friend of Medicare, that we don't want Australians to access health services. Of course we want Australians to access health services. That is why GP bulk billing was higher under us than it was under this government. There have been 40 million less bulk billed GP visits in the past year alone. This means like I say, that more Australians, when they're going to the doctor, are having to hand over their credit card as well as their Medicare card. And we also know that Australians are now paying more out of their own pocket to see a GP than they ever have before, as the average out-of-pocket cost has reached a historic $48. That doesn't line up with what the Prime Minister told us during the election campaign, and it doesn't line up with what this government was telling the chamber during question time. And I think many Australians who are doing it tough right now, and many Australians who are trying to access health services right now, and lived through an election campaign in March and April and May this year where almost every day they saw the Prime Minister out there shaking his Medicare card, I think those Australians expect more from this government. And it is now on the Prime Minister to ensure that the promises that he made to the Australian people at the election are kept. And we in the Coalition will continue to ask questions until we get some more honest answers.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I feel like I'm going around a bit of a washing machine here. There seems to be such a common theme of what the Albanese Labor government are doing to try and overcome the disastrous decade of the coalition government. Now, I love Medicare. My family loves Medicare. From the day-to-day prescriptions, from the knocks and bumps, the aches and pains, the advice at the local pharmacy. Big shout out to John and Nam who run my local pharmacy and are invaluable to my family. Shout out to them. And from that to the more serious cuts and breaks that our urgent care clinics are now providing an excellent service for, and I've had cause to take members of my family to the urgent care clinic for both of those things. And it has been an excellent service that is fully bulk billed. And then there's the unfortunate circumstance where people need the hospital and the emergency care. And again, I'll tell you, my family has had to use those, and nobody wants that, but it is such a relief to know that it's there. There's someone there for you, that your Medicare card will carry you through any of your health needs. But that's not what we've seen from those opposite at all. Now, they can argue numbers, we can argue which set of numbers we're looking at from what year, comparing which bit to which bit. But bottom line, when they were in government, let's not forget what they did. All right, let's just own exactly what it is you did to Medicare and to the health system in this country while you were in government. There was the introduction, or the attempt to introduce a GP tax. You froze indexation on Medicare rebates. And I've spoken to more clinics and hospitals, doctors, who've gone on and on about how that just about crippled them over those, I think it was 7 long years, how crippling that freezing of indexation was for them to be able to keep up. And that's before we even go to the $50 million cut from public hospitals and the fact that you tried to get people to pay a fee to go to an emergency department. So, I'm sorry, the same old story here. A decade of you not actually having a care in the world for your average person out there who's trying to just get by, deal with their health conditions and make sure that they can get the care that they need when they need it. So I think it's quite cheeky the way you are approaching this situation now. Whereas us over here, on the Labor benches, on the government benches, re-elected in May this year for good reason, we've delivered cheaper medicines, saving well over $1 billion in out-of-pocket costs for people. We've frozen the maximum PBS co-payment for every Australian, largest cut to PBS medicines. And that co-payment is going to change. It's going to go up further. It's going to go down further. Our rebate is going to go up further. We've taken it from $42.50 down to $30, and then on the 1st of January, it'll go down to $25. These are things that impact people every single day. These are cost of living measures that help people every single day. And that's before we even get to the additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits each year.
Now that's what the policy is there. That is what it says. This is what we are doing. This is going to make an enormous, enormous difference. And beyond that, we've had a huge doctor crisis, huge problem with getting access to doctors. And why is that? Again, significantly, you can look at the 10 years of having insufficient training for doctors, insufficient pipeline of medical professionals coming through, and that can only be sheeted back to those opposite. What we've done is put thousands more doctors into training programs. And this year we saw the largest ever GP training program. And that's something that we are really proud of, because we're not just here for the sugar hit. We're not just here for today. This is about building the pipeline for the future to address the crisis that was left, embarrassingly left, by those opposite. We will support people, and it will be your Medicare card that you will take with you, and it will be your Medicare card that you can rely on for the services and supports and healthcare that you need.
Senator Gregan, your time has expired. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. First, I'd like to make some remarks in relation to the position regarding the copper smelter at Mount Isa and the copper refinery in Townsville. And I must say it will be absolutely heartbreaking for those communities if the copper smelter in Mount Isa and the refinery in Townsville close. And I say that as someone who many years ago, decades ago, as a young in-house lawyer at Mount Isa Mines, spent a lot of time in Mount Isa and acted in some really difficult cases involving some workers at Mount Isa. I got to know some of those miners, and they were some of the best people I've ever met in my life. Down to earth, salt of the earth, and really, really good people. So I really am feeling for that community at Mount Isa at the moment and in Townsville, and I desperately hope that there is a way which is identified to keep both the smelter in Mount Isa and the refinery in Townsville open. And I should say, wearing my hat as Shadow Spokesperson for Multicultural Affairs, that Mount Isa is a great example of a successful multicultural community. And in fact, people may not know that Mount Isa actually has a substantial Finnish community, and a lot of Finnish miners came out from Finland when Mount Isa started and were part of opening up Mount Isa. And in the 70s, this is going back, in the early 70s, there were workers at Mount Isa from over 50 different nationalities who came to Mount Isa seeking a better future for themselves and their families and worked together on the project that we call Australia. So it's a great example of a wonderful community, and my heart goes out to that community, to those workers. I desperately hope there's a pathway identified to keep the copper smelter open and the refinery open in Townsville. I really do, as a Queensland Senator, and I'm sure all my colleagues from Queensland, in fact across the country, have similar sentiments. I'd like to make some comments in relation to the answers which were given to Senator Bragg's question in relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund. And could I say, Senator Wong, as she does so well, managed to avoid answering the direct question which was put to Senator Wong by my colleague Senator Bragg. And it was the obvious question: how many houses have been built by the Housing Australia Future Fund? How many houses have been built? You couldn't get a more simple question. We've had this $10 billion fund set up, announced 2 years ago, and the question is, well, how many houses has it built? And the answer we got was quite clever, but avoided answering the question, because the answer provided a number of houses that were either constructed or planned. Not built, constructed or planned. And I'm sure there was some planning that went into the construction of that answer, but we weren't after We weren't after how many houses were planned or are planned. We're actually after how many houses have been constructed. And we received an answer in Senate estimates earlier in the year that indicated at that point in time there had only been 17 constructed. 17 houses constructed 2 years after the Housing Australia Future Fund had been established. 17, 17, not 1,700, not 17,000, 17, 17, constructed by this $10 billion fund. And perhaps even more disturbingly, we heard that the fund had actually acquired 20 times as many houses as it had constructed. 340 houses had been acquired. And that was, I don't remember that ever being the intention of the Housing Australia Future Fund, to actually go out into the market and compete with everyday Australians to actually acquire houses. It was all about building future housing supply. So we got no answers from the Labor government with respect to giving us an update on the number of houses constructed. Very, very disappointing.
Your time has expired. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Deputy President. Imagine my surprise this afternoon to have Senator Canavan come into this place quoting the Australian Workers' Union. And I know I speak for myself and Senator Chisholm and other members of this chamber when I say, welcome aboard, Senator Canavan. You are in great company. It is wonderful to have you on board, quoting the Australian Workers' Union. And I look forward to his ongoing advocacy in this place on behalf of the entire Workers' Union. Perhaps we might see him step up to the plate, back in working families, when the penalty rates legislation comes into this place. I expect to see Senator Canavan coming over here, joining his comrades, voting with us on the penalty rates legislation. So I will eagerly wait to see my comrade Senator Canavan join us on this side when that legislation comes through here. Let me just also touch on the smelters issue raised today. The government is, of course, committed to sustainable long-term future for our industry, while those opposite have left a graveyard of discarded energy policies in this place, with backbenchers too focused on their own politicking and their own appearances on Sky After Dark to be holding a consistent position. And I'll touch on that because we saw some pretty interesting scenes in here yesterday. We saw the opposition members almost bowl themselves over running out of this place to get out of the chamber and avoid taking a public position on a net zero target motion. The only person who had a bit of ticker was my comrade Senator Canavan across the chamber, a man who has not met an anti-net zero motion that he doesn't like. There he was across the chamber, casting a lonely shadow, sitting next to his comrades from One Nation. But there were people in this chamber, Deputy President. They were, but they rushed out of here, rushed away from a vote. Poof, vamoose, they were gone. And we saw it again this morning. They ran out of this place to avoid a vote. They had their colleague, Senator Henderson, placing motions, amendments here today. All of a sudden, when it came time to vote, they disappeared again. They disappeared again. And I know I'm new around here. I am a bit new, it's my second week on the job, but I actually thought the point of showing up in this chamber was to vote and do our job. It wasn't to avoid a vote and run away from voting. So, maybe I'm losing. Maybe I'm a bit old-fashioned. Maybe I need to learn a thing or two, but that was quite interesting scenes today to see them running away from a vote. They couldn't avoid it if they tried. We also had our friends from the opposition talking about Medicare. I mean, the gall of these guys talking about Medicare, the same people who left it in such a state after 10 years of neglect. They ran it into the ground to come into this place and talk about bulk billing rates. It had never been more hard or more expensive to see a doctor than under the coalition government. They want to come in here and lecture this government about Medicare. Bulk billing rates were in free fall. You needed a parachute to catch it. That's how bad they were under the coalition. But unfortunately, they want to come in here and lecture us. But this government isn't about talk. We're about action. We have delivered We promised 50 urgent care clinics. We delivered 87. We jumped over that target and then some. And I've been proud as a new senator for Queensland to get out and visit some of our very well utilised urgent care clinics. I've been to see Dr Evan Jones in Morayfield in the seat of Longman, where there were thousands of patients that were treated last year. It was a very busy urgent care clinic doing amazing things for that community. I've been up in the seat of Groom, visiting the Toowoomba Urgent Care Clinic, again seeing thousands of patients at that clinic. All you need is your Medicare card. You walk in the front door, we take walk-ins 7 days a week, long hours to treat people, to treat young kids, to treat elderly family and working families. So it's amazing to see the absolute gall of those opposite. Under this government, we have seen an $8.5 billion investment in Medicare, the largest single injection in its 40-year history. What we've also seen is a commitment to take bulk billing rates to 9 out of 10 visits to the GP will be bulk billed by 2030, an amazing commitment. The record investment from this government is reducing and reversing the cuts we saw under the Liberal Party. I cannot believe the gall of those opposite.
Senator Antic.
Yes, thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Take note's normally meant to be, it's meant to be a bit engaging, and I like to think it's like amateur stand-up, frankly. But anyway, we'll take that. I've only got 3 minutes. I think I've only got 3 minutes. I've got 5 minutes. Right. Okay. Well, in that case, I could do a critique on that, but I won't. Yeah, well, it wasn't very funny. But anyway, what I am here to talk about, though, of course, are the questions and the answers given to them. And I listened to the debate earlier about a range of issues, the Housing Australia Future Fund, the $10 billion fund, which we know now is yet to build, I think, only less than 17 houses, but certainly not many. We're not going to house the 1.5 million new people that have entered this country over the last 3 and a bit years with that kind of number. Fine. But we also heard a little bit about the position on fuel tax credits, which we're now seeing the government unable to rule out cuts to diesel fuel rebates, which are relied on by all of the people that drive this country, truckies, farmers, miners, and this is all in the name of emissions. The press on everyday Australians and everyday Australia is absolutely real, Mr Deputy President, and it got me thinking about the scenario. We're always in here talking about, and I note, by the way, that it's all right for female senators and MPs in this place to talk about the manner in which things affect female Australians, but we never hear the flip side from what's happening to young men in this country. And these are the sort of policy positions which are putting what I am now witnessing out in the community is the most enormous strain on young Australian males that I have ever seen. And if anyone's not seeing it, then they're not talking to enough young men out there. Whenever I talk to a young bloke in this country, he tells me that he is, no matter how much he works, no matter how hard he works, and no matter how diligent he is with his savings, he simply can't afford the life that his parents did, the life that his father did, the life that his grandfather did. And the anxiety out there because of the pressure on young men is a real and present problem in this country that is not being addressed properly. The young men that I speak to talk in this country about the simple things in life, like being too scared to ask a woman out, a girl out, simply for a cup of coffee because they're not sure they can afford it anymore, thanks to the policy settings we're seeing from the government across the chamber. I mean, there's a range of other issues affecting young men today. The Me Too movement has made them almost frightened to approach young women for fear of being called names, I might say, but that's a different issue. We're talking about the economic side of it. The changes to the manner in which we treat young men now, I think, is extraordinary. We hear them talking about their careers and the manner in which they feel that even if they do a good job in their workplace, they may well get stepped over the top of because of some DEI target. We talk about them listening to commentators and politicians in this place, effectively accusing them of being offenders in waiting. And we find that we're now living in a world where this situation is causing angst and unrest. It is causing problems at home. It is not being addressed. And it is something that I think is going to ultimately become a serious problem. It has never, ever been more expensive for young people in this country than it is at the moment, and that is having a huge amount of pressure being placed on the next generation. People are reluctant now, young men are reluctant now to go about the process of starting a family, owning a home. They feel they can never, ever, ever be in a position where they're going to get onto the front foot. And so we can talk about all of the problems facing the economy, and we can talk about, the gender pay gap in this place, and we can talk about the kind of the Gen Z boss in a mini, all this sort of stuff that we see floating around out here. But the question that is being left is, what are we going to do with a generation of young men in this country who feel totally and utterly let down by the system, totally and utterly left behind by an Australia that doesn't want to talk about them in anything other than pejorative terms? And for the longest time I have been talking about this. It is often accused of being toxic in itself, Mr. Deputy President, but the reality is that this is a growing issue in this country. It is one that politics is not addressing, and it needs to.
I will now put the question that the Senate take note. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of responses to my question to Minister Watt. I've been campaigning against plastic pollution, trying to do something about this issue for nearly 20 years, 13 years in this place. And while we've always been aware that plastic is dangerous in the environment, especially the marine environment, recent studies, and there have been a lot of them, talking about the human health impacts of plastic ingestion, especially microplastics, are really quite chilling, Deputy President, including recent evidence that microplastics are now being linked to higher levels of cancer in young people, which is a significant area of ongoing research. I mean, this is an environmental issue that doesn't matter what your politics or your demographic, where you're from, everybody wants something done about this issue. And if you just want any evidence of that, look at the outrage around the country when Red Cycle collapsed a couple of years ago, because people wanted to do the right thing by taking their soft plastics back to the supermarket. People really care about this issue, and they want actions from government. Now, of course it makes sense for the world to have a global plastics treaty, a high-ambition coalition of countries that will work to actively reduce plastic pollution by tackling it at its source, where it's produced, how it's produced, is it produced for its end of life? That circular economy concept. But the problem is, and I could have told you this 20 years ago, the reason we're not getting legislative action that's binding is because the companies, the businesses and the countries where these businesses are domiciled do not want to see regulatory action. They want to put the responsibility onto you as a consumer of plastic. I've always had the view that it should be both. You should be responsible when you use plastic, but the companies that produce it should produce it for its end of life so that it can be properly recycled or reused. And this is where the rubber hits the road at these global plastic negotiations. Some plastics just need to be banned. And even the industry itself recognise that in terms of the harmful chemicals they have in them. Other industries like the recycling and the waste industry want to see problematic plastics banned, plastics that make it really inefficient and expensive at collection depots, sorting depots, local government level all the way through to big business. And it's on us as decision makers in places like this, in the parliaments of the world, to make the decisions. And that means regulating, good old-fashioned textbook case of regulating an externality. Because a business that produces a product that creates an externality like an environmental harm, the cost of that harm should be built into the cost of the product. That's something my first-year economics students could have told you many years ago, and it's remarkable how powerful these companies have been around the world and how effective they've been at stopping any regulation. Now, this Global Plastic Treaty, I wish it success next week in Geneva. It's failed to this point repeatedly to get an outcome because the lobbyists that turn up have outnumbered the countries and the NGOs and the organisations trying to get action on this issue. They've literally gate-crashed these negotiations and made sure that they've failed. They've been repeatedly pushing for a weak, voluntary, non-binding agreement that allows them to basically do nothing. And in fact, to greenwash I was about to say something unparliamentary there, Deputy President, but I won't with you. But they're going to use this as a greenwashing opportunity, and everybody knows that. They've done it in this country for 20 years or 30 years, and they're doing it everywhere around the world. So the Minister's Department is going to go there next week. They're going to lobby for a legally binding global plastics treaty. But the problem is this: we don't have it here in Australia. So how can we be taken seriously as leaders in this space when we don't have it at home? And you know what? If we get a globally binding plastics treaty, it'll be a big celebration, but then we've still got to come home and do it. And all the solutions are at our fingertips. I can point you to 4 Senate inquiries in the last 10 years. 3 of them I've chaired myself, all very similar recommendations. The previous government went part of the way to achieving what needs to be done. We all know what the solutions are. We've just got to get on and do it.
Senator Whish-Wilson. I'll put the motion from Senator Whish-Wilson to take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? None. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Am I calling the clerk? Yes, call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate number 1 in the name of Senator Smith from today till the 27th of August. Business of the Senate number 2 in the name of Senator Canavan from today until the 31st of July. General business number 34 in the name of Senator Shoebridge from today to the 31st of July. General business numbers 35, 53, 54 and 55 from today to the 31st of July, and general business number 58 from today to the 25th of August.
Thank you very much. The President has received a letter requesting changes in the membership of committees. I'll call the Minister. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed in the dynamic red.
Senator Scarr.
With indulgence, President, can I just confirm that this doesn't deal with the controversial matter we're going to be dealing with?
One up for later.
This one is the library, I believe. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Oh, beg your pardon, they were a range of committees. This one is for the library, but not the one you were concerned about. I have received a letter from Senator Walsh resigning her place as a member of the Council of the National Library of Australia, and from the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate nominating Senator Askew to serve as a member of the Council. Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion to appoint a senator to the Council of the National Library of Australia.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the National Library Act 1960, the Senate elects Senator Askew to be a member of the Council of the National Library of Australia for a period of 3 years on and from today in place of Senator Walsh. Congratulations, Senator Askew.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe that's carried, and congratulations, Senator Askew. Okay, so we'll move on to formal motions. So I will go to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Askew?
What's this?
3.
Yep.
Business of the Senate. Thank you.
Oh, was that postponed?
No, 2 was. 1 and 2 were postponed. 3
it's being
is
debated later.
disallowed.
So I'll just let you know that that's being debated later in the agenda.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. That was 3, Senator Bragg. Sorry, Senators, it's just a little bit messy. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 43, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge. Oh, I'm very sorry, Senator Pocock. Sorry, I called you.
Thank you, President. I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums in respect of electoral communications and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it.
That this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to elections and referendums in respect of electoral communications and for related purposes.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock. So we'll now move to general business notice of motion number 50, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe. Is anyone moving that motion? No, I'll move on. And move to 51 in the name of Senator Thorpe. Is anyone moving that motion? So I'll move on. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 56, standing in the name of Senator Whitten. Is that, yep, Senator Whitten?
I ask that the general business notice of motion number 56 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Whitten.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 56, standing in the name of Senator Whitten, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Okay, the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 56, standing in the name of Senator Whitten, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chairs, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 18 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business number 35, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 35, if I could check with Senator Gallagher as amended.
Move an amendment. Yeah.
Number 35 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Whish-Wilson.
I move the motion.
Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that the motion be amended to omit paragraph 1F.
So the question is that the amendment, as just moved by Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now put the amended motion. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 35 in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson and amended by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Over here, right. Over here.
Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 35, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson and amended by Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Senator McKim, seriously. Order. There being 39 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Now going to go to general business notices of motion number 50, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 50 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
So the question is that the general business notice of motion number 50, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. I think I only heard one voice, Senator Thorpe. Order! Order! I think we all know the rules for formal motions, so when I call, please indicate clearly what your voting is. Minister Gallagher?
I was of the understanding that Senator Thorpe was going to amend this motion, but I didn't hear the amendment being moved, which is why we opposed. We were to support the motion if the motion had been amended as per discussions.
Well, Senator Thorpe hasn't moved an amendment and the vote has been put and a division has been called for. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Do you think 4 minutes? Ring the bells for 4 minutes, sorry. With the indulgence of the chamber, Senator Gallagher has asked that we just cancel the bells and recommit the vote. Senator Scarr, Minister Gallagher is happy to give an explanation if you require one. Otherwise, I'm going to recommit the vote. Minister.
Thank you, President. Well, referring back to my previous comments about how we would support if there was an amendment moved, my understanding was it was amended last night, so that hadn't been picked up. My apologies for that, and that changes Labor's, the government's position on voting on this. We will be voting in favour of the motion.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe. You don't need to recommit it. I can just put it. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 50, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Thorpe will now move to general business notice of motion number 51.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 51 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 51, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So we'll now go to general business notice of motion number 57, standing in the name of Senator Waters.
Mr. President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 57 be taken as a formal motion.
So the question is that any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 57, standing in the name of Senator Waters, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Did ask for it to be changed, but yeah, we'll let it go. That's right. Yeah, no, we'll just, yeah, they. It's okay. It's just been a bit messy. Lock the doors. Oh, still wait, it's okay. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 57 is moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now go to general business notice of motion number 60, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 60 relating to an order for production of documents relating to the special envoy's plan to combat anti-Semitism. I understand the amendment has been circulated and it's just a change of date for when the documents are to be tabled.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as formal.
So is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none. So the question is that Senator Faruqi's motion as amended be agreed to. Those order. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 60, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi as amended, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 60 as amended by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now go to general business notice of motion number 61, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. I move the motion. I ask that general business notice of motion number 61 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hanson-Young.
I move the motion.
So the question is that Senator Scarr.
President, I move an amendment in the... I seek leave to move an amendment.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Scarr.
Thank you. I move the amendment to General Business Notice Motion 61 in the form circulated in my name in the chamber, and I'd be happy to read the amendment if people would like, for the entertainment of those listening.
Everyone is indicating, as required, they have seen the amendment. Minister Gallagher.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted?
No
leave
more than 1 minute.
For 1 minute.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to record that I think it's a deep shame that we are at this point that we are, where this is coming to the Senate for resolution. The standing orders provide for 3 non-government members to be members of the Appropriations Committee. There had been discussions about having a Green nomination on this committee. That was not accepted by the opposition, and now we are where we are. But I would encourage everyone across the Senate to do what we do all the time, which is to negotiate outcomes without bringing them and settling matters before they need to be brought to the Senate today, like this one is, and like one that Senator Pocock will be moving later today. There are forms in this place where we negotiate and then we reach agreement because it is a minority chamber, and it appears to me that those opposite need to understand that that's the way it's going to work here, or we will crunch you like we are crunching today.
So, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I just would seek leave to make a very short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. The Greens will not be supporting these amendments from the opposition. We sought to resolve this matter outside the chamber, and the opposition arrogantly refused. Well, now you're going to experience what happens when you aren't in control, because you are not. You do not control this chamber. The crossbench do have a right.
Young, I've got Senator Scarr on his feet. Senator Scarr.
President, the Senator should be directing her comments through you as President, especially when she's speaking in such a hostile, aggressive manner.
Senator Scarr. I will remind Senator Hanson-Young to make her comments to me.
Thank you, Madam President. It seems that the nerves are touchy over on the other side. Could I, through you, Madam President, say to the opposition, you're hardly even an opposition at the moment. You're split, you're a rabble, and at the very least, ensuring that the crossbench can have a say and a role on these types of committees is important.
Please resume your seat. Senator Scarr.
Is she finished?
Senator, what's your point of order, Senator Scarr?
Well, I was rising to seek leave to make a short statement.
Well, please, senators, senators, order. I'm running the chamber. Senator Hanson-Young has 11 seconds. Please only stand if you have a point of order. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Again, displaying rabble, rabble, rabble. They're a mess. They're hardly even an opposition. They don't deserve 3 seats on this committee.
Thank you. Senator Scarr.
President, given the Leader of the Government has made a statement, the Leader, not the Leader of the Greens, I seek leave to make a very short statement.
Leave granted. Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. And I should advise those listening to this debate that the issue arose because Senator Askew, my good friend Senator Askew, was duly appointed by the Senate because the Greens failed to lodge their committee membership letter in time. They failed to do their homework. They failed to do their homework, Deputy President. And the Labor and the Greens have done a secret deal to add a senator from the Greens to this committee. But notwithstanding the above, Madam President, in order to progress the matter, we're simply seeking that the Greens purge resolution, which would seek to purge my 3 colleagues, Senator Askew, Dunham and McKenzie, that only Senator Askew leave the committee, and that seems a very reasonable amendment from our perspective.
Thank you, Senator David Pocock. Order! Order! Senators! Senator Colbeck! Senator Colbeck! I called you to order. Senator David Pocock.
Leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted?
Since we're talking about...
Senator Pocock, a moment, please. Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. Sorry. For fear of being crunched,
Well, you're not... Order.
In all seriousness now, I just wanted to make a short statement, given we're talking about the way that committees have been negotiated, and just make the point that the Greens are half the crossbench, and yet if you look at the committees and what went down the other day, the Greens are basically all of the committee members and got every single committee membership that they wanted. And when the rest of the crossbench said, hey, I'd just like to be on one committee to be able to contribute to the Senate, given I'm an elected senator, there was a deal done between Labor and the Greens, and as we saw in the votes, that's how it rolled out. So I appreciate what they're saying on this one, but I think it has to work both ways when you want to talk about the crossbench.
I'm now going to put Senator Thorpe, you are out of order. I'm now going to put the amendment as moved by Senator Scarr. So the question is that the amendment moved by Senator Scarr be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. I only heard your voice, Senator Scarr. Well, there needs to be two voices, and you know that. So the question is, so with the indulgence of the Senate, I will recommit the vote. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Scarr be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Aye. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Scarr be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put Senator Hanson's unamended motion. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 61, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 61, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 62, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to postpone general business notices of motion 62, 63, 64 to the next day of sitting.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Thorpe, and I'll just double check. So we're postponing 62, 63 and 64. Thank you. So I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 65, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 65 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Roberts. Wait until we've sorted and we're at the point of moving it. I'll come back to you, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move the motion. This is a motion basically just saying that.
Senator Pocock, if you want to speak to it, you need to seek leave.
Okay. Well,
Thank you. I did offer Senator Roberts the call, but I'll go to you. Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Yes. Leave is granted, I think. Yes.
I move that the motion be amended in terms circulated in the chamber.
Thank you. And Senator Roberts, you were seeking to move an amendment as well?
No, just seeking to make sure a statement.
Is leave granted? I think leave is granted, Senator Roberts, for 1 minute.
Thank you. One Nation supports all senators, especially crossbench senators, receiving their full entitlement of time to debate in this chamber. Yet this motion seeking to reorganise Senator Lambie's private time tomorrow is open-ended. It doesn't specify from where that future time would come in the schedule of debates already rostered to each senator. Under this motion, there's nothing to stop the government taking time off One Nation or any other senator in the future to make up for the debating spot Senator Lambie will miss tomorrow. We welcome any efforts to come to a better outcome for all, although without that clarification or protection, One Nation will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. So I'm going to put the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to general business number 65, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. I'm now going to put the amended motion. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 65, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock and amended by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I now move to general business notice of motion number 66, standing in the name of Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 66, proposing an introduction of bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to establish a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Public Consultancy and Service Contracts and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Colbeck, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Colbeck, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to establish a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Public Consultancy and Services Contracts and for related purposes.
Senator Colbeck.
I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum related to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Colbeck.
I table an explanatory memorandum and seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Colbeck. We now go to general business notice of motion number 59, which I think is the last one, in the name of Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 59 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Ormond-Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 59, standing in the name of Senator Ormond-Payne, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes. Yes, Senator Askew.
I seek leave to lodge a late motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I'll table it.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we are now at matters of public importance. And I'll just see.
Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with informal arrangements made by the whips. I call on Senator Faruqi to move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move the motion. I used to say we are sliding into a dystopian future, but it is clear now that we are already living in it. Israel's mass starvation, displacement, demolition, slaughter, and devastation is deliberate. It is brutal, it is inhumane, and it is savage. We warned you all from the very beginning that this is where we would end up. Israeli ministers themselves made it clear that this is where we would end up. But you flocked to defend Israel, knowing they have long been killing, arresting, torturing, and permanently injuring Palestinians for decades. Labour MPs, including members of this chamber, flocked to Israel for photo opportunities with genocidal Israeli soldiers and politicians. Our Attorney General turned up to Israel to shake hands when he should have been issuing arrest warrants. Labour governments across the country are still working overtime to stop anti-genocide protests and protesters. It has taken almost 2 years for Labour to wake up. With this Greens motion here in front of us today, even with the amendments that Labour is going to propose, the Senate will vote to support a motion that says that Israel's aid blockade is a breach of international law and that it is critical that the Australian government continue intensifying its efforts, including diplomatic and further action, to pressure the Israeli government to open all border crossings and allow the unimpeded flow of humanitarian aid. And this motion today is only because of the pressure that people out there in the streets have put on this Labour government week after week after week for 2 years. And the Greens have been very proud to bring that pressure and their voice right into Parliament. The Senate today will agree that the Albanese government needs to take more action. More action, not more words, not more signatures, but more action. And we will not stop here. We will hold the Labour government to account to actually take that action, concrete action, like putting sanctions on Israel, like ending the two-way arms trade, so we can actually stop and end the genocide. We know that Israel has sealed off Gaza's borders, choking off life-saving aid, and the assistance being distributed comes through Israeli and US-backed channels, and it is controlled by mercenaries who decide who lives and who dies in these death traps. This is not aid. This is control. This is occupation. This is murder. This is erasure. We are facing down another Nakba. Yet, there have been no red lines, no sanctions, no accountability. Israel can kill anyone it wants, journalists, doctors, nurses, children, and even aid workers like Australian Zomi Frankham. It can destroy hospitals, universities, homes, schools with total impunity. This is not just a crisis for the people and nations being bombed by Israel. It is a crisis of humanity, and it is a crisis of conscience for us all. I hope today is the day when this chamber and this parliament wakes up to the inhumanity that has been happening. And we are very proud that we and the people out there in our democracy have brought this chamber and this parliament and this government to this place. Because this was always a moral choice. This was always a moral pathway. And this is the least that we can do.
Thanks, Senator Fricke. Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. The Coalition will not be supporting this motion. Can I be clear, though? Nobody wants to see the suffering of people in Gaza, and we are saddened and shocked, like everybody, at the loss of life in Gaza. Proper quantities of food and other aid must be provided to the people of Gaza, and Israel needs to work with international organisations, and international organisations need to work with Israel to increase the distribution of aid to those who need it. There is suffering across Gaza, and increasing the distribution of aid could alleviate this suffering. The Coalition have made it clear that we believe aid should freely flow into Gaza. Furthermore, it is our wish that the terrorist group Hamas surrenders and the war is ended as soon as possible. But again, the Coalition will not support this motion because once again the Australian Greens are totally ignoring the role of the militant terrorist group Hamas in the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. It would be nice if just for once the Australian Greens would just admit that the militant terrorist group Hamas are the reason for the devastating situation in Gaza. But the Greens never seem to want to actually admit that the blame for this war lies squarely at the feet of the militant terrorist organisation Hamas. The Coalition, on the other hand, fundamentally believes that the moral responsibility for the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is squarely on the terrorist group Hamas. The war in Gaza began because of Hamas's abhorrent attack on Israeli citizens. This was initiated through their barbaric acts on the 7th of October 2023. These attacks were some of the worst we have seen in recent history, making it the largest loss of Jewish life in any single day since the Holocaust, with many others then taken hostage. The barbaric attacks, let us not forget, let us not conveniently forget, involved rape, torture and the murder of innocent civilians, including men, women and children, babies and the elderly. These attacks led to many innocent civilians being murdered. Others remain in captivity 21 months later. The barbaric Hamas terrorists who committed the October 7 attacks proudly filmed their crimes and posted their murderous rampages on social media. Quite frankly, there are few groups in this global world that are worse than the militant terrorist organisation of Hamas. Hamas use their own people as human shields. It is a disgrace. They hide in hospitals. It is a disgrace. They hide in schools. What cowards they are. They murder those who try and stand up to them. And they still hold 50 hostages from Israel. Problems with the flow of aid are largely because of Hamas's deliberate campaign against Israel. They have repeatedly diverted and stockpiled aid in Gaza meant for civilians, but you won't see the Australian Greens talking about that. They have been using this aid for their own military and political advancements. They have been filmed hijacking trucks full of aid. Their goal, their stated goal, it is in their charter. They live by it each and every day, is the destruction of the state of Israel. One of Hamas's disgusting tactics is to use their own civilians as human shields and then blame Israel when people are attacked. They are now disrupting the flow of aid into Gaza and blame Israel when their own people face hunger and starvation. It is important that the moral outrage surrounding aid and supplies is directed at the terrorist organisation Hamas. However, both the Albanese government and the Australian Greens, they have deliberately been silent on the devastating effects that Hamas is having on the people of Gaza, and this includes Hamas blocking aid and supplies. Remember, this war could end tomorrow. Hamas could end the suffering of the people tomorrow by freeing the Israeli hostages and laying down their arms. They choose not to.
Minister.
President, I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Yes.
Thanks, President. I move the amendment in the terms circulated in the chamber. And I move that the question be now put. Oh, no, sorry? No, now you can just deliver it. OK, thank you. There you go. There's technical advice on these questions.
Continue.
Thank you. That's very generous of you to allow me to fumble the procedural question and then continue. Well, from the government's perspective, we do want to set out our position in relation to the amendment to the resolution that's been circulated. Australians are all distressed by the ongoing violence, including the deaths of so many innocent civilians. As the Prime Minister has said, the situation in Gaza has gone beyond the world's worst fears. The position of the Australian government is very clear. Every innocent life matters. We reiterate our call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and the release of all of the remaining hostages. The government remains unequivocal in our condemnation of Hamas and its ongoing acts of terror. Gaza is in the grip of a humanitarian catastrophe. Israel's denial of aid and the killing of civilians, including children, seeking access to water and food is indefensible. We call on Israel to comply immediately with its obligations under international law. This includes allowing the United Nations and non-government organisations to carry out their life-saving work safely and without hindrance. On our own, Australia has few ways to move the dial in the Middle East. That's why we have been so focused on partnering with other countries that also want to end this war, to deliver life-saving aid, support a two-state solution and uphold international law. It's only by being active in the international community that we can build momentum for peace. On 29 July, Australia and 14 countries released the document called the New York Call, demanding a ceasefire in Gaza, the immediate release of hostages and unhindered humanitarian access. The joint statement reiterates Australia's commitment to a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace within secure and recognised borders, consistent with international law. Australia has consistently been part of the international call on Israel to allow a full and immediate resumption of aid to Gaza in line with the binding orders of the International Court of Justice. Together with our partners, we have condemned Israel's denial of aid and the killing of civilians seeking access to water and food. The Prime Minister has said that these actions are indefensible. As he has said, it is a breach of international law to stop food being delivered, which is the decision that Israel made in March. The denial of humanitarian aid and basic services to Palestinian civilians is a violation of international law. Israel must act in accordance with international law.
And Australia has been clear that Israel must comply with the binding orders of the International Court of Justice, including to ensure the unhindered provision of basic services and humanitarian assistance at scale in Gaza. The call released by Australia and 14 countries on July 29 expresses grave concern over the high number of civilian casualties and the humanitarian situation in Gaza. This follows the statement released by Australia and 29 other countries on 21 July, which calls on Israel to immediately lift restrictions on the flow of aid and urgently enable the UN and NGOs to do their life-saving work safely and effectively. We continue to emphasise to Israel that humanitarian aid should never be politicised. Dire UN reports about starvation of civilians, including children, underline our call. Our humanitarian partners have confirmed that they stand ready to provide immediate and life-saving assistance to the people of Gaza. We condemn the abhorrent and outrageous comments made by members of the Netanyahu government about these people in crisis.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. What we are seeing in Gaza is not simply a famine. It is the result of Israel's deliberate and intentional starvation of Palestinian people. Starvation is being used as a method of mass murder and a tactic in the ongoing ethnic cleansing, genocide and colonisation of the Palestinian people. Despite the sudden concern we are seeing from the Albanese government, the crisis didn't happen overnight. Over 2 long years of violence, we have witnessed horrific scenes of Israel's genocidal campaign against Palestinians, fathers crying out as they hold what is left of their dismembered children, unborn babies removed from their deceased pregnant mothers, surgeons operating in overcrowded hospitals without anaesthetic, and crushed bodies retrieved from underneath the rubble. We have seen psychological warfare as Israel has forcibly displaced Palestinian families, watching as they flee their homes for their supposed safety, only to be bombed in makeshift tents. Most recently, we are watching Israel's latest genocidal tactic of starvation, with skeletal children fenced like animals in a cage, holding out pots as they beg for food and aid, simply to survive another day. This government pretends it is not a major player in this genocide. This is a lie. They spread misinformation about Australia's role in funding and arming Israel, pretending that the bomb bay doors they supply for F-35 jets are non-lethal in nature. These are the doors that release the bombs that slaughter innocent civilians. And this government contributed to the starvation of Palestinians by suspending funding to UNRWA, the primary humanitarian agency providing food, water and medical aid. This government chooses to do these things and to defend Israel's war crimes, rather than confront the moral and legal obligations they refuse to uphold. This is not, and this has never been about Israel's so-called right to self-defence. It has been over 77 years of the occupation, apartheid, dispossession and ethnic cleansing of Palestine, with one clear goal: to erase Palestinians and take their land. We are now seeing a sudden panic regarding the crisis in Gaza, that maybe the starvation of children is a bridge too far and can no longer be deflected as a matter of self-defence, but one of genocide. Despite the government and the media spending the past 2 years parroting Israeli propaganda to manufacture consent for genocide, we welcome the latecomers, because this is a matter of Palestinian life or death. Israel continues to cross red lines because it does so with impunity. Each time this government stays silent, Israel is given the green light to carry on its genocide, knowing they can get away with it. Strongly worded emails and sharpened criticism of Israel's actions are not enough to hold Israel accountable. This government has the power to take real action and put an end to the mass murder of Palestinians. The Palestinian population is on the brink of complete annihilation as this genocide enters its final iteration. We demand urgent action before it's too late. We demand nothing less than a full arms embargo, the sanctioning of Israel. This means economic sanctions against the state of Israel, not just individuals, and the recognition of a Palestinian state, not as a threat against Israel, but as a human right. Until then, this government is not only complicit in the genocide of Palestinians, but an active contributor.
Senator Nandaraja.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, I would be the only senator in this chamber who has actually been to Israel, boots on the ground, shortly after October 7. I went there in December 2023, along with my colleague, the member for McNamara, and the then Senators Birmingham and Senator Fawcett, who have now departed this chamber. And what I saw shocked me to the core. It was like nothing I've ever experienced. I've seen plenty of death as a doctor. Believe me, I have. But this was another level of atrocity and depravity that I've never experienced before, and I will never forget. I went to Kfar Aza, a kibbutz on the Gaza border. I could see the plumes of smoke. I could hear the gunships going overhead and the bombs dropping. And it was frightening. And Kfar Aza was a burnt-out shell with pockmarked walls and blood splattered on the walls and on the residual mattresses and furniture, and you could smell the death. I then went to a town called Sderot, which again is on the southern border near Israel, and that town, incidentally, has the highest level of enuresis. Enuresis, for those who don't know, is bedwetting, because the children in that community are constantly under attack. Sirens going constantly day and night because of missiles flying overhead and rockets flying overhead from then Gaza. I then, as a member for Higgins, had a very large Jewish community, around 6,500 constituents identified as Jewish. And the vast majority of my constituents were, in fact, descendants of Holocaust survivors. And Australia has the largest Holocaust survivor community outside of Israel. So I have a deep connection with my then community and also with Israel. And I have identified as a friend of Israel. I am an ally of Israel. But as an ally of Israel, I am not here to rubber stamp what the Netanyahu government is doing. I will not rubber stamp what the Netanyahu government is doing. It has distressed me no end that I have seen very little effort going into crafting a political off-ramp to this devastating conflict. We have had now 2 years of a military campaign which has reshaped the Middle East. We've seen that ripple effect go out, but I have not seen sufficient effort by the Netanyahu government to actually craft a political solution. Right now, the people of Gaza are suffering. There is a humanitarian catastrophe. There are no words left anymore in our lexicon to describe what is going on there. It is unconscionable that children should be starving. It is unconscionable that pregnant mothers cannot deliver, that there is no anesthesia, painkillers, insufficient antibiotics for the trauma that is being dealt, the blast injuries that are being dealt with. When I know a few kilometres away, across the border, there are supermarkets groaning with food. Right now, Israel has, or I should say the Netanyahu government has really not articulated to the global community what the political solution is to this. This is a problem which has spanned back 100 years. It has its roots in the Balfour Declaration in 1917. That's where this conflict started. and there has never been justice for the Palestinian people. Similarly, there's been an undermining over a long period of time of the two-state solution. And right now, we are left with a problem which has not been managed. It's been mismanaged over a long period of time. It has never actually been resolved. So what we need to do as a global community, and indeed as a country, is not divide any further, but come together and support the Netanyahu government to nudge them in the right direction, to push them in the right direction, and make better choices. Because not only are they bringing Israel into disrepute and further isolated, there is an unconscionable stain on this country's, I fear, history with the deaths of so many people, disproportionate. And I say this as an ally of Israel. My Jewish community know who I am. They know how hard I fought for them, and I will continue to do so. But there must be a better solution to this conflict.
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Your time has expired. It being 5 p.m, we'll go to first speeches and then we will return to this matter. Pursuant to order, I now call Senator Deleia to make his first speech and ask senators that the usual courtesies be extended to him. I call Senator Deleia.
Thank you, President. I'd like to start off tonight by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people as the traditional custodians of this great land and pay my deepest respects to their elders past and present. I acknowledge all First Nations people and your connection to country. No matter where we are, the land always was and always will be that of First Nations people. I'm humbled and honoured to have been nominated by the Labor Party to serve as a senator for Lutruwita, Tasmania. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that I would be here. And it's probably one of the most special things about it for me. It's a testament to the great Australian Labor Party that no matter who you are, how much money your family has, your gender, sexuality, your race, or your ethnicity, that you can become someone that represents your community in a branch, in the party room, or even in this incredible place. My interest in politics started when I was a young boy. My family and I would watch the nightly news. Paul Keating was Prime Minister. Seeing him debate and advocate and the way he engaged with people inspired me to look into the Australian Labor Party. You can imagine how I felt when I found out about Gough Whitlam and Bob Hawke. Only one thing that rivals my passion for the great Australian Labor Party and all that it has achieved for working people and Australian families over the years, and that is my love for Tasmania. I'm sure senators will agree with me here today that Tasmania is the best place on earth. We have the most beautiful land, we have the freshest air, the cleanest water, and the best food and wine, and the most hardy people. And I've been lucky enough to call Northwest Tassie home for most of my life. Wherever you go in Tasmania, the beauty and the history is like no other place. No other capital in our great nation is like Nipaluna, Hobart, where we have the magnificent and mighty mountain Kanyanyi looking over it. Nowhere else can you find the beauty of Cradle Mountain and our national parks. Nowhere else is Sheffield, the town of murals, or Stanley, the home of the nut. We're a beautiful island state, and I encourage all Australians to come, to stay, and to experience Tasmania. For our democracy to be at its best, people need to have faith in those who represent them, and part of that is to know their politicians, who we are, where we have come from, and what we stand for. So here's a little bit about me. I was born in Devonport, and I grew up in a town called Sprayton, on a 9-acre farm, where I was raised by my hard-working parents, Lynn and Mark, alongside my little brother Luke. I couldn't have asked for a better life growing up. My earliest memories are of my mum and dad working tremendously hard to provide for our family. We didn't have a lot of money, but what we did have was a lot of love. I remember Dad coming home on a Thursday evening. He would hand his pay packet to Mum, and back in those days you had to tear off the edges to open it up, and you'd take out the notes and the coins. This was our money to survive for the week: food, bills, medicine, mortgage, and when it was gone, it was gone. Dad reminds me that for us, having a pizza night was a special occasion, like Father's Day. My dad was, or is I should say, a glazier. He's now mostly retired, and I could only aspire to be as strong as this man. He worked and he worked. And when I was growing up, I can honestly only remember once that he was ever sick for work. I recall being really worried about why Dad wasn't getting out of his bed for a couple of days. He just didn't ever not go to work. And even to this day, being semi-retired, he's always working and always pottering around the farm. He just never stops. My mum, she worked 2 jobs and then run our house. She kept her house organised, our stomachs full and lunchboxes packed. She worked early hours in the morning for Tassie's local bakery, delivering bread all around the local area, just in time for the shops to open. Mum would then do cleaning for her friend who ran a couple of local cottages for accommodation. As you may be able to tell, President, I idolise my parents. They've given me everything, from a loving home to grow up in and every support possible. And still to this day, helping me wherever they can. My mum, she loves to cook dinner for myself and my partner all the time. My dad is my handyman. He still sets up things like my washing machine and does everything to do with tools that I still haven't yet worked out how to use. 20 years ago, my mum was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease. And I remember Mum being extremely sick for many days. She just kept getting worse, and a doctor told her to take Panadol. I became incredibly scared for her well-being, and I actually phoned her doctor and demanded they see her. The next day, she was in ICU. Her kidneys were in real trouble, and Mum was very sick. I remember getting a call from Dad. I was on my lunch break, and I think I went into shock. And all I could do was go back to work at the call centre where I just operated on autopilot until my bosses told me to get to the hospital. And to this day, 20 years later, Mum has fought the disease. She's never stopped. Even being on the cusp of dialysis, her strength and her ability to fight has been nothing short of remarkable. Growing up with my brother Luke was pretty typical young boys. Endless fighting, of course, but we're really lucky on 9 acres. We built tree houses and we had motorbikes. Luke had a Honda 50cc and I had an old postie bike. It was a lot of fun. We had dozens of pets and they all had their own names, even the sheep. My brother went on to become a beef cattle farmer who works hard to provide for his beautiful 8-year-old daughter, my niece, Miss Sally Rose, and who's feeling extra special today because she's in Canberra having a couple of extra days off school. I went to public schools, to Sprayton Primary, Latrobe High and to the Don College. I won't say that my time at school was all roses. I suffered quite a bit of bullying from other kids, and there were many times that I felt scared to walk down the halls. I knew that I was different and I was quiet, but I got through it thanks to some tremendous people who become my lifelong friends. After college, many of us even lived together in an old country farmhouse, which I can say is owned by and very close to the business where a former PM ate an onion out of a box, skin and all. My mates and I weren't popular, but that didn't matter to us. We built the best memories and we shared a lot of firsts. First loves, first heartbreaks, first cars, first car crashes. Last year was particularly challenging for us when we lost our mate Andrew. It was the first death in our group. He died suddenly from a heart attack. He was a genuinely caring person who to this day we all miss very dearly. Rest easy, my friend. I've been fortunate in my life. I can say that I've never not had a job. I started work when I was 17 and still at college, folding and stacking women's clothing and underwear at Kmart in Devonport. Something that many people close to me know that it probably wasn't in my comfort zone to do, but you know what? I was keen to work and I gave it a red hot crack. When I finished year 12, I worked full-time at a couple of call centres in Devonport. These were run and owned by international companies. They both closed after taking massive subsidies from the state government, leaving a huge hole in the local economy. Fortunately, at the Sitel call centre, I met my partner, the love of my life, Josh. Yeah, I know, Josh and Josh. After over 20 years, you get used to having the same name. I'm so thankful to our nosy lesbian friends, Laura and Joya, who invited us over to dinner and set us up, as I said, 20 years ago. We haven't been apart since. We've just moved back to Latrobe with our 3 cats, which we adopted from a local cat rescue, who I can say do truly great work to save cats and kittens from cruelty. And I can confirm we are those people that have our phones full of cat photos and videos. It's not lost upon me the sense of responsibility of being Labor's first openly gay senator for Tasmania. I hope me being here today can give hope to young queer people that you too can come to this great place. But more importantly, I hope you know that you're already seen, that you're understood, and you are represented. I acknowledge other LGBTQI+ MPs and senators and the contributions that they have made to progress for our community. As a young person, I experienced some tough times for being who I am. There were some dangerous times when I was faced with violence and hatred. There were times when I wondered if I'd ever find someone to love and to love me back. I don't bring all this up as a sign of weakness, but to give a sense of hope and a shining light to young queer people. That if you're going through a tough time, if you're wondering if someone will love you, if you're wondering if things will get better, I want you to know that yes, you can find love, and that you are loved, and that things will be okay. Find your safety net and latch on to what makes you happy. I acknowledge the efforts of Tasmania's Rodney Croome, his struggles and his strength, and his outstanding contribution to gay rights and equality in Tasmania. My state was the last to decriminalise homosexuality and the only state to criminalise cross-dressing. And that's hard to imagine in this time where RuPaul's Drag Race is an international phenomenon, that such laws ever existed. Tasmania has come very far. We have the most progressive and inclusive discrimination, hate speech, relationship and gender recognition laws, and I pay tributes to my Labor colleagues and activists who have worked so hard to change Tasmania and Australia for the better. In 2005, I started working in the Australian Public Service at the ATO in Burnie. I spent 15 years helping small businesses comply with their tax obligations. It was a small office of around 50 or so workers, and at that time, an APS3 job of around $50,000 was a huge deal in the Northwest Coast. The site grew over the years, and in 2014, a dark cloud seemed to hang over the site. There were massive attacks on the public service by the government of the day. Jobs were being lost, and there were multiple attempts to strip workers of their rights and the conditions that had been secured in bargaining and fought for over decades. Closure of the site was a real risk. And it was at this point that Jess Munday and Jen Fitzgerald from the CPSU convinced me to become a union delegate. This turned out to be much more of a life-changing moment than I could have ever imagined. I've always supported unions. My dad was a member of his union, and my first was at the SDA at Kmart. I had never seen hands-on how much work union staff do to support their delegates and their members. My organiser, Jen, she was a wealth of knowledge for just about everything and was able to support me in my new role. We instantly clicked and we became mates. Soon after my election, I attended delegate training run by a comrade, Paul Blake. I went back to my workplace, not only having the tools I need to represent members, but I felt this new sense of confidence that I could stand up to things happening and knew that my union had my back. I represented members in the workplace on collective and individual matters. I took my workplace from 2 members to 40% density in my first year as a delegate, and I was awarded the Unions Tasmania 2017 Delegate of the Year. I later became an elected section councillor for the tax section, representing members' views in broader union business. In 2017, Josh and I moved to Hobart to take up career opportunities that weren't available in Hobart at the time. But for me, this didn't last long, as in 2018, I took a 12-month sabbatical to work for the CPSU, and I never returned to the tax office. I found my calling. I was assigned a patch to represent all Tassie members at Centrelink Medicare and Child Support, which is now Services Australia. The work was rewarding, even with long hours, calls late in the evening on weekends, but I loved every moment of working with this group of members and delegates. In 2018 through to 2023, the culture at DHS, now Services Australia, was rough. No matter the member or the issue that kept coming up, there was a theme that was always consistent. The employer always seemed to try to say no to a worker who wanted to access flexible arrangements, even when it was against the agreement or where it would cause hardship to the member. Some of the greatest tragedies that I've worked with members on were a young mum who was denied access to flexible work arrangements when she was coming back from maternity leave. A volunteer firefighter who was being forced to use annual leave rather than paid miscellaneous leave to go and fight the bushfires that were raging on the mainland. A worker being denied part-time, to being allowed part-time work to allow her to care for her disabled parents. And labour hires workers being sacked for exercising their right to participate in union activities. Another common issue for some public sector workers was being punished or shamed for taking toilet breaks. And this started our national Don't Rush to Flush campaign, and it still gets brought out every now and then. I'm sure my comrades will agree. Psychosocial hazards are common in many workplaces. I had sites where members were constantly calling me about their concerns about bullying, which triggered many work health and safety right of entries. Never in my career had I experienced workers lining up to talk to me about how horrific their workplace was because of a rogue boss. To see workers change the culture of their workplaces and hold their bosses to account through speaking up and creating a positive reporting culture was a proud organiser moment. In 2023, I took on a new role as a work health and safety lead organiser, providing internal advice in the union on work health and safety matters. I trained union staff and I provided real-time support to CPSU health and safety reps who were exercising their powers and functions in their workplace. This became incredibly important after a Centrelink worker was stabbed in the workplace at Airport West. I commend the response of the government for implementing a wide-ranging review into safety and security for Services Australia. And I acknowledge the efforts of CPSU members working in Services Australia who have tirelessly advocated for improved safety arrangements to ensure the safety of staff and their customers in their workplace. It's vital that as a government, we prioritise worker safety as an integral part of service delivery because everyone has the right to be safe at work. Violence and aggression has no place in any workplace, and the Work Health and Safety Organiser couldn't pass on the opportunity to, in my first speech, encourage people to be kind when dealing with workers doing their job, no matter whether it's in a supermarket, in a restaurant or a Centrelink office. Kindness costs nothing, and it makes such a difference to a worker who is serving their community or their customers. President, public services are important. Public servants keep our country running, and this Labor government has done a huge amount of work to rebuild the capacity of the service after a decade of cuts, outsourcing and neglect. We should never forget that public services being provided by public servants is the best and most cost-effective way to serve the community, and that outsourcing does nothing but degrade services and allows shonky business to make profits off people. Imagine sitting in an office doing the same job as the person next to you for 30% less pay, with no sick leave, no holidays, no job security, while knowing that your employer is making huge profits off your labour. Shame. I'd like to applaud Senator Gallagher as the Minister for the Public Service for her work to bring decency and respect back to the APS. And of course I applaud my union, the CPSU, so capably led by National Secretary Melissa Donnelly, for putting the rebuilding of the public service on the agenda and keeping it there. Piece by piece, union member by union member, workplaces are being repaired and rebuilt, and the flow-on effect from better workplaces is better outcomes for veterans, for pensioners, for people with disability, for job seekers, for all Australians. The union movement is a family. Members are the union, they're the heart of their union, and it was an honour to serve. In Hobart at the CPSU, I had 4 extremely close comrades. We helped each other every day to carry the often heavy hearts and emotions of our members and the delegates who were doing it tough, whether it was an individual affecting one person or many. I'd like to acknowledge my friends and my comrades who have travelled to be here today. Of special note, Mel Donnelly, CPSU Deputy Secretary Rebecca Fawcett, Tasmanian Regional Secretary Zach Batchelor, Jen, Sally, Leonie, Wendy, Brooke. It's amazing that you've come to be here with me today. I'd also like to acknowledge the CPSU governing councillors, Scott Plimpton and Paul Ray. The CPSU and the Tassie movement are mourning the loss of our comrade Paul Blake, who died unexpectedly on Saturday, July 19. Today would have been his 58th birthday. Paul worked incredibly hard for our movement until the moments before he died. He had a tremendous sense of wit, and I loved every moment of banter with him. There was not a person that met Paul who didn't respect him, and I'm told that even former Senator Abetz was quite fond of the man. I'm sorry, Paul, I couldn't help having one last dig at you, my comrade. Paul was a mentor of mine. He was my friend. And I wouldn't be the person that I am without his guidance. The CPSU wouldn't be the union that we are without Paul. Rest easy, comrade. I'm so hopeful for the future and the opportunities a second-term Labor government presents for this country and the people of Tasmania. We can strengthen Medicare and public services. We can support workers with safer, secure and well-paid jobs. We can harness the opportunities from the Future Made in Australia plan and manufacture more things here. We can continue to listen and learn from First Nations people and continue to work on closing the gap. We can support more Australians to realise the great dream of owning their own home. For this amazing opportunity, I'm thankful to so many people. Some I've already named and some I can't get to today, but I'd like to mention the following people. My friend and the amazing new member for Braddon, Anne Urquhart. The CPSU, AMWU Tasmanian Secretary Jacob Batt and National Secretary Steve Murphy. Paul Erickson, the Trade Union Movement. Senator Tim Ayres, Minister Julie Collins, Senator Carol Brown, Julian Hill, and of course, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Thank you for placing your faith in me. I'd like to thank my fellow new Labor class of 2025 senators for your camaraderie. And I'd like to thank my Labor caucus colleagues, and I'd like to thank Senator Wong for the very warm welcome. To branch members of the party, the heart of the party, thanks for all the beautiful messages of support, and you know who you are. To my staff, Sharifa, Catherine and Riley, thanks for jumping on this wild ride with me. And to the Tasmanian people, today I've given you a little insight into my story, who I am, where I've come from and what I stand for. I commit to working with the Tassie Labor team, the Labor caucus and you, to get outcomes and to fight battles alongside you. My door is open. My staff and I are looking forward to meeting you, to listen and to serve. Thank you, President.
That's all right. Yeah. Well, Senators, pursuant to order, I now call Senator Collins to make her first speech and ask senators that the usual courtesies be extended to her. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a great honour to give my maiden speech in the Senate chamber today. My political journey here has not been a conventional one. I didn't join the Liberal Party as a young Liberal. I joined the Liberal Party in 2019 as a 35-year-old when I was 8 months pregnant with my fourth child. 5 years later, I had the privilege of being pre-selected for the Senate. Tonight I'm not going to tell my life story, but I want to share some of the things that shaped me and what I want to achieve in the next 6 years. I'm a New Zealand-born Australian. I moved with my parents and two big brothers from Queensland to New South Wales when I was 13 years old. And when I finished high school, I had no idea what I wanted to do. So I did what so many uninspired 19-year-olds do and enrolled in an arts degree. It led me to anthropology, which it turns out is not the study of ants. Nonetheless, I persevered, and the anthropology of Australia, the Pacific Islands, and Asia became the focus and passion of the next 10 years of my life. I loved anthropology because I could immerse myself in cultures and environments unusual to me. I took every opportunity I had to engage with Pacific Island culture. I travelled to a small village in the mountains of New Caledonia to better understand peace and conflict and everyday life for the Indigenous Kanak people. Back in Brisbane, I would spend my weekends hearing beautiful songs of Samoan church services, being welcomed into the families to share the umu that followed, to learn more about their experience of life in Australia. Later, I wrote a doctoral thesis about the Karen refugee community's resettlement from Burma to Brisbane. I spent time in their churches too, hearing their beautiful music and sharing in the feasts that followed. I was invited to their homes for tea and to their weddings and funerals. I participated in their ceremonial events. I stayed in refugee camps on the Thai-Burma border to learn about the power of transnational relationships for the over 100,000 people trapped in place and time since the early 1980s. There, I met some of the most resilient and kind-hearted people I've ever come across. As I was waiting for my thesis to be reviewed, I was approaching 30 and wanted to start a family. However, I was single at the time. So I finally agreed to go on a date with someone I had been friends with for over a decade. Then 5 days later, I was offered what I thought was my dream job, lecturing at the University of Fiji. I was given the day to decide. I was over the moon, and I called my mother, who was, surprisingly, unenthusiastic, and suggested I take the weekend to think about it. And I'm glad she did, because I was given a counter-offer that weekend. Just 10 days after our first date, Ben took me for a walk to my favourite church overlooking the Brisbane River and got down on one knee in the churchyard. He had asked my parents' permission just a few days earlier. That weekend I was faced with a big decision that so many professional women face: career or family. And I know that every woman's decision on that is deeply personal and complex. But it was an easy decision for me. And we were married 5 months later at All Saints Church, having our first child 12 months after that. We had 4 kids in 4 years, none of them being twins. Spending those years at home with my children has been the most rewarding experience of my life. It was also the hardest, for the simple reason that children are hard work. So I kept my mind busy. I wrote papers for publication and studied for a Master's in Global Development, which included an internship with the Minister for International Development and the Pacific. That short time in the Minister's office shifted my passion from academic research to policy development. And so the following year, I nominated for pre-selection for the Division of North Sydney. That pre-selection didn't eventuate. So a couple of years later, I tried again, this time for the Senate. I lost that pre-selection, so I tried again 5 months later, this time for the now defunct Division of North Sydney. But I lost that one too. 3 weeks later, I tried again for another Senate casual vacancy, and I lost again. Having lost 3 pre-selections in 6 months, some people were quietly suggesting to me that constantly losing all the time was making me look bad. But I've always believed that it's not how you win these things, it's how you lose them. And as hard as it was to face my children every time I lost, I was never going to let them see me give up. From the bottom of my heart, thank you to all the Liberal Party members who put their faith in me to represent them in the Senate today. There are too many of you to name, and I know some of them would prefer not to be named. But I do want to single out one person and thank my local member, the Honourable Member for Lane Cove, Anthony Roberts. You backed me from the very start and never gave up on me. I hope I can represent the people of New South Wales with the same unwavering dedication that you have. God bless you, mate. In all those years at home with the kids, it dawned on me that successive governments have failed to establish a family policy framework that is fit for purpose. The consistently declining Australian birth rate is now at an all-time low of just 1.5 babies per woman. There are many reasons why Australian women are having fewer babies, but we must face up to the reality that a declining birth rate is evidence that Australia's family policy framework is not fit for purpose. Family policy should be the natural home for the Liberal Party. As former Prime Minister John Howard recognised, we believe that the family unit provides the best social welfare system ever devised. In every culture I've studied, and in my own experience, family is the glue to a cohesive society and the backbone of a strong nation. So what does fit-for-purpose family policy look like? Australia has a tax system that recognises the output of individuals but fails to appreciate the contribution of the family. Parents with children should be able to aggregate their marginal tax rates and file jointly. We are a nation of families, not individuals. Income splitting should not just be a tax strategy for the wealthy, it should be a basic right of the home. And we need to encourage bigger families. We should increase the tax-free threshold for a household every time they add a child to the family. When families grow, Australia prospers, and we should be incentivising that. We also need to accept that the childcare subsidy system is broken. Childcare subsidies are not bringing down the cost of your childcare, they are just increasing the burden of your taxes. The childcare subsidy should be abandoned and replaced with a childcare tax deduction. And parents should be free to choose where that childcare tax deduction is applied. Because if parents choose in-home care over private equity-backed conglomerates, childcare conglomerates, they should not be disadvantaged. We need to rebalance the childcare industry back to its natural state, where childcare is a community service, not a profit-making machine. After being a stay-at-home mum for 7 years, I became a research fellow at the Lowy Institute, where I had the opportunity to develop Pacific Islands policy and engage with Pacific leaders. I'd particularly like to thank Michael Fullerlove, Hervé Lemahieu, Amy Dobbin and Dan Flitton for their support during my time at the Lowy Institute. And a very special thank you to Jonathan Pryke, the ultimate legend of Pacific Islands affairs, who first hired me at Lowy. You saw my time as a stay-at-home mum as a career strength, never a weakness. And if there were more people with that kind of mindset, this country would be better off. When Sir Frank Lowy founded the Lowy Institute in 2003, he had a vision to help Australians better understand the global challenges shaping their lives. He wanted to take Australia to the world and bring the world to Australia. It was, in Sir Frank's words, an investment in ideas. That vision is more important today than it ever was, because I grew up with relative peace in our region, but my children are growing up in a very different geopolitical environment. Australia needs to have an honest conversation about what is going on in the world and what we will do to protect our place in it. As a baseline, we need a comprehensive national security strategy that articulates internal and external threats facing Australia and how we will get ahead of them. A current national security strategy will guide the political, intelligence and defence community and inform the Australian people about the harsh realities we are facing, something that has not been done by the political leadership for over a decade. Because if Australia's political leadership were completely honest with the Australian people, the case for increasing defence spending would be a no-brainer. In my third week of being a senator, I took part in the Australian Defence Force Parliamentary Program, which is led by Lieutenant Colonel Andy Martin. I was embedded in the 3rd Royal Australian Regiment, known as 3RAR, or Old Faithful. I joined them in Townsville as they commenced Exercise Talisman Sabre, where in 2025, more than 30,000 military personnel from 19 nations honed their warfighting skills. Old Faithful has a lethal reputation, and the heroes I had the honour to work alongside embodied its tradition of duty, honour, sacrifice and lethality. Over the week, we spent a few days riding in armoured personnel carriers, or APCs. I rode with Commanding Officer Dan Ellis and RSM Jai Cosgrove. We linked up with the soldiers across the massive training area as they prepared for an upcoming attack, and I had the immense privilege of speaking with many of these Australians who made the brave decision to serve their country. And it really hit home that the most powerful weapons we have are our people in uniform. While governments are willing to invest in hardware and technologies, too often they forget that people need investment too. I was talking to one digger who has a 1-year-old daughter and another on the way. He reckoned his baby girl was going to take her first steps any day now, and he knew it was unlikely he would be there for that. Ultimately, this brave digger knew that sometimes you have to give up the things you love to protect the things you love. Even in peacetime, our uniformed men and women give up so much that we can easily take for granted. Sometimes it's the small things, like a shower. I didn't shower for a few days, but some of these soldiers will go for weeks, even months, without one. And sometimes it's the bigger things, like missing those first precious steps or the birth of the next child. And then there's the diggers who will pay the ultimate price for training at the highest intensity. It was a privilege to ride in the APCs with these soldiers. It was an honour just to stand next to them. But our soldiers, sailors and airmen need more. They need weapons, not white papers. They need an industry ready to be repurposed should the need arise. An industry that's continuously building, spurred on by hard and fast rules about minimum local content. Our top-heavy Defence Force needs to be more nimble and less risk-averse. Removing personnel caps will help us grow our enlisted ranks. We need to bring recruitment back in-house and give units the ability to recruit directly to their ranks. AUKUS is vital to our defence strategy, but we must ensure it does not compromise the resourcing needs of our other force elements. And we need to do so much better for our veterans, who spend years battling the effects of war and service, only to be failed by a clumsy and slow bureaucracy, holding back support for too many years, and for some, forever. We must never forget, these are real people with real stories, who were prepared to give up their lives for us and our children. And too many of them ultimately did. War is always the last resort. Well before that comes deterrence and diplomacy. Our alliances abroad are critical to our security at home, but we cannot allow dependency to breed complacency. And in our region, we have a unique vulnerability. We do not have small island states next to us, but a large ocean continent. We need a regional security strategy with integration at its core. The Australian Defence Force has developed deep partnerships with Pacific nations, and we need to build on that. Australia should raise a 7th regular infantry regiment, a Pacific regiment, as an entirely rotational force. While Australia-based, the Pacific Regiment would take every opportunity offered by its regional allies to train in the islands. Pacific Islanders from nations without a defence force could enlist if their nation has a relevant security agreement with Australia. Pacific nations that already have a defence force could rotate their soldiers through the regiment if they have a security agreement with Australia too. The Pacific Regiment would be online to respond to civil unrest, natural disasters, election integrity and law and order requests from Pacific Island governments. The regiment would integrate the region, institutionalise strategic trust and strengthen cultural ties through exchange. History has taught us that Pacific Islands are a potential theatre of war. The knowledge exchange and training in Pacific Islands terrain for Australian and Pacific soldiers would better prepare them for any conflict that may arise. Defence integration is important, but so too is economic integration. Australia's geopolitical strategy must be coupled with a competitive geoeconomic strategy. The Pacific Palm Scheme represents one of our greatest opportunities to bring these together. The Palm Scheme is a temporary visa program allowing Pacific Islands workers to plug labour gaps in Australia's primary industries. It's a brilliant piece of foreign and domestic policy, enhancing people-to-people links across our region, bringing economic sustainability to many Pacific Islands and productivity to Australia. But it's failing because of red tape. If you look at a country like Tonga, Tongan workers in Australia send more money to Tonga than the Australian government does. Remittances far outweigh aid. This is important. Remittances are not money sent to Australian contractors or big bureaucracies like most of our aid money. These are hard-earned wages sent by Pacific Island workers to support their families back home. This money is putting more food on the table, helping kids to get to school, paying for the GP, financing small business, and stimulating local economies. Unfortunately, too much of this money sent home is swallowed up by fees, which can be as high as over 15% of the remittance. Bringing down the cost of remitting is vital to a strong geo-economic strategy for the region. Now, I don't have the room in the speech to detail my policy solutions on bringing down the cost of remittances. It's a complex space and I've published on it before. But I will highlight one opportunity. Australia can help Pacific Island workers to receive a portion of their weekly pay, including their superannuation, in their home countries. This is already happening in New Zealand. Setting up superannuation portability schemes alongside removing the superannuation withdrawal tax would have huge impacts on the livelihoods of Pacific Islanders. This early withdrawal tax is unfair and overly burdensome. Our Pacific family needs labour mobility, but it needs international trade too. And much like Australia, China is their biggest trading partner, but that too can shift. Pacific countries want to move beyond the aid relationship with Australia. We need to look at where we can bring Australian investment back to the region and take our starting position from aid and dependency to trade and prosperity. And finally, a competitive geo-economic strategy in the region would address the alarming problem of debanking. Our declining financial relationships with the region is a critical vulnerability for us and Pacific nations, and is weaponised by geopolitical competitors to undermine us. We must help our Pacific family develop a harmonised banking regulation framework that will integrate with Australia's. This will reduce the cost of compliance, lower the risk profile, and encourage more Australian and American banks to do business there. We are blessed to live in the best country in the world, but we must never take it for granted. The freedoms we enjoy today exist because of the brave men and women before us who offered their lives to uphold the rules-based order. As a middle power, Australians have a moral obligation to help where we can, understanding the limitations we have. And while we swiftly imposed sanctions on Russia for its illegal invasion of Ukraine, for some reason, we took a wet wipe approach to a despotic regime much closer to home. Most of the refugees I met on the border were displaced from Burma, not Myanmar. And any subsequent name change from this anti-democratic government lacks legitimacy. These persecuted people and other minority ethnicities of Burma are innocent victims of the world's longest-running civil war. We need to expand our economic sanctions, including on Burma's central bank, the primary instrument through which the Tatmadaw, the brutal army governing Burma, finances its wicked war against its own people. This is a pathetic regime that aims for nothing more than to oppress and kill and intimidate its own people. Don't fear what the sanctions will do to the people on the ground. The state has already failed them. Their services barely exist. I've seen firsthand Karen soldiers smuggling books and pencils so the children could learn how to read and write. I've seen temporary huts still housing people 4 decades later. Black plastic sheet roofs scorching in the heat of more than 40 summers. Where food is scarce, but hopes run high. For the lucky ones who eventually found a home in Australia, they had a second chance at a better life. Before I close, I'd like to thank you all for being here tonight to hear what I have to say. I am deeply humbled. Thank you, Mum and Dad. The values I am here to fight for are the ones that you instilled in me. My 105-year-old grandmother, Pat, is watching from Wellington in New Zealand. Nana was the 11th person to sign up to the New Zealand Women's Royal Navy Service after World War II broke out. Nan, I love you so very much. Your grace and service inspire me every day. God bless you, and thank you for always answering your mobile phone so we can stay connected. even if it does take a few rings. To my big brothers, I am the favourite child. And it's now in Hansard. Thank you for always looking out for me and always being there whenever I needed you. And to my husband, Ben, who believes in me more than anybody else, I'm so glad that I agreed to marry you. That was the easiest and best choice I ever made. And to my beautiful children, you always gave me a reason to dust myself off and keep going. I will always put you first when I make my decisions. I will work hard to preserve and protect your hopes, aspirations, and freedoms. Because when I fight for you, I fight for the rest of the people in the greatest country in the world. Thank you, Madam President. God bless you all, and may God bless Australia. Yeah.
Order. Thank you, senators. If I could ask everyone either to take their seats or to take their conversations outside. We will now continue with the program, and I will call on Senator Shoebridge, continuation with the Greens urgency motion before us. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. Today, this Parliament will finally acknowledge just some of the horrors of the situation the people in Gaza have faced now for more than 18 months. And I take a moment to pause on this being an occasion where we pass a motion that does not erase the people of Palestine and the struggle for a free Palestine, as this chamber did barely 18 months ago. Because now we are acknowledging, as a collective, the appalling breaches of international law by the Israeli government, the use of mass starvation as a tool of war against children and women and civilians and the people of Gaza. But this motion should obviously be the starting point for genuine action. And it is unfortunate that on the same day that we pass this motion, the Prime Minister dismissed calls for sanctions and material action to stop the genocide in Gaza as slogans, to use his word. That is deeply insulting to the millions of Australians calling for the Prime Minister to move from mere words to clear action to pressure Israel to end the bombing and the killing of Palestinians and to let food and aid flow into Gaza. The statement signed by Australia on the 21st of July of this year said, "We are prepared to take further action to support an immediate ceasefire." And yet that statement was rejected by Israel in less than 24 hours, and the government has taken no such action. As the Prime Minister himself acknowledged today, empty slogans without action will not feed starving children in Gaza. I encourage the Prime Minister to reach out to the Australian Sanctions Office to understand how Australia is implementing its comprehensive prohibition on the two-way arms trade with Russia as the clearest example for Israel, to end that two-way arms trade. That action, together with sanctions, is the action needed to meet this moment.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator McKim, you have the call.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, what's going on in Gaza right now is a brutal, calculated slaughter of innocent people. It is a mass murder of civilians. It is the deliberate, engineered use of hunger and starvation as a weapon of war. And people are dying in their droves, babies starving to death because of this slaughter, because of these war crimes. And these, of course, are being perpetrated by the government of Israel. But let's not kid ourselves that Australia is not complicit in these actions, because we are. And we're not just complicit in those actions, we are complicit in the outcomes of those actions in many ways. But this week, we've had to listen to Senator Wong saying that weapons components that are being exported, manufactured in Australia and being exported, that are critical in the conduct of this genocide are non-lethal in nature. Give me a break. Give me a break. Stop trying to gaslight Australians, Prime Minister and Senator Wong. And I say this to the Prime Minister, I say this. If you truly believe, as you've repeatedly stated this week, that these actions of the government of Israel are unacceptable, but you are not using every tool in your toolkit to bring about an end to these actions, then I say you are not being genuine. I say you are running a political line, because Australia should sanction the Netanyahu war cabinet at least to the same level it is sanctioning the Russian government.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Allman-Payne, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. There needs to be a fundamental shift in how the world views and treats Israel. Israel's genocidal intent has been clear for years, well before October 7, and it has only grown stronger and more sickening. Its leaders have called for mass extermination of Palestinians. They have praised the mass gang rape of Palestinian political prisoners, and they are now starving an entire population to the brink of death. Reports indicate that for many of those who've miraculously survived the carpet bombing of Gaza, starvation has reached a point where even if survival is possible, long-term damage has already been done. Israel is not a credible actor, nor any kind of future partner in peace. They are fundamentally disinterested in the humanity of Palestinians and in peace in the region, and they will say and do anything with no fear of consequences. They murder Palestinians, they bomb Lebanon, they bomb Iran, they bomb Yemen, they bomb Syria, and they do these things openly and advertise their genocide to the world. One day, everyone will have been against this, and that is what we are beginning to see now. But this is bigger than Netanyahu and his war cabinet, and some people will try to paint it as the actions of a few politicians rather than a systemic symptom of an ideology shared across government and the Knesset. So next time Israel or the US announce a truncated ceasefire or a hostage swap, or that they have allowed some aid into Gaza, don't let that be the end of the pressure, because they will turn around the next minute and they will continue the slaughter. This sudden onset of mild concern by various Western governments, including Australia, must be the beginning of a campaign of maximum pressure against Israel. Words were never enough. Recognition is not enough. Israel must feel the full weight of global pressure, or else the killing will continue.
Thank you very much, Senator Allman-Payne. So the first question that's before the chair is that the amendment moved by Minister Ayres be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Now, thank you, Clerk. The question before the chair is that now the motion that's been amended by the chamber be agreed to. So those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Askew.
Could I have the, in interest of time, have the opposition to that motion recorded in the Hansard?
Certainly, we will do that. No one else? Okay. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Dean Smith, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? Excellent. We've got our 4 senators. Thank you very much. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Energy insecurity means economic insecurity for every Australian. Affordable, reliable energy underpins our national economy and supports productivity. Manufacturing, industry, agriculture and small business sit next to emerging technologies like cyber and artificial intelligence in needing a dependable, accessible national electricity grid. However, under this Labor government, Australians are experiencing energy price increases, which go to the core of driving energy insecurity. Today's CPI data shows that under Labor, electricity prices have risen by more than 32%. 32% exclusive of the rebates. Labor promised Australians savings of $275 on annual electricity bills, but we know that prices have soared up to $1,300 more than Labor promised. Our charities are at the coalface of meeting the energy insecurity challenges of Australian families. Anglicare Australia revealed in its June cost of living index that, and I quote, "For the majority of the households we modelled, energy bills are simply unaffordable." Minister Bowen and Labor have overseen back-to-back hits to household budgets. In June 2025, the National Electricity Market, the NEM, recorded a staggering month-on-month surge in the average spot price of 139%. 139%, increasing from May's $96.28 per megawatt hour to June's average of $232 per megawatt hour. The 2025 year-to-year date average now sits 10.6% higher than the same period in 2024. Australian families, Australian businesses, large and small, are struggling under the energy insecurity being created by this Labor government. And under the Australian Energy Regulator's default market offer for 2025-2026, which came into force this month on the 1st of July, residential electricity bills have increased by up to 9.7% and small business electricity bills by up to 8.5%. Constar predicts this will increase the average power bill by approximately $228. The Labor government just cannot be believed when it comes to the cost of their energy and emissions reduction policies. They went to the 2022 election with three promises: a $275 cut to bills by 2025, 82% renewables by 2030 and a 43% emissions reduction target. They have failed or are failing on all three. Australians deserve to have clear visibility of the electricity grid transition costs so they can engage in this critical debate about our nation's energy future. It is deeply concerning that the Centre for Public Integrity recently revealed that the Albanese Labor government to be one of the least transparent in the modern era. This secrecy also extends and characterises the secrecy they apply to energy policies. Yesterday, the CSIRO handed down its final Gen Cost report but refused to reveal its modelling on Labor's renewables integration costs. Minister Bowen is recklessly chasing renewables at any cost, a cost that is being borne by Australian families, Australian businesses, large and small, a cost that risks imperiling the competitiveness of our country, a cost that risks imperiling manufacturing businesses, a cost that risks imperiling heavy industry. Renewable infrastructure construction costs have soared, and it's time for the government to be honest about the costs of its emissions reduction plans.
Your time has expired. Senator Ghosh, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's a time-honoured practice from this opposition to lament problems that we have but oppose the solutions. Good energy policy in this country requires vision, it requires evidence-based policies and measures, it requires consistency and it requires predictability. It needs us to be able to plan as a nation how we're going to generate the energy we need, and it needs that to permit investment in the relevant infrastructure and delivery mechanisms. The government's policy is about delivering reliable, affordable and sustainable energy for the Australian people. And Senator Smith mentioned two of those things, but not the third, which was sustainability. And that sits at one of the hearts. Well, and I always enjoy listening to you, Senator Smith, so I would have, but
thank you, Senator
there was
Smith.
an absence of sustainability in that discussion, and there is an absence of sustainability in the Liberals' energy vision. And that was perhaps best illustrated in this chamber, but a few days ago, when voting on a net zero motion, you had two members of the coalition on this side of the House, you had two members of the coalition on that side of the House, and the rest were missing in action. Wouldn't nail their colours to the mast on one of the most important issues facing Australia. But that takes me to consistency and the importance of consistency, because when they were last in government, they had more than 20 different policies across a decade. No one knew the direction, no one could plan, no one could invest. And that net zero vote simply shows that they haven't learnt or done the work necessary to go in and have the policies to solve this issue. Senator Smith referred to the CSIRO report, and what that said, which is just this week was that renewables remain the cheapest form of energy. Not coal, not gas, not nuclear. And this government is a government that believes in harnessing renewables as part of Australia's energy future to drive down prices long term. We support that because it's a model that's good for the environment and good for the economy. A decade of inaction has compromised our energy grid, as the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis explains. The existing coal fleet in Australia is ageing and nearing the age when Australian coal power plants have typically retired. The reliability of coal-fired power stations typically declines as they age due to progressive degradation of critical plant components. Age-related wear and tear can increase the frequency of technical issues and outages as the plants need to reduce output or temporarily shut down in order to undertake necessary repairs. That drives up prices and it reduces reliability. The volatility of the power prices we're seeing at the moment is as a result of a failure to invest in our system long term. And there's a study I want to discuss today which has been published just in June this year from the Griffith University's Business School, which examined the counterfactual that is still proposed by members opposite, or senators opposite, and that is what would happen if we cancelled renewables and reverted to coal and natural gas. And what that study found was that the result would be an increase in energy prices of between 30 and 50%, looking at it from 2025, if we went coal and gas rather than renewables, batteries and firmed by gas. On a unit cost basis, coal and gas-fired generation were unambiguously the lowest cost technologies in the mid-2000s, setting aside the value of CO2 emissions or the cost of CO2 emissions. But by 2025, the price of both coal and natural gas had increased at multiples above general rates of inflation. That study found that our 2025 counterfactual scenarios, which deploy new coal-fired and gas-fired generation with no renewables, proved to be surprisingly expensive, more expensive than the model that's been proposed by the government. The driver of higher prices in energy in Australia is not renewable energy. It's the failure to invest long term, the failure to plan properly. And that's one of the problems when you don't have consistency and vision in energy policy, because the consequences are felt much later. We're facing the consequences now of 10 years of poor energy policy and energy indecision. What Australia needs is a government that will back in successful strategies to fix and modernise our energy market, that will provide security to operators and encourage investment, and help the country move on from a decade of policy failure in this area. And luckily for our country, that's exactly what they've got in the Albanese Labor government.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts, you have
Thank
the call.
Thank you. Australian lives are getting more expensive every day because of net zero rorts. Power bills keep going up. The national debt keeps going up because Australian taxpayers, renters, pensioners, small businesses and anyone who turns on a light is paying for rorts. I use this opportunity to detail just one of these rorts. Not illegal, yet completely unethical, occurring under the Capacity Investment Scheme. The Capacity Investment Scheme is a wind and solar slush fund that Minister Chris Bowen personally administers. I'm going to quote energy expert Aidan Morrison extensively, and we thank him for all of his contributions to the energy debate in this country. This is the story of how a fund under former Labor Prime Minister Julia Gillard, as chair, acquired a wind turbine project just 6 days before Labor Energy Minister Chris Bowen underwrote its future revenues with taxpayer money. Yesterday we learned Julia Gillard's fund is now trying to flip it for a profit. HMC Capital's Energy Transition Fund rushed to acquire the Neoen Victoria portfolio. They hadn't even raised any money in their fund. They closed with almost $1 billion of borrowed money and IOUs. Less than a week later, Minister Chris Bowen announced Kentbrook Wind Farm to be successful in the first round of the Capacity Investment Scheme. Rough calculations suggest they will receive something like $1 billion from taxpayers and maybe much more over just 15 years. Sweet deal. $1 billion for fancy financial money, monopoly money in 1 week. $1 billion of promised taxpayer dollars the next. Unlike the UK, which publishes a going rate for technology subsidies, our renewables and reliables are subsidised through a secret tender process under the Capacity Investment Scheme. Every project gets to ask for whatever revenue they want to proceed. AEMO, the Australian Energy Market Operator, facilitates a secret beauty pageant where it awards points for things like Indigenous participation or community engagement alongside financial value. Who makes the final call? Chris Bowen. The bids remain secret. There's no cap to the payouts. Since AEMO is a private company, there's no scope for an FOI Freedom of Information request, and AEMO aren't subject to parliamentary oversight through Senate estimates. Based on the public information, no one can even prove an allegation that Minister Bowen has bestowed special favour on a friend's project, if that is what he did. Equally, he can never prove that he selected strictly according to merit. We are just expected to trust the black box of Minister Bowen's subsidies. Originally, it always appeared that the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water would administer the Capacity Investment Scheme. Minister Bowen, though, is determined they don't administer it. In fact, he went so far as to change the National Electricity Law to make it possible for AEMO services to do it, making an interim request to AEMO. He could have just used the department, except that would make the process more transparent and accountable to Parliament. He's basically cutting corners to cut out any chance of oversight. Every dollar of profit in the so-called solar and wind industry is really a cheque that a politician signs. And Minister Chris Bowen is signing all the biggest cheques worth untold billions in the next 3 years. It's all legal, it's all official, and it's obscene. The most concerning part of the capacity investment scheme is that we have no idea how big it is. Right now, tens of billions of dollars may be getting handed out on lock-in contracts lasting the next 15 years. Labor created the capacity investment scheme in 2023 and has since proven extremely popular with solar and wind developers. I wonder why. Now Minister Bowen wants to expand the program 15% to 40 gigawatts. How many billions of dollars will this all cost taxpayers? We will likely never know. How much are overseas foreign companies ripping out of Australian taxpayer pockets under the capacity investment scheme? We will never know. With this level of secrecy, rorts are almost guaranteed. And for what? The biased, discredited CSIRO GenCost report on the cost of electricity was released just this week. You only have to skim the Centre for Independent Studies energy publications to understand how. Yet even CSIRO had to admit the lower estimate for coal-fired power is cheaper than wind and solar. After their fraudulent GenCost report, now they admit it. That's despite a secret model the CSIRO refuses to release to the public and a number of assumptions purpose designed to make coal look worse than reality. Fraud. Fundamentally, Australians have been lied to repeatedly from government agencies. Ditch the economic nonsense from net zero, ditch the net zero nonsense impact, end the corruption, put Australians first.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blythe? You have the call.
Thank you. Sorry.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, Deputy Acting President. Today I rise to speak about the challenge confronting every household, every business, every community in Australia, the rising cost of power. Skyrocketing more than 40% during the first term of the Albanese government. Net zero is driving a rapid and uncompromising shift to renewable energy. It's reshaping our economy, our communities and our way of life. It is a shift that demands honesty. Honesty about who pays, who benefits and who bears the burden. Those opposite must be honest with the Australian people, with farmers, with small business owners and with families. They must admit that this energy transition is not free, it is not magical and it is not painless. It is sending manufacturing offshore, driving agriculturalists off their land, sending businesses broke and driving families and businesses to the brink. On top of this, it is being funded by the taxpayer, which may, make no mistake, means your money. Whether it's through higher inflation and taxes, steeper power bills or lost economic opportunity, the cost is real and the burden is growing. Inflation is largely being driven by the energy transition. Labor cannot be believed when it comes to the cost of their energy and emissions reduction policies. They went to the 2022 election with three promises: a $275 cut to power bills, which I, like many other Australians, are still waiting for, 82% renewables target by 2030, and a 43% emissions reduction. So far, we are still yet to achieve any of those targets, and it's fair to say that the renewables target won't be reached. Is that what it... Okay.
It's working, it's all good.
Every extra dollar spent on ever-rising energy bills is $1 less for groceries, for childcare, for mortgage repayments. And it's not just about households feeling the pinch. Businesses, large and small, are grappling with unpredictable costs, shrinking margins, and mounting pressure to absorb new compliance requirements. Subsidies for solar panels and electric vehicles, while appealing on paper, often benefit wealthier households, leaving working families behind. The good intentions behind the energy transition do not pay the bills, families do, and many of them are already stretched beyond their limits. Those opposite speak of equity and inclusion, but the reality is this: families on the minimum wage, those working 2 jobs just to make ends meet, are not the ones installing rooftop solar or buying Teslas. They are the ones who pay more at the checkout, more on their rent and more on their power bills. This transition, as it stands, is deepening inequality. Our farmers, the lifeblood of Australia's food security, under the net zero agenda, face strict limits being imposed on their land use and their livestock emissions. That means slashing herd sizes to cut methane. That means gutting income and driving up beef prices for everyday Australians. Green farming sounds good in a press release, but for the farmer on the ground, it can mean tens of thousands of dollars in costs with no guarantee of return. And the bureaucracy, complex carbon farming schemes, consultants, forms and red tape. We're asking our farmers to be environmental auditors just to stay afloat. It's absurd. Worse still, prime agricultural land, land that feeds us all, is being swallowed up by wind turbines and solar farms. Farmers are losing the very ground they depend on, all to meet a target funded by their own taxes. And when our local producers go under, we will all pay more. The impact on small business is equally stark. Switching from gas to electric, swapping diesel vehicles for electric, installing new compliant equipment, it all comes with an upfront cost many small operators simply cannot afford. The subsidies propping up this transition are staggering, and emissions under Labor are actually rising. This is not a call to abandon environmental responsibility. Every Australian wants a sustainable future, clean air, preserved landscapes, and a healthy environment for generations to come. But sustainability must be more than environmental. It must also be economic and social, and it must be fair. We need practical solutions, and we need to invest in baseload power, not just intermittent sources. We need to reduce regulatory burdens on small businesses, and we need to ensure that farmers, families and communities are partners in this transition, not casualties of it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator. Senator Dowling, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's always interesting when the Coalition talk about energy in this place, particularly now they're in opposition. Maybe if they'd taken the topic more seriously when they were in government, they might not have any reason to complain about the cost of energy today. After nearly a decade in government, they had no fewer than 23 energy policies, and I think it's still counting, all of which were abandoned, leaving the Albanese government to pick up the pieces of the mess they left behind. In fact, under the Coalition, Australians suffered some of the highest price increases among industrialised economies around the world. In fact, electricity prices increased 4 times the OECD average in Australia under the Coalition government. And it would be nice if they did resolve where they actually sit on energy policy. As I said, there was 23 and it looks like they're still going. I'm trying to keep track of it, and I picked up the Australian newspaper today to see if I could sort of work out where they're at, and there was an interesting column by the Australian's editor-at-large, Paul Kelly, titled "Rejecting Net Zero Will Condemn Liberals to Electoral Oblivion." The column starts with, "The Liberal Party faces a moment of truth. Does it still aspire to be a governing party for Australia? Or is its future as a right-wing echo chamber for conservatives raging against progressive dominance on climate change?" Great question. I would recommend the column to anybody who hasn't read it. By contrast, our government has listened to the experts and we've backed reliable, affordable and clean energy. That is the 3 pillars. You can't just do one, you can't do two, you've got to meet all three pillars if you're serious about energy policy in this country. Importantly, we've provided the certainty to get investment flowing to secure the jobs we need now and into the future. I'm proud to say Australia is producing a record amount of renewable electricity, and our emissions now are lower than when our government took office. While we've been focused out on rolling cleaner and more reliable energy to power our nation, the Coalition, it seems, at least some of them, remain committed to the most expensive form of energy, nuclear. So what did the experts say on this? We've heard a lot about the Gen Cost report from the CSIRO and the AEMO Energy Market Operator. So I quote from that report, "Renewables remain the lowest cost new build electricity generation technology, whilst nuclear small modular reactors are the most costly. Confirmation that the government's plan for a fairer, cleaner and more reliable energy system is the right plan for Australian households." The report found even accounting for the cost of firming and storage, renewable energy continues to be the lowest cost new build technology, underscored further by falling cost of batteries. We aren't just focused on renewables and storage, we're taking strong action to provide energy bill relief to Australian households and businesses. People complain that they're waiting for the discount on the power bill, but unfortunately the Coalition has decided to oppose relief at every step of the way. Quite ironic when you consider how much they've complained about energy prices. They had a chance to do something about it, but they found a reason to oppose cost of living relief again and again and again. Despite this, we've provided 3 rounds of energy bill relief to homes and businesses to ease the burden of bills, while doing the well overdue work of reforming our economy to transition to a renewables-led economy. And I'd also encourage households to check what other resources there are to make sure they are getting the cheapest energy plan. The ACCC has actually reported that some 80% of households could be paying less if they switch to a better deal. The government is determined to drive competition in the market, and there are some great resources out there. Energy.gov.au and the AER's Energy Made Easy website can help bill payers find the cheapest plan. Already another way we're helping households is through the cheaper home batteries. Barely a month in, this program has seen 16,000 households take advantage of this scheme and add to their storage to their homes as more Australians embrace renewable energy. The government's cheaper home batteries program will bring down the cost of a typical battery by around 30% and will save households with existing rooftop solar up to $1,100 off their power bill every year. But to finish, I might just go back to the choice we face here, because we're debating Australia's energy future. And I think, again, Paul Kelly summed it up nicely. Does the Liberal Party still aspire to be a party for Australia, or its future as a right-wing echo chamber for Conservatives raging against progressive dominance on climate change? What do they want? Government-financed new coal-fired power stations? A sure road to electoral oblivion. I could not agree more.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on Senator Smith's MPI Day because it is indeed a matter of public importance. The most inconvenient truth that the Labor Party will not acknowledge is that affordable and reliable energy has underpinned our country's prosperity for decades, and that is particularly so in my state of Victoria. But the reality that's facing households today, small businesses, industries, is stark, because under this government, Australians are experiencing an energy price crisis. Not only are record numbers of people struggling to pay their energy bills, we're seeing more frequent threats of blackouts of our grid, and as so often is the case with Labor, they seem to ignore those truths. They're quite happy to have the spin, but there is no substance behind the promises they make. Let me remind you of some of those promises. The most obvious one, prior to the 2022 election, and it was said over 90 times that they would reduce energy prices by $275. Well, we are still waiting. We are still waiting. There has been no reduction in energy prices. In fact, quite the opposite. 3 years on, that cut is nowhere in sight. Instead, over the first term of an Albanese government, household power bills skyrocketed by more than 40%. Power prices are now up $1,300 more than was promised by this government. Now, that's extraordinary. It's eye-watering. Almost every business that I walked into over the past 3 years has listed energy bills as their #1 cost pressure. And it didn't matter whether it was a butcher or a cafe or a hairdresser that we were visiting. These small businesses were talking about their bills hadn't increased by small amounts. They'd increased by extraordinary amounts, thousands and thousands of dollars. The only thing that Labor has delivered is back-to-back hits to household budgets. And in fact, between May and June this year, so just 2 months after the election, the national electricity market recorded a 139% surge in the average spot price. Now, let me say that again, 139% surge in the average spot price just in 2 months since the election. The 2025 year-to-date average now sits at 10.6%, higher than it did in the same period in 2024. Under the Australian Energy Regulator's default market offer for this year, 25-26, which came into force on the 1st of July, residential electricity bills have increased by up to 9.7%, and small businesses' electricity bills are up by 8.5%. Now, that's no way near the $275 cut that was promised. Not only did they promise, though, that prices would come down, they also promised that there would be an 80% renewables by 2030 and that emissions would be reduced by 43%. Now, once again, Labor's promise was nothing more than hollow. They are very small on delivery. In fact, the government is no way near its 82% target, as experts are forecasting. The most optimistic scenario, it may reach 65%, but at what cost? Even Labor's own long-time advisor, Professor Ross Garnaut, has claimed that the government will miss its target by a big margin. They are his words, not mine. And when it comes to the 43% emissions reduction target, well, the Climate Change Authority has calculated we'll need 15 megatonne reduction annually. Instead, emissions are increasing under Labor. In fact, they were last year around 6 million tonnes higher than they were under a coalition government. Emissions have gone up under Labor. Don't believe what it is that they're telling you. They have gone up. So it's costing you more and you're getting less for what you are paying. Labor is recklessly chasing a renewables at any cost price, at the expense of the grid, at the expense of families, at the expense of businesses. It's not working to reduce your emissions, and it isn't working for households, and it isn't working for businesses who are paying those bills. We need to do more. We need to reduce emissions. Don't get me wrong. I believe that. I believe that fundamentally. But this is a pathway to destruction. It's not a pathway to prosperity. I want to finish by reading you a text that I got in the chamber from my mother on a set income. She said, "I need your help. If not this weekend, then soon. I'm sorry to interrupt you while you're in Canberra. In the past, my electricity bills have been around the $500 mark. I just got one for $1,500. I am panicked. I don't know what to do. They talk about negotiating around a reasonable price." I think she means shopping around. "But I have no idea how to do that. Can you please help me?" When I said, "Yes, of course, I'll come home and I will help you this weekend," she said, "Thanks. That wretched little twerp Bowen. This is paying for his nonsense and lies." That's one customer. That's one customer. Heaven help Australians that are suffering under Labor's energy price crisis.
Thank you, Senator Hume. And the time for the debate on the MPI has expired. Senator McDonald, you're seeking the call.
I seek leave to make a short statement in relation to the Selection of Bills Committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you very much. I want to nominate myself as whip for the purposes of the Selection of Bills Committee to replace Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. That is noted. Pursuant to the order agreed yesterday, the Senate will now consider the Early Childhood Education and Care Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill 2025. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Early Childhood Education and Care Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill 2025 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to family assistance and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
The question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And we start the second reading debate. Senator Duniam.
Acting Deputy President. Well, I am pleased to make a contribution to the debate on the Early Childhood Education Care and Care Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill 2025, and at the outset I want to indicate that the opposition, of course, will be supporting the legislation that the government has brought forward, because this is an important issue that needs urgent resolution, and it's something that I think, as has been said several times in this debate, is above politics. Support for families, their children, the users of the childcare system, ensuring that the system is operating at the best standard, that protections are available, is a matter that is everyone's responsibility. And to that end, as has been publicly reported, Susan Lee, the opposition leader, wrote to the Prime Minister some time ago to offer bipartisan support in ensuring that this legislation was dealt with urgently. And I do want to pay tribute to the Minister, Mr Jason Clare, the Minister for Education, who has been nothing short of professional, forthcoming with information, providing briefings, and every time we've had a request or a question, he has been immediate in his response. It is that sort of professional engagement that I have to say is what restores my faith in our ability as a parliament to do good things for our community, and I pay tribute to him for what he did in bringing us to this conclusion. I do also want to say, while we will canvass difficult issues, we will be dealing with a range of horrendous events that have brought us to the need to legislate to protect Australian children in childcare settings, that 99.9% of childcare workers in our country are good people, motivated by a desire to do the right thing, to care for our children, to educate our young, to ensure that the best outcomes are available for them. They go to work every day with a desire to love and care for those children, and I want to thank them for what they do. This is a difficult time for those workers as well, given everything that has been reported, the added pressure, the concerns no doubt being expressed by parents as a result of much media reporting. This should, I hope, go some way to assisting them in knowing that we have their back too. The legislation that we have before us, which the government brought in as a matter of urgency, and as I've indicated the opposition will support, does achieve three objectives. It prioritises quality and safety considerations when assessing whether providers can receive the Commonwealth's childcare subsidy. It expands the powers for the Department of Education Secretary to publicise actions taken against providers who are in breach of those standards, and finally enables authorised officers of the department to conduct unannounced service visits and spot checks. All of these measures are important, and perhaps it is odd that at the moment quality and safety aren't considerations for the department, but I suppose part of the reason for that is because state and territory governments, who have a very important role to play here, are the primary form of regulation or regulatory authority when it comes to the operations of childcare centres and their services across the country. And so it is important we don't end up with a duplicate of the services or the regulation provided by either level of government. That is not what this is about. But adding those two considerations in to the department's consideration, I think, is a very, very important addition when it comes to the suite of tools that should be available to governments, plural, to deal with centres that are not achieving the standards that we as a country, on behalf of parents, believe should be reached by centres. If centres are not providing a quality service, a safe service, then we should be able to withdraw from them taxpayer funds that are provided to them to offer the service to the community. And I think it will be quite an incentive to ensure that standards are met, to have that withdrawal made if a centre continues to breach standards. Being able to be transparent about what is happening in a centre is also important. Informing parents about conditions or breaches or any sanction that has been made or put in place in relation to a centre, this new power the Secretary will have, is similarly very important. I think as a parent of 3 boys myself, I would want to know, if I were putting them into an institution, a childcare centre, I would want to know if there were certain conditions being placed on that centre or indeed any sanctions put in place. And the ability for authorised officers to be able to enter a childcare service without warning, without the need for a warrant or indeed to be accompanied by the AFP, I think is also important. We have heard stories of when an authorised officer pre-organises to go and visit a centre where they have to set a point in time in the future. Childcare workers will, at their employer's request, go and commence a working bee, perhaps over a weekend, to bring things up to standard so that when the authorised officers turn up on site, all of the problems miraculously disappear. So I think it has made a mockery of the ability for us to make sure that standards are being met. And I don't think there's a parent out there that has a child in care that would think this measure is in any way too draconian. But the reality is with these laws, of course, and the proposal we have before us is, while good and something we endorse, something we support, these laws only go so far. And the reality is Commonwealth powers, when it comes to the childcare sector, starts and ends in effect with the administration of the National Quality Standards and, of course, the administration of the childcare support payment. That is the limited power we have as a Commonwealth to deal with these issues. The rest of the responsibility lays with state and territory governments. And it is now for them, once these laws do ultimately pass this Parliament, and I'm pleased that they will pass without any issue, for state and territory ministers to deal with some of the issues they now are confronted with. There are issues that cannot be canvassed or covered by federal legislation that we do need to ensure are taken care of. We've had talk of a range of matters which both cover portfolios, both education and child protection, but also state and territory attorneys general. While it's difficult to bring all of those things together, I think it is essential. And so it is incumbent upon this government, the Commonwealth Government, to bring those state and territory ministers in the various portfolios they exist in together to urgently progress the reforms that are needed to address all of the gaps, all of the cracks, all of the problems we have remaining in our childcare sector, to ensure that we never again see the proliferation of activity, of child exploitation, of harm coming under children in our childcare sector. And so it is, as I say, urgent that they get on with that. Some of those measures will include addressing matters related to the Working with Children check. The fact that we have a fragmented system in this country of state by state or territory by territory Working with Children check system, where there is no communication between each jurisdiction's database, I think is a major failing. And it is something that was indeed picked up in the Royal Commission many years ago, a decade ago. And that was a time when we were in government, and I've made it very clear on the public record a number of times now, this is not a political issue, this is not a blame game, this is not about looking back and seeing who stuffed up when. We have a problem now that needs resolving now, which is why the opposition offered bipartisan support to resolve these matters urgently. And again, that offer of bipartisanship will be extended to ensuring state and territory ministers are brought together to deal with all of the remaining issues that need to be dealt with. So on Working with Children's checks, additionally, the fact that these forms of information really only become valuable or kick into gear when someone commits a crime and convicted as a result of an investigation, then that person loses their Working with Children authorisation. As we know, with some of the events that occurred in Victoria, the allegations that have been aired and the charges that have been laid, the individual concerned in this situation had a Working with Children check because the criminal investigation side of things was not enacted. there was not a series of events that would have led to these things being picked up through the system we currently have deployed in this country. Similarly, and I do acknowledge that the government does intend to ensure that this is progressed through a cooperation between Commonwealth, state and territory governments, a system of registration for childcare workers across the country, where I hope we will see the deployment of real-time information about workers, the history they have in certain their former places of employment, available to future employers. If someone leaves Queensland and goes to take up a position of employment in Tasmania or Victoria, wherever it might be, I think it should be more than possible for that employee to have information available about them so an employer knows who it is they are employing and what type of employee they are, whether complaints were made, whether complaints were substantiated, what action was taken. Those things are an important part of any history available, especially in an industry which is highly regulated for good reason, but clearly this information sharing gap has led to problems. Similarly, the deployment of CCTV in childcare centres is something that does need addressing. I know there are community concerns out there around privacy for both workers, but importantly for children. I think there are ways of being able to safeguard systems that provide security and safety for children in childcare settings, but enable the deployment of this important measure around CCTV. I was surprised to learn that it wasn't mandatory. From my own personal experience, more than a decade ago, I have seen childcare centres with CCTV systems and just assumed it was mandatory. But to learn across the country there are different arrangements in place, again, does sort of highlight how, sadly, perpetrators of some of these horrendous acts unto our most vulnerable have been able to get away with what it is they have. So there is a lot of work to do, and we cannot, with the passage of this legislation, say job done, and I know the government does not think that. We certainly do not as an opposition. We are now saying that once these laws pass, it is absolutely essential that the Commonwealth brings together state and territory ministers to finish the job, to do what needs to be done. There have been too many incidents that have caused too much harm to young people and their families. Some of the heartbreaking stories I've read in recent days about events in centres, these are events that will change the lives of those young people and their families forever. And collectively, it is a failure on our part. All of us, over time, who have not done what needs to be done to ensure that we stop these bad people from doing what they have done. And so I commend the government for acting so quickly to get this done. I again thank the Minister for the briefings and the departmental officials who've worked so hard to put in place what we're now seeking to pass through this place. But again, it is only a small part of the solution required, and I do hope that state and territory ministers in the various portfolios that will have responsibilities here get their skates on and do what needs to be done. It is up to the Commonwealth to ensure that that these reforms progress, and it's something we will be keeping a close eye on. But we do that again in the spirit of bipartisanship, because it is essential we get this right. Because if we're talking about these sorts of things happening again in a year's time or 6 months' time or whenever it might be, then we have failed, and we cannot afford to do that. For the young people whose lives have been absolutely devastated by this, and their families whose my heart goes out to them, we owe it to them. So I commend this bill to the Senate and thank the government for their work.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm pleased to rise to speak on the early childhood education and care, strengthening regulation of early education. This is an important piece of legislation. Every parent should feel confident that when they drop their child off at an early learning centre, that they're leaving them in a place that is safe, high quality and well run. I know when my children went to early learning centres, that's what I assumed that I was dropping them off to. That that was a place that was safe, that was high quality and well run. Sadly, recent events of horrendous acts have shaken that confidence. In Victoria, families have been left traumatised after an arrest of individuals facing serious charges involving children at multiple early learning centres. Thousands of parents are now dealing with the fear that their child may be harmed in a place that was meant to protect them. This bill is part of our government's response. It strengthens the Commonwealth's role in ensuring safety and quality in early childhood education and care. Most early learning providers across Australia, as we've heard the Shadow Minister say in his contribution, do the right thing. They work hard every day to give children the best start in life. But we've seen what happens when a small number of services repeatedly fail to meet the standards. This bill gives the Commonwealth power to act when services fall short, not just after harm is done, but before it happens. It's about using the biggest lever that we have, the child care subsidy, to lift standards, not just respond to problems. At its core, the bill does 4 key things. First, it puts quality and safety at the centre of provider approvals. If a provider has a poor track record, they can be refused approval or stopped from expanding. Second, it strengthens the department's compliance powers, including suspending or cancelling approvals where standards aren't met. Third, it increases transparency, allowing the department to publish more information about enforcement actions. And finally, it gives Commonwealth officers the power to carry out unannounced spot checks, just like state regulators already do. These are common sense reforms and they are needed. The Commonwealth does not licence or regulate childcare centres. That's a job for the states and territories. But we do fund the system. The Commonwealth provides around $16 billion a year in childcare subsidy payments. That funding covers about 70% of the cost of running a typical service. That gives us a powerful responsibility to ensure public funding is tied to high standards. This legislation gives the Secretary of the Department the ability to consider a provider's full record, including serious incidents, complaints and prior compliance breaches, when deciding whether they should receive public funding. It also allows for notices to be issued, conditions placed on approvals, and in serious cases for approval to be withdrawn altogether. Providers will still have the chance to respond. This is not about unfairly penalising services. It's about setting a clear expectation. If you don't provide safe, high-quality care, you can't expect public support. The bill also expands the enforcement register. This means parents will be able to see if a provider has been refused a new service, issued an infringement notice, or had conditions placed on their operations. That transparency matters. Choosing a childcare service is one of the most important decisions a family makes. Parents deserve access to clear, timely information. These reforms also extend to family day centres and in-home care, where oversight can be more difficult. From January, providers in these settings will be required to collect gap fee directly from families. This will reduce fraud and simplify administration. The bill also streamlines how compliance officers operate, especially in regional and remote areas, and allows quicker auditing of large providers when concerns arise. We're also working on a stronger national oversight, including better tracking of educators' histories across the services. We are supporting improvements to working with children checks and continuing to invest in educator training and professional development. There's no single solution to keeping children safe in early learning, but this bill is a major step forward, and doing nothing is not an option. For the good providers already doing the right thing, this bill creates a more level playing field. For families, it helps restore trust that early learning is safe and properly monitored. This reform has been developed in consultation with the sector. The government has worked closely with state and territory regulators and with key stakeholders, including Family Day Care Australia and the Australian Home Care Association. Their feedback helped shape the bill and ensure the measures are practical and supported. This work continues Labor's long-standing commitment to early childhood education. Every child deserves the best start, and every parent deserves confidence in the system. We're also working with state and territory governments on a strong and significant package of reforms. As was acknowledged by Senator Duniam in his contribution, the Commonwealth has limited powers. States and territory governments need to deal with issues, also need to deal with the issues that we are being confronted with. We need to work together. And as the Education Minister has said, the goal is to give every educator and provider the tools to help keep children safe and to give parents peace of mind. These are the next steps in building a stronger, safer early education system, and this bill is the foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Hodgins-May.
I rise to speak in support of the Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill. Every child deserves a safe, high-quality early education. And wherever public money is spent, we must have strong, transparent mechanisms to ensure accountability. This bill introduces measures the Greens support. But let's be clear, it will not fix a system where too many children and families are being let down. We've all seen the tragic reports in recent months, stories that are hard to read and harder to forget. Allegations of abuse, neglect, malpractice in early learning settings, including horrifying reports just this week in Queensland and last month in my home state of Victoria. We've seen the bravery of whistleblowers and journalists, the tireless work of educators, and the grief and anger of families who trusted a system that failed them. And the truth is, as we all know, these are not isolated incidents. They expose deeper, systemic failures. They confirm what many in the sector and many parents already know, that our current model is ill-equipped to ensure consistently high-quality, safe early education for our children. That's an indictment on all of us. It should never take tragedy to trigger reform. So yes, we do support this bill, but let's be honest, it is not a silver bullet. It's a small step in the right direction, but it is far from sufficient. Tinkering with the subsidy system won't keep children safe. Right now, around 11% of long daycare centres are rated as working towards national quality standards, so they haven't met them. That's over 1,000 services operating and receiving taxpayer subsidies despite not meeting basic benchmarks in education, health, safety and wellbeing. That's not good enough. Australia has world-class national quality standards on paper, but standards alone mean little without enforcement. They need to be backed properly by funded regulators, clear accountability and real consequences when things go wrong. Instead, we rely on under-resourced state and territory regulators to do the heavy lifting. These agencies are stretched thin. 1 in 10 services still don't even have a quality rating. Complaints go unresolved. Children's safety is repeatedly put at risk. Independent analysis of this bill's measures highlights that underfunded regulators combined with long delays in quality assessments may limit the bill's effectiveness. While this bill strengthens enforcement powers, it doesn't guarantee improved safety or quality. It does not lift standards across the board. That's because the deeper issues lie in the funding model itself, a model that treats early education as an industry to profiteer off, not a human right. We have a system where the childcare subsidy actively incentivises putting profit over quality care, while failing to guarantee safety or high standards, failing to guarantee access, failing to guarantee inclusion, and failing to guarantee fair conditions for educators. Just last week, we drove past a centre, a for-profit centre called Little Assets. I mean, can you get more blatant than that? The childcare subsidy funnels billions in public money, $16 billion this year, into a sector dominated by for-profit providers, including multinational ASX-listed corporations. In the past decade, 95% of new providers entering the system have been for-profit. 95% of providers in the last decade are for-profit, and this is our children's early education we're speaking about. As a result, money meant for children's education and care is leaking out of the system into shareholder profits, including offshore. Quoting Catherine Little, CEO of SNAKE, the national voice for First Nations children, "We can't ensure safety until the underlying systemic issues impacting Australia's early learning and care sector are properly addressed." Australia's current CCS funding model has contributed to a profit-driven environment where some providers are able to put financial gain ahead of the well-being of children. Unless we fundamentally shift the way early education is funded and supported, we will continue to see safety and quality issues arise. End quote. The data backs her up. For-profit providers consistently underperform on quality. Just 13% exceed the national quality standards compared to 28% of not-for-profit services. As the Green spokesperson for early childhood education and care, and as a mum of a 2-year-old, I hear time and time again from families about the deep trust they place in their local community or not-for-profit centres. I'm fortunate to send my daughter to a fabulous council-run service, but access to high-quality, safe, not-for-profit early education shouldn't be a privilege. It's a right. One constituent was brought to tears by the mere possibility that their beloved community centre would be taken over by a private provider. These centres become part of the village to help raise our children. They are trusted, they are embedded, and they are irreplaceable. Yet we're seeing these services frozen out, pushed aside by a system that favours profit over people. That's why I've proudly stood with families in Victoria to defend community-run centres. In Windsor, to save the incredible Windsor Community Childcare Centre, and in Footscray, to celebrate the Bulldogs Community Children's Centre remaining in community hands where it belongs. These services show what's possible when care comes first, when there's no incentive to cut corners, no shareholders, only educators, family and children. But quality and safety aren't the only challenges we face, of course. To build a world-class early learning system, we must address the workforce crisis, fix access and make genuinely affordable care a priority. Educators, the absolute backbone of the system, are being pushed to breaking point. Research shows that they work on average an additional 9 hours of unpaid labour every single week, on top of already low wages, high turnover and chronic understaffing. We ask these professionals to perform the most important work possible, yet we don't pay them properly. We don't value them. We don't resource them, and it's no wonder that they are leaving this sector in droves, and of course that quality is slipping. Families are also under pressure. Over 35% of Australians live in childcare deserts, areas where fewer than one place is available for every 3 children requiring care. These deserts disproportionately affect rural and regional areas, First Nations communities and lower income families. And for many families, costs of course remain a huge barrier, and families are spending on average $140 a week out of pocket on early childhood education and care, and this is often much higher. For single parents, families with multiple children, or those grappling with housing, these costs can be prohibitive to their children having those crucial early years education. Parents are forced to make impossible choices about whether they return to work, whether they take up training opportunities or put their careers on hold. And of course, for those who want to make the decision to stay home with their kids, that's great, but some women and parents and families don't want that. They would like the choice and they deserve the choice. This isn't just a family issue, it's an economic one. And the Australia Institute estimates that fixing early education could deliver a whopping $168 billion back to our economy. But most importantly, this is about our children. Missing out on early learning means missing out on vital social, emotional and cognitive development that lays the foundation for everything that follows. 90% of the brain develops before a child turns 5 years old. We guarantee access to primary school. Why not guarantee access to those crucial early years education? Especially now when experts warn that NAPLAN results show 1/3 of students aren't meeting expectations in literacy or numeracy. Labor's 3-Day Guarantee Act was a step forward in recognising early learning as more than child-minding. It's education. It's a human right. But let's be clear, we do not yet have a functioning early learning system, and tinkering at the edges simply won't fix it. The Greens believe it's time to rethink early education and care from the ground up. At the last election, we proposed a bold plan for universal, high-quality education and care, just like primary and secondary school. Our plan would replace the broken CCS with direct public funding. It would give government more control over quality and access. It would guarantee funding for Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, better support for children with additional needs, and fair pay for our educators. Crucially, it would establish a new Early Childhood Education and Care Commission. This commission would act as a national watchdog. It would have real powers to oversee quality, safety, access, workforce conditions and funding. It would ensure that public money is well spent and that services are accountable, not just punished after the fact, as this bill proposes. And it would provide the leadership this sector so desperately needs, because right now that leadership does not exist in this place. State regulators are under strain, peak bodies and advocates are filling the gaps, but there is no central, independent steward for one of our most essential public services. And passing the buck between the states and feds, it's failing our children. This commission would be the brain and the backbone of the early learning system. It would coordinate reform, enhance standards, and hold providers accountable for public money. The Parenthood, a powerful voice for families, has endorsed this proposal. So too has Royal Far West, a national charity supporting rural and remote children's health and wellbeing. Now, the ball is in the government's court. Are they willing to work with us on real reform and oversight of our federal early education system? Or will they keep papering over the cracks of a broken system? Because how we treat our youngest generation says everything about who we are. If we can't prioritise their safety or guarantee their right to learn in these formative years, then what are we here for? Early learning can be the great equaliser, but only if it's truly accessible, high quality and truly universal. Only if we stop treating it like a commodity and start treating it as a public good. Only if we put children and educators ahead of profit. So yes, we support this bill. No service that consistently fails quality standards should continue to receive public funds. But that should be the absolute baseline. This bill is a band-aid. It's not a plan and it's not a vision. We need more than reactive tools to act after harm occurs. We need leadership to prevent harm from occurring in the first place. The Prime Minister has said, and we welcome this, that he wants the universal provision of affordable childcare to be the political achievement that he's most remembered for. Well, is he ready to deliver on that legacy? Or is he ready to deliver that legacy? The Greens are ready to work constructively with the government. Between us, we have the numbers to get stuff done. There's nothing standing in the way other than political will. And we don't underestimate the task at hand. We know it's a big job, but we're up to it. We have to be, for our children's sake. It's because of this that I foreshadow I will be moving the Green second reading amendment standing in my name to note the need for broader reform to make early childhood education and care universal and high quality. And we will call on the government to establish an independent Early Childhood Education and Care Commission that has regulatory powers to monitor and enforce compliance with the national quality standards, is tasked with leading national coordination and driving sector-wide reform, and is responsible for overseeing the long-term transition to a free, universal and high-quality early learning system. Because our children deserve better than patchwork solutions. They deserve a system built around their needs, not corporate profits. Let's build something better, something lasting, because our kids and the communities that are raising them are depending on us to act. And as Georgie Dent from the Parenthood so powerfully said, this is a moment to act, not just to react. Let this be the moment we choose action, the moment we commit to building a system that puts children first, that values educators and restores trust for every family in every community across this country.
Senator Hodgins-May, before you sit down, would you like to move that second reading amendment now?
I can move it now. Yep.
Thank you.
I move it now.
Thank you. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I too would like to echo the sentiments of my colleague Senator Dunningham, and the Coalition will be supporting this bill. And I think it's fair to say that this chamber, we are united in wanting to make sure that we are protecting the rights of children within our country. The horrifying reports of the alleged widespread abuse in the Australian childcare centres have rightly shocked the nation. And as a mother, my heart absolutely goes out to all of the families that have been impacted. We are unwavering in our support for changes which better protect children in care settings and give confidence to the millions of families that rely on childcare. For any parent, the safety and well-being of their children is paramount. When that trust is broken, the consequences are devastating for families and corrosive to society's confidence in institutions meant to protect and care for our most vulnerable. In the wake of such revelations, it is natural to hear calls for more government action, more regulation, more oversight and more checks. But too often, government responses are designed to demonstrate activity rather than deliver genuine solutions. Often, when government solves one problem, it often creates two more in its place. Proposals such as mandating child welfare officers in every centre or expanding already burdensome background checks may sound reassuring, but they risk piling more bureaucracy on an already strained system, driving up the cost of childcare and making it even harder for families to access affordable services. Though I understand in this case there is a need for action. The main levers to improve safer early learning centres for children are actually outside of the Commonwealth's legislative powers. They fall predominantly to the states and territories who are responsible for the regulation of these services. And as identified in the New South Wales Wheeler report, there is much more state and territory regulators can and should do. I would like to see measures to ensure centres aren't bogged down with paperwork and paralysed by compliance. I think it's important to note that in this, we need to ensure that good people, passionate people, dedicated to the care of our children are still attracted to work in this vital industry. They are the very people we need to keep our children safe. We shouldn't be complacent and pretend that more federal or state or territory regulation somehow makes criminal behaviour less likely. We already have laws. Every state and territory government has the legislative power to pursue and prosecute criminal conduct in early childhood settings. There is no one simple solution to keeping children safe, but I think it's fair to note that no amount of red tape can stop someone who is determined to do harm. We saw that in Queensland, in New South Wales, and most recently in Victoria. In December 2023, the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority published a review into child safety arrangements under the National Quality Framework. The government has had the regulator's review of child safety arrangements for more than 18 months. The Albanese government has been slow to act on the 16 recommendations. It has taken almost 2 years for the government to simply enact the simple change in reporting physical and sexual abuse from 7 days to 24 hours, and it will come into force on the 1st of September this year. As Jason Clare said, those changes should have been implemented yesterday. But you can't regulate morality, you can't legislate decency, and you certainly can't bureaucrat your way out of evil. The priority here is absolutely foremost keeping our children safe. But I think it is time to think beyond the immediate fix. It's time to empower families. We should be supporting parents in making the choice that works best for them, whether that means returning to work and using a childcare centre or staying at home to care for their own children. It might even be using a relative or loved one to care for their children. We should stop forcing families into rigid, one-size-fits-all systems and recognise the value of informal care, particularly of those from grandparents, aunties, uncles, neighbours, members of the community, the people who already love and know these children. It is incumbent on all of us here to build a system that gives parents the financial freedom and the flexibility to choose what is right for their children and their families. For many families, especially in culturally diverse communities, informal family-based care isn't a fallback, it's the norm, and our system should support, not penalise, that choice. If we truly want to keep our children safe, and I believe that everyone in this place does, then let's focus on strengthening families, not just growing government. Let's give families the tools, the trust and the freedom to raise their children in a way that suits them best. This bill is well-intentioned, but intention is not the same as impact. The Coalition supports this bill, but real safety, real reform and real support for Australian families will not come from this bill alone. It will come when we stop reaching for more regulation and start reaching for common sense and policies that empower and give families the freedom to choose what best works for them.
Thank you, Senator Blythe. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Next month, like thousands of Australian families, I will take my young son to childcare for the first time. I do so with a mix of excitement for the wonderful child development opportunities that await my young son, but also with a deep sadness over the horrific child abuse allegations that we have seen uncovered across Australia. I know in my heart these perpetrators of abuse are not representative of the thousands of incredible educators who commit their lives to loving and guiding our littlest people through their most important years. But I also want to acknowledge that our educators are hurting too. My heart goes out to the early education sector, who is filled with good, decent and loving educators. They are upset and they are angry, just like us. But tonight, we take action. On behalf of more than 1 million Australians with children in childcare, I say thank you to the Prime Minister for his swift action. I also say thank you to Minister for Education Jason Clare and Minister for Childhood and Early Education Senator Jess Walsh. Ministers Clare and Walsh have stepped up to this moment without hesitation. They have confronted this moment without excuses and sought to fast-track these amendments as urgently as Australian parents would expect them to. This bill provides levers to drive real and meaningful change. 70% of the running costs for early education centres come from the Commonwealth childcare subsidy. This bill gives the Commonwealth the power to immediately cut off the childcare subsidy for centres falling below the standard, or even for one single safety breach. The states and territories remain the regulators for centres, responsible for regulating safety and quality across centres in their jurisdiction. This bill also expands powers for on-the-spot inspections without warrants or police accompaniment to investigate fraud, misconduct and non-compliance. A national register for childcare workers will be established to track the employment history of workers to prevent them moving between centres undetected, looking for red flags and taking swift action. I wish to acknowledge there is further policy work underway, including mandatory child safety training for all workers to identify potential grooming behaviour and abuse in children. I also acknowledge there are trials underway of the use of CCTV to carefully consider the use of this technology to deter offenders, but most importantly, to protect privacy. I support this bill and I call on all states and territories to continue to work with the Commonwealth to take strong action to enhance safety and quality in our early education centres.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. The Coalition will support this bill. As the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Susan Lee, has said, child safety is above politics. We are unwavering in our support for changes which better protect children in childcare settings and gives confidence to the 1 million families which rely on childcare. The early learning workforce is critical and a valued workforce, and we acknowledge the work that they do. The bill only goes so far, and we are calling on the Albanese government to exercise leadership with states and territories to progress other measures swiftly. This bill chooses to do three things, or looks to do three things: allowing the Secretary to financially penalise providers through...
Order, sorry, Senator Kovacic, we don't have your microphone on, I understand. So if broadcasting could see to that. Senator?
Try again. Is it working? I don't think it is. Is it? Okay.
We're good.
Do you want me to start
Senator Kovacic. Thank you.
Do I start again or continue?
You can do whatever you like.
I might
within
start
reason.
Again. Yeah, thank you. The Coalition will support this bill. As the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Susan Lee, has said, child safety is above politics. We are unwavering in our support for changes which better protect children in care settings and gives confidence to the 1 million families which rely on care. The early learning workforce is a critical and valued workforce, and we acknowledge the work that they do. But this bill only goes so far, and we are calling on the Albanese government to exercise leadership with states and territories to progress other measures swiftly. They need to engage the states and territories to do the things that they need to do to ensure that changes are made. The bill amends the family assistance law to do three things. Firstly, to allow the Secretary to financially penalise providers through suspension or cancellation of the childcare subsidy. Number two, effectively allowing stronger name and shame powers, especially on the Starting Blocks website, by expanding Secretary's powers to publicise details about providers and enabling authorised officers to conduct unannounced visits to services, noting this duplicates existing powers of state and territory regulators. But this bill goes only so far to shifting the dial when it comes to making childcare centres safer. The main levers to improve safer early learning centres for children are outside of the Commonwealth's legislative powers. They sit with the states and territories. who are responsible for the regulation of these services. As identified in the New South Wales Wheeler report, there is much more state and territory regulators can and should do. This is their remit. It is their responsibility to do this, and the Commonwealth should compel them to do so. But that doesn't absolve the Commonwealth of its responsibilities. This is why we call on the government to work with the states and territories to do three things urgently. Firstly, a national approach to working with children checks. Second, a national register of workers. And thirdly, to implement a mobile phone ban. The national model code for taking images or videos of children while providing early education and care developed by the national regulator is currently voluntary. We also support stronger targets for regulator activity and joined up efforts to implement appropriate use of CCTV, which the Wheeler report recommended should be mandatory for new childcare services in the first instance. Devastatingly, the recent allegations in Victoria are not the first of its kind in childcare settings. In August 2023, as a result of Operation Tenterfield, a Queensland man was charged and later convicted of 1,623 child abuse offences against 91 children in Brisbane, Sydney and overseas between 2007 and 2022. We have failed our children. The fact that this has happened and continues to happen clearly states that we have failed our children. In December 2023, the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority published a review into child safety arrangements under the National Quality Framework. The government has had the regulator's review of child safety arrangements for more than 18 months. The Albanese government has been slow to act on the 16 recommendations. It has taken almost 2 years for the government to simply enact the change in reporting physical and sexual abuse from 7 days to 24 hours. That shouldn't take that long. That really shouldn't take that long. But that change will only come into effect on the 1st of September 2025. And as Jason Clare said, those changes should have been implemented yesterday. We shouldn't have been so slow to act. After accepting in principle the key recommendations from the review of child safety arrangements in February 2022, education ministers did not meet for a year between June 2024 and June 2025. So an entire year from when recommendations were provided, there was no meeting of education ministers. It beggars the question as to why that was the case. That is far too long, given the gravity of the problem at hand and the risk to our children. We acknowledge that governments of all stripes have not fully enacted all recommendations from reports, including the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse, fast enough. That includes the harmonisation of working with children check system. This has long been something that governments have pursued but never achieved, and this is long overdue. The current system is deficient and does not meet the standards that Australians expect. It does not meet the standards that parents expect, and it does not meet the standards that our children deserve. There is no standardisation. Each state and territory has its own scheme. The check should be set at the most stringent in our country, absolutely the most stringent. Some inherent risk remains. This is because it only relies on an individual's criminal history as a check to see if a worker may be a risk to children. This is obviously not good enough, as people that do pose risks may not yet have been convicted.
Senator Kovacic, it being 7:30, you will be in continuation when debate on this bill continues, and I propose the Senate do now adjourn, and I'm going to call Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise tonight honoured and humbled to pay tribute to a remarkable man, a man who was a member of Victoria's legal profession. He was a dedicated supporter of the Vietnamese community, and he was a dear friend. His name was Mr. Raymond Frederico. And his passing on the 12th of May this year coincided poignantly with the 50th anniversary of Vietnamese settlement in Australia, an occasion that reminds us of all of those who played a pivotal role supporting refugees and shaping our multicultural society. Raymond's connection with the Vietnamese community began in the late 1970s, just shortly after the first wave of Vietnamese refugees arrived in Australia under Liberal Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser, and a policy decision, a very brave one, that Liberal Prime Minister took at the time. Now, these refugees faced immense challenges, including language barriers, cultural differences, uncertainty about housing, about employment, and the very real fear of all refugees about starting over in a new land, an unfamiliar place. And local communities too had understandably concerns about this sudden influx of new arrivals. And it was work of people just like Mr. Frederico, Raymond Frederico, that helped ease those tensions and foster understandings between communities. He was a lawyer and he was practising in Richmond in Victoria at the time. He was uniquely placed then to provide legal support and advice to many of those early Vietnamese refugees who had limited English proficiency and very few resources. His efforts were complemented by collaborations with dedicated bilingual community leaders and professionals. Together they laid the foundation for vital support networks that would assist thousands of Vietnamese refugees in Victoria. But Raymond's work extended beyond simple legal advice. He advocated tirelessly with government agencies on behalf of refugees and their families. And he often helped arrange family sponsorships for those that were waiting in refugee camps across South Asia, ensuring that many were eventually reunited with their loved ones here in Australia. He also worked with the Victorian government to secure important concessions that allowed Vietnamese traders to operate on weekends. Now, this seemingly small change had a profound impact on the community's economic stability. It enabled many families to thrive while accommodating their work schedules. Raymond Frederico's commitment to community went beyond that legal support, it went beyond that economic support. He also played a vital role in cultural preservation and community cohesion. He was instrumental in organising the first outdoor Lunar New Year, or the Tet Festival, and he held at Burnley Oval in Richmond, an event that's now a cherished annual celebration of the Vietnamese culture in Australia. He supported youth programs and drop-in centres, cultural landmark for unsupervised Vietnamese teenagers. And this cultural landmark also transformed into the Vietnamese restaurant on Victoria Street, Richmond, generating funds to support youth initiatives. Now, despite this, and you probably guessed from his name, Raymond Frederico was not of Vietnamese background himself, but he is one of the few non-Vietnamese individuals to serve on the executive committee of the Vietnamese community. His advocacy and involvement bridged cultures. He created understandings and friendships between the Vietnamese community and the broader Australian society. I personally have met so many people in the Vietnamese community in Melbourne, in Victoria, just through knowing Raymond, because he has made such deep and lasting and abiding friendships there. His commitment to justice extended internationally. He did try to go to represent a Vietnamese human rights activist that was imprisoned for political reasons. His visa application was rejected by the Vietnamese government, but it symbolised his unwavering dedication to human rights and justice for all. Throughout his life, he encouraged the Vietnamese community to engage with mainstream political processes. He was an extraordinary man. Beyond his professional life, he was known for his generosity and his kindness to his family and friends, for his steadfast support to local businesses, particularly in Richmond and in Footscray, and so many benefited from his wise counsel and encouragement. His approach to politics was marked with pragmatism, inclusiveness, and a focus on serving his community. His legacy is one of bridging divides between cultures, generations, and political views. He will be sorely missed. Vale, Raymond Frederico.
Thank you, Senator Hume. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Good night, all women Senate chamber.